relaxing spa, enjoy award-winning dining, and explore the hottest slots and table games. Plunge into our refreshing pools with private air-conditioned casitas. Plus, no resort fees for Arizona and our surrounding states. Treat yourself to the best in the Southwest. Book your stay and play Getaway today. Visit TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played.
This is Dave Pash. Staying on top of my health is vital for everything I do. And as a sports broadcaster, I'm on the road a lot. However, I make doctor's appointments and health screenings a top priority in my life and for my family. Planning ahead helps keep all of us healthy. Dignity Health's primary care providers help you coordinate your family's care, including annual physicals, screenings, and immunizations. So, keep your home team healthy. Find a provider and schedule an appointment today at dignityhealth.org/DHMG.
Hear that? That's the sound of a loaded cash explosion. It happens every time someone wins loaded cash explosion scratchers from the Arizona Lottery. Oh, it's happening again. Since tickets are loaded with $1,000 prizes with explosive top prizes of $2.5 million. Plus, a second chance to win $1 million in the Players Club. Head to an Arizona Lottery retailer and play loaded cash explosion scratchers today.
Steve's training for a 5K at Planet Fitness. Now he's thinking 10K. Join today. $1 down, $15 a month. Over 40 locations around Phoenix. Deal ends July 31st. Planet Fitness. See Home Club for terms and conditions.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks face the San Diego Padres at Chase Field for a 3-game weekday series starting August 4th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Diamond Talk. Arizona Diamondbacks Baseball, presented by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Avnet, delivering what's next in technology every time we take the field. Fry's, with Boost by Fry's VIP. Win game day with free grocery delivery, 2 times fuel points and more. Visit Fry'sFood.com/boost today. The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
Diamond Talk. Diamond Talk. Diamond Talk.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios for just an hour today. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Hanging in there.
Hanging in there.
Very difficult time, of course.
If you're talking Diamondbacks, yeah, it's a pretty difficult time right now. This team that is still number 4 in baseball in terms of runs per game cannot score runs. They just scored 5 total while getting swept by the Tigers. Prior to that, they scored 1 total by winning 1 game against the Pirates. And then before that, they scored 7 runs while getting swept by the Astros. So they have lost 8 of their last 9. I think we are safely at the point where the wins and losses are, they're just not nearly as relevant as what is potentially going to happen in the next 26 hours.
Yeah, for me, once again, I just keep looking at how this team continues to play, and this is not a shock. We have seen this now, 1-8 in their last 9 games. 1-8 in their last 9 games based on means they dropped to 7 games below 500. Yeah. 51 and 58 right now. And you know the way I feel about that. To me, once you get to about 6 or 7 games where you're below 500, boy, you know what? The precipice still could be coming for another dive at some point.
Yeah, obviously the trade deadline is tomorrow afternoon. I want to play this cut from Gambo on Burns and Gambo, obviously, on Monday. So this was before this Tigers series, but just listen to this. I want to get your thoughts on it, Wolf, because it is where I was with all this about a week ago. It's interesting to hear the Diamondbacks are here. Although, again, remember, this was now 3 games ago.
Man, the Diamondbacks are really torn on this one. They are really, really torn. He is so incredibly well thought of in this organization, Gino Suarez. He doesn't want to leave. They love him. He's having the best performance of his career. There's a part of him that what is his market? Is he 3 years and 60, 3 years and 70? They would play him at first base next year. If they were able to keep him, he would be their first baseman next season. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just, what does somebody want to offer you? And then what do you want to pay him at 35, 36, 37 years old? Wow. But again, he is so incredibly well thought of that this has become very difficult for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Gino loves them, and they love him.
Whoa.
What do you think about that?
Right there. I just, for me, it's so difficult. I know they have to have something of real value offered for Gino Suarez. They have to have something in front of them right now. And I think it would be a mistake not to move him. Now, again, I don't know what Mike Hazen and the Diamondbacks are being offered based on earnings. I have no idea. If you're not getting offered Jack, I could understand where you might say, hey, this guy's got more upside for us.
Yeah.
And we're not going to go ahead and just give him away for nothing. But I just can't believe they're getting nothing.
I got to believe if that's a real thought, they must be having conversations with Gino, right? Because if you look, this is where I was. I've kind of just randomly been lockstep with what it sounds like the Diamondbacks have been thinking internally, at least up to this point. A couple weeks ago, they didn't want to sell. They absolutely did not want to sell. When we've talked to Mike Hazen, we've talked to Mike Fitzgerald, Amiel Sadeh. You see just the actions they've taken and things they've said in other, media situations. They didn't want to sell. And then, even like a week ago, it was like, maybe we can sell some, but still compete this year and still try to win this year. Maybe get some pieces back, like some bullpen arms and some of those selling moves that will help us this year, and we don't have to punt. And they've referenced we play out the season with a guy like Gino, and if he signs somewhere else, we get a compensatory pick or something like that. And you heard the cut of Mike Hazen saying, hey, I mean, that sort of pick is what got us Slade Caldwell. They have not wanted to completely wave the white flag, but Wolf, the team is not scoring any runs. Like, they're not scoring any runs, and they're not really getting amazing pitching right now. The team itself is not giving the front office much choice. They've lost 8 of 9 when they needed to win 8 of 9.
Yeah, for me right now, based on it, and again, I wish I were in there because I would know. The guys inside that clubhouse, they know what is going on. They know the vibe that is in there. They know. But to me, it looks like they've waved the white flag.
The players or the team?
The players.
I was thinking about this watching the game today. It almost feels, I don't know about right now, because now they don't look totally locked in the field. Like, I don't know what's going on, but it feels like for a while there, they were almost maybe trying too hard at the plate because they wanted to keep this team together, because the impression I'm getting is they had a longer leash to keep this team together than everybody maybe thought 3 weeks ago. But, I mean, now you've run out of the leash. If Gino's still on this team when we're doing the show on Friday, you have to have him signed past this year for that to make sense.
Yeah, let me clarify what I'm saying, too, in regard to waving the white flag. I don't believe these guys have quit. I don't believe these guys individually have quit. I think these guys really got along so well and are so disappointed at what has transpired and what has happened, and the fact that they are going to break this team up. They're going to break this team up. Here they are. They're going to be sellers at the trade deadline. I think that is perceived collectively inside that clubhouse as failure. Complete and utter failure. Coming into this season, do you think guys know? Do you think guys talk about, hey, we might be good. We got a real shot. Yeah. All we have to do is look at this guy. Look at that guy. Look at our rotation. These guys know who's good and who isn't. They know if they've got a shot or if they don't. And then to see this, you think we're disappointed, brothers? Seriously. I know, Wally Wolf, they get paid so much money. Yeah, they do, but they're still human beings. They're disappointed as well as to what has happened. And I think we're seeing it. When you talk about dropping 7 games below 500, when you talk about becoming 1-8 in their last 9 games. When you talk about scoring 11 runs in their last 9 games.
That's the part that really stands out to me.
You talk about 2 for 35 with runners in scoring position on this road trip. They have scored, based on earnings, they have scored 1 run for every 9.33 innings.
Yeah.
1 run. You going to tell me this has not impacted this team?
This is a team that scores runs, and they can't score at all now. Real quick, just as a reference point, the Reds were a team that was rumored to be in on Gino, and they traded for a third baseman today. They traded for Cabrian Hayes from the Pirates, gave up Taylor Rogers, veteran reliever, and shortstop prospect Sammy Stafura, who was their number 9 prospect. So obviously Gino has more value than Cabrian Hayes. Maybe we get back into this at the end of the show, Wolf, just because the psychology of this now, can you take it right up to the trade deadline if you're the Diamondbacks with a guy like Gino? I don't know. Maybe we'll get back into that at the end of things. Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text fantasy to 620-620. Battle your favorite hosts for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt, which you can see on, what is that? That's on our Instagram feed and our X feed. You can see the commercial where Wolf is holding it and then bashing me over the head with it. It's a heavy belt.
On our Facebook page, too.
On the Facebook page, too. All right. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. All right, when we come back, what does Marvin Harrison Jr. being in motion do for the Cardinals' offense this year? We'll discuss next because he told us yesterday. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks, now with locations all over the Valley. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
For over 20 years, Carl's Jr. has been a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon, raising over $1 million for the hospital. With your support, they continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Be an all-star for the kids at PCH and help support Phoenix Children's Hospital by visiting your local Carl's Jr. during July and August. The children and families at PCH need our help now more than ever.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Murata and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Who's leading the Cardinals' 3-horse race for wide receiver 3 this training camp? ASU is doubling down on its defensive principles with toughness and physicality, and the Diamondbacks' Brandon Garcia had a whirlwind of a week making his MLB debut, then getting traded. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, this is the first time in a while we haven't been at State Farm Stadium doing a show.
Man, it feels good to be back in Studio Shangri-La.
Well, don't get used to it because we're back at State Farm Stadium tomorrow and Friday, which is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, let's see. Pads on, too, right?
Yeah, that's
Thursday
as far as I know.
and Friday, right?
I believe. They don't run these decisions by me, but I'm pretty sure.
Good, yeah. I think it's Thursday and Friday. I think the pads are going on.
The Cardinals have really hooked us up with some good guests, too, the last few days. Marvin Harrison Jr. being the one yesterday that we got to speak to. And you know, we had Marv on last year, Wolf, and I thought he gave us good answers last year. I thought, you know, that was kind of our first time really meeting him face to face. But I thought yesterday, and it makes sense, he's going into year 2, he gave a lot more insight onto kind of what last year was like and what he's looking forward to this year, but also like what he means to the Cardinals offense and where that's going this year.
You know, last year was so big for him because as a rookie, you're building your foundation. That's what you're doing. Now we're seeing the fruit of him building that foundation last year.
Yeah.
Okay, it wasn't a great year. We all understand. It wasn't a year that we all maybe expected, but it wasn't a bad year by any stretch of the imagination. And yet he built the foundation, and he's standing on that foundation here in year 2. And you could see it on his face and hear it in his voice when we were talking to him about these questions we asked.
You and I were talking before we had him on yesterday, and I threw the scenario at you of if this were the early 90s and there was no social media and he had not been hyped up as the next greatest receiver in the history of the NFL, if he just came in, even if you took him with the 4th overall pick and he had the season he had, as a teammate, would you have been disappointed? And you said, no, not really. I mean, a lot of it's the hype machine. Now, they did take him with a top 5 pick. Obviously, you're looking to get more out of him in year 2, no matter what he did last year. But it was interesting talking to him specifically yesterday, Wolf. He clearly was not satisfied with the way last year went. And he made it a point to say, oh, it's not about the numbers so much. It's about, you know, what he can do to help the team win. And I believe him because he's been consistent with that his entire time that he's been in the spotlight, even at Ohio State. So we talked to him about some of the more specific X's and O's, like the benefit of him being in motion more this season.
It just puts the defense on the toes a little bit instead of just having me lined up in one spot.
I think motion within any offense, no matter who it is, definitely because the defense is communicate. They have to, communicate what they're going to do, how they're going to adjust to the coverage. So anytime you get to, move the players around, and thankfully it's, been me a little bit more in this preseason. I think it definitely helps, me and my abilities in my game, but also the team as well.
Yeah, it really is going to help the team a lot. Last year, I understand why they did it. I talked about this before. Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't want to put too much on that rookie's plate. So you just go ahead and you split him out. He's the ex-receiver. That's what he is. Kyler Murray, it's going to be really clear to you. We're going to try to clear up coverage for you by actually putting him out there, and we'll find out how the secondary is configured. Based on down and distance, based on personnel group, we're going to figure it out. And we're going to simplify the process to help this chemistry build. Now we're seeing something altogether different. When you start moving Marvin Harrison Jr. around, what you're saying is you're not worried about him making mental errors, and you're not worried about Kyler actually reading the coverage. It will help Marvin Harrison Jr., and Kyler is ready to take that next step as well. So now all of a sudden we're going to see a more advanced version of the Arizona Cardinals Desert Storm offense.
You should be. It seems like they're going to be in a position where you can use Marv as a weapon before you even snap the ball. Like he just said, make the defense have to make adjustments and communicate and just put them under more distress before the ball even gets snapped. He also talked about why he loves being in motion so much.
One, you're not going to get to just press coverage every single play. You got to move around. You might get some off coverage. You might get some mismatches on a safety. You might get a nickel. So there's different things that being in motion does for you that instead of just lining out there and X every single time, you just got to be pressed.
Yeah, I love that. That's really nice. You get to move around. You don't have press coverage all the time. You can't do that. Guy can't press you for the most part. He can go in motion with you and be ready to guard you. Yet you've got a little room, of course, to work with when you're going in motion like that. Yet at the same time, Marv, maybe you don't want to go in motion very often because maybe now with your strength and your size, maybe you want to go ahead, walk up on me, bro.
He did tell us that yesterday too. We asked him about putting the muscle on and everything, and he didn't say it was just to beat the press, but he did mention that he brought it up on his own.
No, there's no doubt it's going to help him beat the press. So maybe you want that guy. Go ahead. I dare you. Walk up on here. I'm going to slap you around, and we're going to go on a fade. And that's why it's so important to me that Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr., Basinonians, if you see this, if you see press man coverage on the outside and you see him run a fade, many times that's a conversion. Many times that's what they do. Hey, listen, if there's no safety help over the top, we're going to run a fade on this. Every route is going to change. We're going to run a fade on this. And if you can get really, really good at throwing that fade route, because Marv is really good at getting off the press and jamming that corner and being physical with that corner and getting down the field. And now that chemistry develops between Kyler and Marv. That in itself is going to change the way this offense
It's like
runs.
Kyler was saying, 2 days ago now, too. Sometimes being really good is boring in the sense of if they're going to give you that, if there's not safety help over the top against Marv, then just keep running it. I mean, you don't have to get fancy. Just keep running that. Just keep taking your 9 or 10 yards per play. Because, look, Marv was not small last year.
No.
But you can see it out there, and the Cardinals have some good corners, but he just looks, and it's just kind of a reminder, most of the time he lines up in games this year, he's going to be substantially bigger than the guy that's lined up against him if it's a one-on-one situation with a corner.
Can I just say this, and I'm not I promise you, Basinonians, I'm not overreacting here. Maybe a little, but I'm not. For me, I think I've seen Marv make more contested catches already this far into camp from all of last year's training camp.
I'm with you. And I tell me if I'm wrong on this because you've seen a little bit more.
So you would agree with that?
I would agree with that. And I would also say when you watch them in teams, it seems like Kyler is either go to Trey McBride, go to Marv. Go to Trey McBride, go to Marv. And one of them always seems to be open.
It's funny the way that works. And you're good.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, again, I said this yesterday, logically, this offense makes a lot of sense. When you have two weapons like that, as Marv told us yesterday, they're often going to be on opposite sides of the field so they can stretch that defense out before the ball even gets snapped.
You know what? It's exciting to talk about this, Basinonians, and it does get me all jacked up, yet at the same time, we all understand what they need to do.
Prove it.
Prove it.
Yeah.
talking about it all day long does jack.
The Cardinals are in a situation, and not that this matters to the players, but I'm just saying in general, the hype that would surround this team in this city has taken a hit because of the Suns season and the Diamondback season, where I think a lot of people are, it's like, yeah, I'm getting excited, but also I have to see this on Sundays in November and December. And some of that's the Cardinals' recent years struggling in the second half of the season, but some of that is, man, you look on paper, the Diamondbacks should be one of the final 4 teams standing this year. So, yeah, I'm with you. Prove it. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back sticking with football. What could Darius Robinson's growth do for the Cardinals defense this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. Give-a-thon week is coming, August 18th through the 22nd. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and YRefi.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Phoenix, Saturday Night Soccer is calling. Join Phoenix Rising on August 2nd at 7:30 p.m. as they take on Birmingham Legion in a can't-miss summer showdown. Enjoy the popular 4-3-3 menu with a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials available all game long. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Great food, great match, all for a great price.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, 4th of July is here, and there's great savings all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. 4th of July is here. You can lease a new train right now for just $299 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily, so it's a great time to get a truck or SUV.
For the best 4th of July deals, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks have now lost 5 straight games after losing 7-2 to the Detroit Tigers today. The MLB trade deadline is tomorrow at 3, and Eugenio Suarez, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, and Jake McCarthy have been the subject of trade rumors. So stay tuned to Arizona Sports 98.7 for live reaction to any trade that may go down. And the Phoenix Mercury go for back-to-back wins tonight in Indianapolis against the Fever. Tip-off for that one is at 4. That's what's trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How many current Diamondbacks played their final game with Arizona today? We'll talk about it on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday afternoon. Short show because of the Diamondbacks-Tigers game that just took place. And we will get back into baseball for the final segment of the show because there might be a lot of changes coming this evening in particular. Let's stick with football, though, right now, Wolf. We just talked about Marvin Harrison Jr. and the jump he could make in year 2. And obviously we talked to him yesterday, so we kind of got a little more personal insight on that. That's a guy, that's a first-round pick from last year that did have a productive season. They just need more from him.
Yeah.
Their other first-round pick from last year, Darius Robinson, didn't really get to play much last season. And then when he did, in fairness, he looked a little behind.
Yes, he did. What can we expect from Darius Robinson in year 2? That is the question right now. First of all, can I just say, brothers, he looks like he's in incredible shape.
Yeah.
Is that a surprise to you, Luke?
No.
After getting to know him?
The way this guy prepares, that's why it was so it was kind of gut-wrenching to see the stuff he had to deal with, both, with the injury and then obviously the personal stuff last year too, because the guy's so into preparing to play football.
Yes. What's going to be very fascinating is watching Darius Robinson line up sometimes maybe over the center. And then sometimes maybe over the outside shoulder of the guard in a 3 technique. And then sometimes actually in a 4-eye on the inside shoulder, eyeball to eyeball with a tackle, or maybe a 5 maybe a wide 9 standing up. I think Darius Robinson could do it. I think that he could. And he's got a defensive coordinator in Nick Rollis, who is the puppet master.
Yeah, those two are made for each other.
Nick Rollis loves to experiment with these guys, these freaky players like Darius Robinson. Where are we going to see him line up? Because it dawned on me when I looked at him, he looked like this guy could stand up on the edge.
The amount of versatility they have on this defense when they're healthy, again, not an accident. Budda Baker's about as versatile as it gets, right? I mean, he's all over the field.
Man.
We talked to Rabbit earlier. I mean, Rabbit is a guy that can play pretty much anywhere in the secondary. Garrett Williams, a guy that can play pretty much anywhere in the secondary.
Freaks.
And Darius Robinson, who can play anywhere along the line. And again, don't hear that and think, well, this is what we heard about Isaiah Simmons when they drafted him. He could play anywhere. No, I mean, these guys can play their actual positions just a bunch of different ways. They're not asking them to play 11 different positions. They're asking them to either, in Darius Robinson's case, move along the defensive line because he can, or in Rabbit's case or Garrett Williams' case, to move around in the secondary. It's going to be fun to watch because Nick Rollis values versatility, and those 4 guys I just named right there are 4 of the more versatile defenders around.
Yeah. Speaking of versatility, once again, look at that defensive line, the defensive line room. It's got our attention, does it not? Basically, you can't go out, you can't watch an Arizona Cardinal practice and not look at that defensive line and go, what's going on here? There's a lot of really, really good players that are inside that room.
I thought it was interesting that Rabbit brought up the defensive line relatively unprompted.
Players know, Luke.
And Marv brought it up too yesterday, pretty much unprompted. Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday, specifically on what he's seen from Darius Robinson.
Yeah, he's doing well. We're moving him around a little bit. He's another one he's tough on himself, man. But he works to get better every day. He's into his craft like no other. and he's making some plays, and he's also missing some plays too. He'll tell you that. So it's just day by day, get a little bit better. He's very mindful and cognizant. He sets intention every day what he's looking to get better at, whether it's his stance or his first step or his hands or his pad level or his A to B rush or B to A rush or playing 4-eye or 2-eye. He's got it all, but he just kind of picks one or two things a day and gets better at them. And you see him show up, you know what I mean? You really do. So that's cool to see because I know he's getting better.
Was this JG from yesterday?
Yes.
Is that from yesterday right there? Can I just tell you, JG seemed a little melancholy basing on the
inside. Now the pads are on.
I loved it. This is what I want for my coach. This is what I want. Little melancholy. The pads go on, and that means somebody's going down. And sometimes it's a guy you like, and he's going down. And sometimes it's a player you like as a coach who's getting killed. And maybe you didn't expect it. I'm not saying this is what had JG melancholy, but he seemed a little melancholy to me that the pads were on. And there was some up and down tempo. Some of the tempo wasn't go, 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 go the whole time. But there were some live periods. That first team period where they got together, it was a good tempo. And JG, I saw him. He's coaching more base earnings. He's coaching. What I love about this, he'll grab a wide receiver, and then he'll grab a corner, and then he'll grab a tackle and talk to him one-on-one. This is huge. Sometimes it's to encourage a guy. Sometimes it's to jab him right in the ribs because you know what? You can do better. And I'm counting on you to do better. And I love his coaching style. He's all about eye contact.
Yeah.
I watched JG. I love this guy, what I'm seeing.
He's one of those guys, too. You talk to him in the offseason, nicest, happiest guy that you'll ever talk to. But I remember when they hired him and his opening press conference, he's all energetic and happy. And then there was this, and I'm sure a lot of it was coming from Philly because they were upset that he was gone. But it was like, this guy, he's too over the top, too showboat, too happy, everything. Yeah, and the season starts, and we've seen now 2 years of it. JG goes into this mode where he is melancholy or whatever you want to call it. It's just like
it's so
all business,
cool.
whatever it is toned down. And I would venture to say we're not going to see super happy, energetic JG again until February.
Yes.
To be honest.
No, you're right.
You know how high I am on Nick Rallis. I think you are too. A lot, and that was from day one because, JG handpicked him to come over and run this defense. We're going to see, though, what he's made of this year, what Nick Rallis, because Nick Rallis now has the tools. I thought what he did and what this defense did last year was extremely impressive. I do, back of my mind, wonder if like a year or two from now he's going to be getting job offers from other teams as a head coach, but whatever. That means things went well here. But this year, to be fair, is really the year we're going to see it because now they've given him a puzzle with all the pieces. So we're going to see if he can build it.
He's so young to be a puppet master, isn't he?
I mean, they've given him like the exact kind of players he wants to.
We need that, Rick. We need master of puppets for Nick Rallis. Okay.
Should we try it out as our rejoin next segment just to kind of like get the feeling of it?
I love that.
All right.
Let's do that.
All right.
Okay. Honestly, right now, Darius Robinson is at the heart of that to get back to him. He's so versatile. Position versatility. You were talking about it and you're so spot on. But Darius Robinson, what's the most improved part of the Arizona Cardinals defense? It's their line of scrimmage. And it's Darius Robinson moving anywhere across that line of scrimmage.
I don't feel bad for him, but it's going to be interesting to see opposing centers this year because they could look up and see Darius Robinson.
Don't feel bad for him.
No, I don't. I immediately corrected myself. I don't feel bad for anybody on any team in any other city after the year that Arizona sports have had. But the opposing center who could look up and see Darius Robinson or who could look up and see Dalvin Tomlinson, he probably will.
Calais.
Yeah, I mean, he could look up and see Calais even too.
He could.
They're so different in what they bring. And you don't know what you're looking. And by the way, you have to snap the ball and block that guy before he just lands on your quarterback.
Yeah.
You don't seem very upset by that.
No.
Last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text Fantasy to 620-620 and battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. Text Fantasy now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Just prove it, boys. Prove it.
When we come back, the trade deadline in baseball is tomorrow. So just how crazy are these next 25 hours going to get for the Diamondbacks? And how different is this roster going to look the next time it takes the field? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns, and as Cardinals camp rolls on, who are the under-the-radar guys making strong impressions so far? We'll react to another day of Cards camp at 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey, Nick Rawlis, the master of puppets. Are you listening, Nick? Here we go. Right, Nick?
Pretty good intro music to have associated with your name.
The master of puppets.
When you're handing out intro music, this is pretty high on the list, I would imagine. All right, so that's Nick Rawlis this season. That's our sounder for Nick Rawlis.
There we go. His walk-up music.
Yes, if he ends up on the show again or if we're talking about him or whatever. We got to get back into baseball, though, Wolf, because we have a short show today. We haven't really got to talk about it a ton. And the trade deadline is tomorrow. Look, we have a show tomorrow, obviously, before it because the trade deadline is at 3 o'clock. But you and I were talking before the show today. If you're the team with the players that everybody wants, you have the leverage. And you have the leverage, and you have it in early July and mid-July and late July. But there's a certain point, isn't there, where you can't quite wait till the very last second. And so there's a real good chance this roster already looks different by the time we get back on the air tomorrow, honestly.
There's no doubt about it. This is going to be fascinating over the next 24 hours as to what is going to happen here, Basinonians. Here's the one thing we do know right now in regard to the trade deadline. Mike Hazen hasn't been blown away by any offers that he's received so far. Because
like
otherwise,
an offer he can't refuse, he would
an
just
offer
take
he could not refuse. Yeah. In other words, an offer where Josh Naylor, by way of example, he felt like that was good. You know, I'm not going to wait for the deadline to do this. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to make this move. Randall Grichuk. Mm-hmm. You know what? This is a move that I think this is good value for Randall Grichuk.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't
That's right, Rick. We're going to do it right now. No, that really hasn't happened. And it's not a surprise because even though Josh Naylor was very, very productive and having an excellent season with the Arizona Diamondbacks and did a lot for the Guardians as well, even though he is that player, he's not Merrill Kelly. He's not Zach Gallen. And he's certainly not Eugenio Suarez in the year 2025.
Although they haven't scored since he left. It feels
okay,
like.
Right, great. Don't rain on my parade.
And he does already have 5
But
hits
you
with
know
Seattle,
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Eugenio right now is the brightest, shiniest object at the trade deadline.
Yes.
You can wave it all over the place. Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly. These guys are established pitchers in any rotation. These guys have real value right now, but he hasn't been blown away. That's the one thing we know about Mike Hazen.
Yeah, and I think that's especially true. I mean, this is all speculation, but I'm guessing that's especially true with the pitchers. I could see Hazen, getting offers from what we heard, as many as 12 different teams on Geno. And being like, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to take this down to the wire until somebody. This is a bidding war, and yeah, Cincinnati dropped out today. Maybe the Yankees dropped out when they traded for McMahon a week ago or whatever. But we'll see. But even if that's the case, there's still at least 6, 7, 8 other teams. But can you really afford to take this up till 2:30 tomorrow if the trade deadline's at 3? Because as you were saying before the show, some of these teams are probably going to be like, this is our final offer because if we don't get him, I need to get somebody else.
That's right, Luke. Exactly. This is huge right now because it's just over 24 hours, correct?
Yeah, it's 25 hours.
25 hours right now. This time before the trade deadline, when you've got 25 hours right now. It's dicey. High stakes here. A game of chicken, Basinonians. Buying GMs try to create their own deadline at this point in time because they have to. They have no leverage. They have to create their own deadline. They try to tell Mike Hazen that this is their last offer. This is it. You need to know that, Mike. We're going to go in a different direction if you don't accept this offer. This is our last offer. And they try to create their own deadline, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And Mike Hazen's job is to sit there and go, do you think I'm new here? Do you think I haven't heard this before? This is your last offer. Yeah, we'll wait and see. I'll be talking to you in 13 hours. You know, you have to be able to decipher who you believe when they say that and who you do not believe when they say that.
There was a report that had come out yesterday. I forget who had it, but it was during the show. That kind of was prophetic with what Cincinnati did. It was basically, hey, the Reds are interested in Geno, but if they don't feel like they're going to get him, they're going to pivot. And sure enough, that happened earlier today, getting Brian Hayes. Not as good as Geno, but they probably felt like their offer wasn't going to get them Geno, or they felt like we can't wait till Thursday at 2:50 because if we don't get him, then we don't get anybody. If we
got to go get somebody else.
Yeah, this is a long way of saying be on alert for. I mean, we could see 3-4 trades tonight from the Diamondbacks. Honestly,
here's the other thing too. Because Mike Hazen is really, really good at this, base innings. He's really, really good at his job, especially when it relates to the trade deadline. There are some teams that know we are one third baseman, one power-hitting third baseman away. We think
there's probably a few teams
to being a World Series competitor.
Yeah,
and if you're and if you know who it is, Mike Hazen knows who it is. You're going to take that right up to the deadline. You'll take it right up.
Because if you're a GM of one of those teams and you look back at the end of the season and you lost in whatever, the NLCS, and you're like, man, you know, I'm so glad we held on to our number 8 prospect over winning the World Series. At a certain point, like, if you're that close and it boils down to that, who cares about that last prospect? And that's your leverage play if you're the Diamondbacks. We're right here. We want this one additional player. I get that you like him, but you might win the World Series if you give us that player. You absolutely would make the trade if you could guarantee you were going to win the World Series.
Exactly. And this is why it's so important that you get it. This is why your scouting staff, I'm sure, the front office, I think they're sitting around the big rectangle and they're going, okay, show me a team out here that is one power-hitting third baseman away to being a World Series contender. Who is that team? Can we look at it from their perspective as well? Yes, they can, collectively. And that's the reason why you're playing a high-stakes game of chicken if you're Mike Hazen.
Well, because now we're at the point where all the last month it felt like, hey, the Diamondbacks don't have to trade these guys. They don't have to. It's not like if you don't trade Geno, the league takes Corbin Carroll away from you. Like you don't have to trade them, and you were still in it. You're not really in it now. You're not scoring any runs. You've lost 8 of 9. You've lost 8 of 9 games when you needed to win games the most. At a certain point, you do, unless you're going to re-sign them. Unless you have something else up your sleeve. Hey, we didn't trade Merrill Kelly because he's going to be here next year.
Yeah.
But otherwise, if you're not going to get anything now, you kind of need to trade him.
I just, for me at this point in time, the leverage for the Diamondbacks is not nearly as good. Once again,
I think we're getting into that
because
range.
I disagree with you. You have to move him.
Geno specifically.
Specifically, you have to get something of value for Geno. You have to get something. I think of Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. I think they're all three gone. You have to get something for them.
I think it was real.
That's just me.
What they were saying of, hey, maybe.
And I could be dead wrong, Luke.
Maybe we ride it out with these guys because worst case we'll get the compensatory picks. But I feel like that made more sense when you were like 4 games out of a playoff spot and you were winning every other night. Now it's kind of like you almost know you're just going to be getting the compensatory picks. They're not helping you win this year.
Yeah, no. And once again, compensatory picks, it's great to have that, but it's not a prospect that you really like.
I think
it's not a prospect you like.
That was more like we can still go for it this year, and if it doesn't work, we'll get that. Now it doesn't really feel like they're going for it this year because they're not scoring any runs. Also wanted to throw this out there, too, just because this name hadn't been brought up a ton, but there's talk out there, I think it was on The Athletic, that Jake McCarthy is somebody the Astros are interested in. I don't know. Over under 3 players, 3 more that get traded in the next 25 hours.
Over.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like you kind of, once you start going down that path, I think if they trade Geno, then everybody goes. At that point.
We know it's Geno.
This sucks, man. This was not supposed to be the biggest news day of the season. It was not supposed to be tomorrow. It was supposed to be in October. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick behind the glass for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
For over 20 years, Carl's Jr. has been a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon, raising over $1 million for the hospital. With your support, they continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Be an all-star for the kids at PCH and help support Phoenix Children's Hospital by visiting your local Carl's Jr. during July and August. The children and families at PCH need our help now more than ever.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last of the Diamondbacks games before the trade deadline is in the books, and it is a potential bitter end, terrible end, however you want to describe it, for several members of this year's Diamondbacks. Final from Detroit, 7-2, a sweep at the hands of the Tigers, and now a 5-game losing streak after the win in Pittsburgh on Friday night. Next up,
the trade deadline, which hits tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon local time, and then the Snakes will return to on-field action on Friday. First time in Sacramento, taking on the Athletics. Per ESPN's Shams Charania, he reported today that the Warriors' restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga is declining a recent offer from the Warriors, and that the Phoenix Suns have made the most lucrative push for the forward in a potential sign and trade. You can read the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by YRefi. And the Phoenix Mercury are in Indiana to take on the Fever, and unfortunately it will be without the Fever's best player on the court. Caitlin Clark will not play as she is recovering from a groin injury, but the Merc have a clean bill of health. Tip-off is at 4, and that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, the flexing, the pointing, Sean Gambaduro here on Burns and Gambo. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Good to have you back in studio.
Yeah, I got a couple days with you, and then you're off to go hike Yosemite.
Half Dome on Sunday.
Yeah, you're going to go. You ain't so bad, Yosemite.
You ain't so bad. 15 miles, 5,000-foot elevation gain. Piece of cake.
You got this. You got this.
Just thinking about it.
You
Yeah,
got it.
We'll be fine. 1,000 feet at a time. I can do 1,000 feet in my sleep. I just got to do it 5 times. It's fine.
Okay.
That's all I'm thinking.
All at once.
Just get to the first 1,000. Okay, take a breath, then do the next 1,000.
Do you take a break?
Oh, you take lots of breaks.
Lots of breaks.
Nice and slow.
What do? You sit down?
I'm
I'm not
down,
a hiker.
You find a shady spot, you sit down, you eat a lot of calories, man. You have to bring a lot of food with you. You have to bring a lot of electrolytes
bring
with
some
you.
of those.
You have to bring tons of water, like a ton of water.
REM or what? Ready to eat meals.
Just
you bring some of those.
But just like snacks, trail mix, protein bars, candy bars, Snicker. I mean, just like anything, because your body's just like burning calories at a massive rate, and you need to put stuff in. But excited about it. Looking forward to it. The weather's, knock on wood. That's like the big thing, because if it's raining on the Half Dome, it's really not safe to do it, so you kind of have to turn around and go back. So as long as the weather holds up, and so far so good, then it should be fine. But looking forward to that trip. It's going to be a lot of fun, but it's not going anywhere until this trade deadline is come and gone, and that is our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Because the Diamondbacks played themselves a game today, and that's not really the story, but...
The 3-2 on the ground is short. McKinstry has it. He will throw to first high. Torkelson stays on the bag, and the ball game is over. And the D-backs lose to Detroit. They are swept by the Tigers. The final this afternoon, 7-2.
The story, very much, is the trade deadline, which is now exactly 24 hours and 56 minutes away.
Yes.
And what happens now? Gino was back in the lineup today.
Gino's back in. He got a double. Good to see. So Gino's back. Now all the teams can be like, okay, he's fine. He swung the bat. He got a base hit. So we could potentially see that. What we're seeing is a baseball team right now that is sliding so fast. I mean, this team cannot put a good baseball game together. Nothing was more evident than in today's game, and then that 5th inning in which the floodgates opened up a little bit. Big error by Geraldo Perdomo. That was in I think that was in
5th inning.
It was at the 5th inning.
That was 5th inning,
yeah. Big error by Perdomo. Just a routine ground ball right to him, and he bobbled it. It's been the definition of this baseball team. We could talk about injuries all we want, and I totally think that injuries are a factor. God, this team has played terrible defense this year. Just terrible defense.
Yep.
I mean, at times they've looked like the bad news freaking Bears out there. And I could sit here and we could say Corbin Burns and A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez and Shelby Miller and Beeks and Thompson. We could go over all of that. And I understand that it's true. But damn, there's no excuse for playing this poor of a defense.
No,
there's no excuse for not being able to catch a routine ground ball and throwing a guy out.
There isn't, and if you're gonna make an argument for Troy Lovello and his future as the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, I think that argument starts with defensively and how badly they've stepped this year. I mean, and I think that's the core of it, right? Like, and I'm not saying they're gonna do it. I don't know if they're gonna do it. I know they certainly look like they're rolling over and having their belly scratched the last week and a half with how they've played. The offense was miserable. Again, they certainly look like a team that has just completely lost focus and is not paying attention at all to playing baseball the way they're capable of. And that does fall on Torrey. I'm not going to get on Torrey for bullpen decisions and you pitch this guy, you pitch that guy. But when defensively you keep routinely making bad plays like that and your team looks like they're just not focused or paying attention, that is a managerial problem. And I think that's where any conversation about Torrey kind of has to begin. You know, like, let's start with that and go from there. But Gino played, and now the Diamondbacks, the next time they play a game will be Friday in Sacramento against the A's. We have no idea who won't be on this roster, who will be on this roster, but there's nothing else to happen to this team until 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow when the trade deadline comes and goes. And now we wait to see about Gino, we wait to see about Merrill, and we wait to see about Zach.
I think all of them that get traded, and I think all of them get traded. I think Gino gets traded, Gallen gets traded, Kelly gets traded, and as we've said all along, like, the most important thing is that they've got to get back more than what a qualifying offer would be. A qualifying offer on a guy that's going to make $50 million or more, you're going to get back a draft pick at the end of the first round. That's a good draft pick. Two of the Diamondbacks' best prospects were taken at the end of the first round, 129, 131, the number 2 and number 3 prospect in their organization. Now, as I mentioned, the way this works is that every morning, you know, there is a briefing of where are we, who's called, what's going on, and where kind of everybody gets together and they kind of go over where they're at, what the offers may be, and who's talking. You know, as of this morning, what I was told, nothing was close, and then checking after the game, still nothing. So at this point, there is still nothing. So things may heat up later today or tomorrow. I would expect, you know, obviously the 24 hours before the deadline is when the most things happen. But there's a lot of interest on these players from a lot of different teams. But at this point right now, just checking on it before the game, checking on it after the game, there is nothing right now that is imminent. Again, discussions will happen now that the game's over. You don't have to worry about pulling a guy out of the lineup like you did with Randall Grichuk. You can have these conversations. If you make a deal with somebody today, you make a deal today.
Rumors are all over the place in terms of what could happen. The Seattle Times reported that there still certainly is interested in Eugenio Suarez in Seattle, even though they've already acquired Josh Naylor. The Bob Nightingale from USA Today has suggested that the Astros might be interested in Eugenio Suarez, so that's out there as well. The Cincinnati Reds were thought to be, and maybe they still are, thought to be a possible destination for the Reds, but about an hour ago, Jeff Passan with the breaking news that the Reds acquired third baseman Ke'Bryan Hayes in a trade with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Hayes is among the best defensive players in baseball. He hasn't been much of a stick this year, but he's one of the best defensive third basemen.
Same with McMahon, who went to the Yankees. Great defensively, but not great offensively.
Now, on the surface, you would presume that takes the Reds out of the running. You would think that they, looked at the Diamondbacks and what they were asking for and said price is too high, we're out. But that doesn't mean that there has been any shortage. And I don't know, maybe that's an assumption that I shouldn't make. But they went out and got a third baseman, and Eugenio Suarez a third. You know, it makes me wonder if the Reds have just said, yeah, too rich for our blood, we're out. I don't know.
I also think what happens sometimes is you feel like, I don't want to wait till the last minute to try to get Suarez, and then I don't get him, and then Hayes is gone, McMahon is gone, and everybody else is gone. So the Yankees struck with McMahon, and then, you know, Hayes has 2 home runs and 369 at-bats. He's hitting 236.
He ain't Eugenio Suarez.
No, he can't hit.
He's not Eugenio Suarez.
He can't hit. Now, you know, the Reds aren't getting any production from their third baseman this year anyway, but so that's a problem. But I think that could be it. I think, like, let's go get Hayes, and then if we're still, I don't know that it takes them out of Suarez. I think it's just an insurance policy.
Yeah, I don't know if it does either. There's a report that the Yankees might be kicking the tires on Gallen, that the Yankees might be kicking the tires on Merrill Kelly. There's
the problem that I've heard with the Yankees.
The Red Sox might be kicking the tires on Gallen or kicking the tires on Merrill Kelly.
Listen, I'm a Yankee fan. This hurts me a little bit. But the problem with the Yankees is that they always want the teams to pay something, because the Yankees are in the tax, they're in the penalty. Any discussions the Yankees have, they're always like, well, can you pay $2 million of that? Can you pay $3 million of that? Can you pay half the salary? The Yankees always want somebody to pay something when they have their initial discussion discussions with teams, and that's just the truth. And that's what it is, because they are penalty payers, and so every salary that they add ends up multiplying several times over. So they're always looking, unlike other teams, they're always like the Diamondbacks have saved $8 million so far in trades.
Yeah.
But if you made those trades with the Yankees, it would be $4 million because the Yankees want you to pay half of it.
Yeah, so but there does seem to be, the Yankees aside. Now I can't speak to the pitchers as much. There does seem to be a robust market out there for Eugenio Suarez. Multiple teams are often mentioned that might be interested in him. The Phillies have been discussed. The Cubs have been discussed as teams that might be interested. So trust me, with the trade deadline's 3:00 in the afternoon tomorrow. Maybe this thing goes down to the deadline. Maybe it goes down to the last second. Maybe something happens today. Lauren has her finger poised on the breaking news sounder. The minute Gambo hears something, the minute we see something, we break in, we take the show sheet, we rip it up, we start over again, and we just react off of what happened.
Let us actually hit the breaking news sounder, by the way, when you got stuff, okay?
Please. Me. I always me. I always. I'm talking with a Major League Baseball team
No.
right
I know
now to see who
you got
they're
your
going
sauces,
to.
but just do like or something.
So I always
can you just do like the wave the arms and we'll
on the air,
or just call for it. Just say, hey, hit the breaking news sounder,
or just flash your phone screen and your sauce conversation to the camera, so that way.
We can all see who you're talking to. Just flash your phone to the camera and say, hey, look, there's my granddaughter right there. Isn't she beautiful? Yeah, she's so sweet.
Tigers are interested in Merrill Kelly.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
They should be. They should be.
Yes.
That's a team that could use a starter. That might be a starter away from a World Series run.
Yeah.
Potentially. They should be.
How many Diamondbacks don't leave Comerica Park today?
One. I don't know. Let's guess.
Haven't they left?
I would have guessed that they're already flying out. But
you know what? Gambo's right. No, they're gone.
What, do you think they're hanging around?
Yeah.
What's that to do in Detroit?
Oh, there's plenty of stuff to do.
No, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, what does that to do?
I don't know.
You ever had deep
let's
dish,
hang
brother?
around and you like.
I'll tell you, for my money, Detroit-style pizza might be the best style pizza. It's so good.
I have never had Detroit-style pizza.
Oh, my God. It's like all bread. I mean,
No way.
It's seriously.
Like a Sicilian?
It's kind of like a Sicilian on steroids, I think, is the best way to describe it.
I've never had Detroit. Who sells Detroit pizza?
There's a place in
Detroit
town.
does.
Yeah, well,
like I've not understood. Like, you get New York pizza or Chicago pizza.
Yeah,
I've never heard of Detroit
Detroit-style
pizza.
Literally go down 16th for like 3 stoplights. Turn
way.
right.
No way.
Jet's Pizza.
Jet's Pizza?
No way.
Is Detroit-style pizza? Yeah, Detroit-style pizza to me it rocks. It really does.
I'll buy the pie. Have them bring one in right now. I'll buy the pie for all of us. Let's try it. Tell them to bring a pie in, and I will pay for it.
When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, again, waiting to see if anything happens. A new report suggests the Phoenix Suns are not done yet when it comes to their offseason. Are they? Gambo's got the intel. At least we think he does. He's working on that phone over there. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
What is best for the long-term good and health of the organization? Sometimes it gets lost when fans are living in the moment and become very attached to a certain athlete. As a Diamondbacks fan, you got to divorce yourself from the fact that it's great watching Gino. He's a great guy. He's got a great vibe. Like I say, he's got great hair. He's got that great gesture, the binoculars gesture. Everybody loves him. But this is a great opportunity for the Diamondbacks, and that's the way you've got to look at it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team, where they're ready to help you right now refinance, new home loans, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. They truly do it all. The Lund Mortgage team ready to help you with any of your mortgage needs, helping a lot of people right now with refinances, also helping people with home equity lines of credit. That's very popular. And a lot of people are looking at the market and saying, there's a lot of houses on the market. Those prices have come down a little bit. Let's get into a house, get out of the rental. Well, the Lund Mortgage team can get you pre-approved absolutely free. That's right. No charge to get pre-approved for a mortgage. Give them a call at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130. Over 30 years in business, the only mortgage company I've ever used in Arizona is the Lund Mortgage team. You can also go online for more info at lundmortgage.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Phoenix, Saturday Night Soccer is calling. Join Phoenix Rising on August 2nd at 7:30 p.m. as they take on Birmingham Legion in a can't-miss summer showdown. Enjoy the popular 4-3-3 menu with a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials available all game long. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Great food, great match, all for a great price.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Trade deadline day is here in Major League Baseball. We'll fill you in on everything the D-backs did or might do before the deadline, starting at 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, I will say, somebody texted me. I don't know who it is. I highly recommend Jets Pizza. Gambo.
You don't know who it is?
No, I don't know who it is. The problem is, half of Phoenix has my phone number.
That is a problem.
Somebody with an 810 area code texted me. I don't have you in my phone, so I don't know who you are.
Don't take it personal.
It's not personal. I don't keep everybody's phone. I don't put I don't know about you. I don't put everybody's phone number in my phone. Only my major contacts. So I expect when people text me that I don't have regular contact with, hey, by the way, this is Joe Blow. And I'm just tell me, hey, I'm Joe Blow, and I'm texting you because I don't know who you are.
Okay, that area code is Detroit. So somebody from Detroit is texting you, which then makes me go,
Bloomer?
Is it Chris Merrill from the news side?
Is it Chris Merrill from the news side? Is it John Bloom? He's a Detroit guy.
Yeah, but I like to think you'd save
number.
Bloom's
I would think
number.
you'd have Bloom's number. Yeah, I don't know. Well, just whoever
I got
it is.
Jay Feely's number.
Whoever it is probably listening, and they'll
Just
probably
text
identify
them
them.
back.
Text them back and say,
Who are you?
But I do that all the time, and I always
dis.
don't you always feel terrible?
No.
Don't you feel
You're
like-
talking about it on air right now.
I know, but
how
like,
terrible
I
could you
usually
feel about it?
I always feel terrible. Somebody texts me, "Hey, Gamble, what do you think?" I'm like, "I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are."
Just say new phone. I'm not sure who this is. Who is this?
New phone, who dis?
New phone, who dis? Just say new phone, who dis. That phrase is only 15
works?
years old. Yeah,
Well, why?
sure,
Did your
not?
old phone not transfer to your new phone?
Well, it's just it's a convenient excuse for not having somebody in your contacts. That's all. It's basically a lie, but whatever. Okay, well, we'll find out who tells you that Detroit pizza rocks, because Detroit pizza does rock. In the meantime, nothing to do with Detroit pizza at all. Jonathan Kuminga and the idea that the Phoenix Suns might not be done.
Oh, boy.
I can see where this conversation's going to
like,
go. What's wrong? What's wrong? Gambo, what's wrong? Tell me what's wrong.
What's wrong is like the NBA, not Major League Baseball or the NFL or even college sports. The NBA has some of the worst freaking reporting. It is so bad, it's laughable. Like, I honestly, you know how I work. You know more than anybody else, you know how I work.
Yes.
So, and you know that our information is as close to 100% accurate out there. Nobody has better info. But when I see some of this stuff that I just know is just hot garbage, it's just like, where do these people come up with this stuff?
Okay, where
do they come up with it?
So before we start confusing people out there who are listening, because I don't want to confuse anybody listening, all right? I don't think you're calling the Suns' interest in Jonathan Kuminga hot garbage.
No, they've always liked him.
And I don't think you're calling the Shams report from earlier today hot garbage either, because there was a very detailed report about how Kuminga is being offered 2 years and $45 million from the Warriors. He's not liking this deal because he wants a no-trade clause. He wants the Warriors.
Oh, my God.
He does. Well, it's like not an official no-trade clause, but it's basically a no-trade clause that he would get. The Warriors want the second year to be a team option. Okay, blah, 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 whatever. There are two teams that have explored sign-and-trade deals with the Warriors for Kuminga. One is the Sacramento Kings, one of the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
Kuminga is getting proposals up to 4 years and $90 million. According to Shams, the Suns have made, and I quote, the most lucrative push via sign-and-trade, but that the Warriors are uninterested in trade returns from the Kings and the Suns. And here's probably the most important part. In recent days, the Warriors have begun signaling a plan to cut off sign-and-trade conversations entirely. Like, okay, we're done. We're not doing the sign-and-trade thing, all right? You're coming back.
Yeah.
You're going to play for us. We own your rights. This is how it's going to go.
Yeah, you can't go
We're not
anywhere.
signing and trading you. We're just not going to do it. It's what the Phoenix Suns are offering the Warriors, and that's not in Sharania's report that I think you're calling hot garbage. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's just
okay.
Some of the stuff out there is just so laughable and stupid, and I'm like, I know it, and it's just all right. So first report. Phoenix is reluctant to include Dunn, who they believe can develop into a 3-and-D wing player. Kuminga's side in trade negotiations between the Suns. Ryan Dunn has been the holdup in any potential agreement. Dunn's never been discussed. The Suns are not going to talk about Ryan Dunn. The Warriors know it. The Suns know it. There's not a holdup because of Ryan Dunn. Ryan Dunn's not going anywhere. Okay? For what? Like, Ryan Dunn's not the reason why there's not a Jonathan Kuminga deal. So let me just put an end to that right now.
Okay.
So anything like the holdup is right. No, it's not. It's not a holdup. The Suns aren't trading Ryan Dunn for Kuminga. They're keeping Ryan Dunn. He's not going anywhere. That's one. Then this other report comes out. People always ask me, Gambo, what do you think of this? Mark Spears. The Phoenix Suns trade offer for Jonathan Kuminga, Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, and 4 second-round picks. Okay. I could see them trading Royce O'Neal, but here's the problem. The Suns don't even have 4 second-round picks.
They have like one, right? Don't they have one?
Like tradable second-round picks is like you don't have 4 second-round picks.
Yeah.
How can you trade what you don't have? So, like, there's another problem. People are putting in these packages of deals that the Phoenix don't even have. Why not make it 8 second-round picks? How about 10? Let's make it 12. How about we'll give you 20 second-round? Like, they don't have 4 second-round picks.
Yeah.
So, it's like, could I see them making a deal for Kuminga? I think the Suns have interest. I think it's hard to do. I've always said it's going to be hard to do. The Warriors probably don't want what the Phoenix Suns are offering because it's not going to be a great deal. It's not going to be a great deal. And so Ryan Dunn is not going to be going to Golden State for Kuminga. He's staying with the Phoenix Suns. So And then we're going to trade all these second-round picks. They don't even have those second-round picks.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Do the Suns have interest in Kuminga? Yes. But a deal is still very, very hard to do.
Yeah, it never, I mean, I remember we were talking about this 2 weeks ago in and around all of our vacations, especially after the Beal buyout and the Durant trade and all that stuff. Kuminga's name has been out there. Connected with the Phoenix Suns basically since the trade deadline in February, right? With the deal that we were talking about where they were going to send Durant to the Warriors and Kuminga was going to come back here and Jimmy Butler was going to come here, et cetera, et cetera. So there's obviously interest in Kuminga. But what do the Suns possibly have? Now, if Ryan Dunn were on the table, if Oso Iguodala were on the table, okay, maybe that would entice them and that would interest them. But if they're not on the table, as you say they're not, then I just don't know what the Suns would have to offer because they just don't have the draft picks. They don't have enough movable draft picks to be able to sweeten the pot and say, we want this player off your hands. So they don't, They used most of them to move around on draft night to do the things that they did. They don't have any. They don't have any to give up. So, and I also squirm a little bit when I see the money for Jonathan Kuminga. Like that's a lot of money to give a player like I'm not a fan of it, Gambo. If that's the kind of money it's going to take to bring Jonathan Kuminga here,
I believe that they were willing to pay Kuminga in the $17 to $19 million range. But now I'm seeing that number go higher and higher and higher. And at some point, okay, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
I do think there's a point where I like him as a player. And obviously he was going to be a big part of the deal at the trade deadline when they made the deal, when they were going to make that deal with Golden State that fell through. He would have been on the Phoenix Suns. But you're right. There is a point where you're like, okay, it's getting a little too rich for my blood.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch our show live,
yeah, especially
from 2
if you go to
6.
Europe, I'd love to go with you. I speak Italian. I can translate if you want to go there.
You could be Gambo's travel buddy. Find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcast. That's what we mean when we say take us with you. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. How much pressure is on the Cardinals' second-round pick now? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
JLC Roofing. I tell you about them every single day. You might be asking, okay, listen, there's a lot of roofing companies out there. Like, why would I go with this company, Gamble? Why would I go with JLC Roofing? First of all, I think a lot of people like giving their business to local-owned companies. I like people that work hard. I stopped at the fruit stand the other day. This guy's just working hard, cutting up pineapple and watermelon. Me and my wife each bought. It was great. I love it. I love giving my business to people that work hard in this community. That is JLC Roofing. They've been around for 3 generations right here in Arizona, from the grandfather to the father to the son. It's in their blood. That's what they do. They never sold out to some big corporation. Never did that. They kept it in the family, and that's why they do such a great job with each and every roof that they replace or repair. They offer our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof, and they also offer everybody out there a free estimate because you might need a repair. And a lot of roofs out there, most roofs actually need some sort of repair, and a little repair for a couple $100 can very much save you from having to do the big job of replacing your entire roof. You got to take care of your roof. They require maintenance. Call JLC Roofing at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The last of the Diamondbacks games before the trade deadline is in the books, and it is a potential bitter end for several members of Arizona's ball club. The final from Detroit, 7-2. That's a sweep at the hands of the Tigers and a 5-game losing streak now after their win in Pittsburgh on Friday night. Next up is the trade deadline, which hits tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, and then the Snakes will return to on-field action on Friday in Sacramento against the Athletics. And the Phoenix Mercury are in Indiana to face the Fever. Fever star Caitlin Clark will not play as she recovers from a groin injury. Tip-off for that one is at 4. And that is what's trending now.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp now.
So on the heels of back-to-back padded practice, which, as we mentioned yesterday, something Jonathan Gannon has never done as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals in year 3. First time he rolls that out. He talked about wanting more friction at camp, and he acknowledged, yeah, that's kind of part of the deal. Part of the friction that he was looking for was going back-to-back padded practices. Cardinals do have today off before getting back at it. The first preseason game is about a week and a half away when they'll host the Kansas City Chiefs, the first of 3 preseason games that they've got. I know, right? Like it's already here. It's here. It's time to go. Football season.
School started last week for the kids.
It's just, pew. Ooh, man, it goes so fast, right?
Like last week.
And already it has been, I don't know if eventful is the right word for the Cardinals, but certainly noteworthy in terms of some of the injuries that have happened to the Cardinals. Walter Nolan, we're going to talk about him a little bit later, right? And his availability at the beginning of the season is in question, but certainly none bigger than the Star Thomas injury at the corner position. He was a guy who started 22 games the last 2 years, and even though the Cardinals spent a lot of draft capital on the corner position the last couple of years.
They have.
Yeah, I mean, so they're stocked enough to be able to be okay at that, but their depth is starting to get a little tested there because of the Star Thomas injury, and it does put a little bit, I don't know if I want to use the word a lot, Gambo, but it does put a little bit of pressure on Will Johnson.
I think a lot.
To go, okay, you're the guy now.
I
Here
think
you go. You think it's a lot of pressure? Okay.
I think on Max Melton, too. Max Melton, second-round pick last year. Will Johnson, second-round pick this year. Those guys are going to play a lot of snaps. Okay, Sean Murphy Bunting's gone. Now Starling Thomas gone. So you start to look at it. I was reading a column today by the very talented Darren Urban, who does a great job, azcardinals.com. And he had a comment in there from Max Melton.
I've got it right here. You want me to read it?
Yeah. Read it.
Well,
if you have it.
I don't have the audio.
Oh, I thought you might have the audio.
No.
I was going to read, but you know what? You read it. Go ahead.
No, you read
No,
it.
you know what?
You're a professional talker just like me. Go ahead, read it.
He goes, I've got a year in the system, so I'm more comfortable in it. But this defense, it's not easy. That's Max Melton. This scheme with the corners, it's not easy. I'm trying to be there for Will. He's smart. He's got it. He got it quicker than me, to be honest. He's going to be fine. It's a lot, but he's adapting well to it. So here's the second-year guy saying, I want to be here for him. I'm trying to figure it out myself, man.
Yeah.
Like, this is not an easy defense to figure out. Like, I'm trying to be there for the guy, and, like, he's picking it up very quick. When I read that comment, it was a great comment in Darren Urban's story. It just went to show me that it's really hard for a second-year guy to mentor a first-year guy. It just is.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have that much more experience over him.
No. I mean, you
And
played
you're
a little
still
bit
learning.
in it, but
You're still learning too.
Absolutely. You're
How am I
still
gonna,
learning how to
like,
do it.
Yeah. How am I going to teach you something that I don't really have full grasp of?
Mm-hmm. No, it's revealing how the system is, and I remember this when they drafted Will Johnson and when they drafted Denzel Burke, and it was all, corner after another, and it was very much Jonathan Gannon thinks that you have to be, that the smartest players on the field oftentimes are corners, or that his system, his defense requires corners to be some of the smartest guys on the field because of all the different decisions that they're going to have to make. So you can see it, I think, in that Max Melton cut, in that comment, where he's like, this is a tough system to grasp, right? Like, it took me a while. Took me a while to figure it out. And
right.
Will Johnson, to his credit, has figured it out. I guess the reason why I'm not, there's a lot of pressure on Will Johnson. I'll give you that. Star Thomas was a really nice, I think Star Thomas was going to probably get phased out anyway with Max Melton and Will Johnson. I think he was going to, they
eventually.
They were looking for an upgrade there, even though Star Thomas started the 22 games, and I think they found it in those two players. But he's kind of your security and your safety blanket, and he's kind of gone a little bit.
Yeah.
And with that, there's the pressure on Will Johnson. Like, okay, you better get it right away. Max Melton better be ready to take that year 2 leap right away. You better be, because the guy who has started 22 games in this system, he's out for the year. He's not going to play. So there's pressure on those two to have the system down by the time the season starts in a month.
I would probably be in panic mode if they had the same front seven that they did last year.
Well, it helps, doesn't it?
With those young corners.
It helps that they've improved dramatically with the front seven.
Right, because now you're expecting the quarterback is going to have to get rid of the ball a lot quicker. A lot quicker, because of the pressure that you're going to get from Calais and Josh Sweat. And just, they're just so much better up front that, the quarterback's not going to be able to sit back in the pocket all day, make a read and make a pass. So I do think that's going to help. I think that's one of the reasons why, when I look at Philly and who's a Dejan
Cooper DeJean.
Cooper DeJean.
Yes.
Played so well and had such a great year. We played on a defense that was getting to the quarterback so fast that it made it easier for him to not be on an island by himself the whole time. I think that's going to help as well. I think these cornerbacks are going to be aided by a front seven that is going to be able to get consistent pressure on the quarterback.
Jonathan Gannon was asked yesterday how he thinks his defensive backs have handled so far the increased physicality in practice now that they've put the pads on.
They were good. They protected their teammates. So there's a lot of times, in practice, I don't want them to make certain decisions for the safety of everybody. So they got to have some wherewithal to make sure that they pull off. Where in a game, it's like, okay, hey, you're going to go through that guy's face or his back or whatever. But in practice, I don't want them doing that. We don't have one guy in the defensive backfield that's scared or a coward or doesn't want to play with his pads. So I feel good about that.
He was also asked how Will Johnson has.
Well, what if you did?
Well, if you did, you picked the wrong guy.
Coach, I don't want to put the pads on. Well, Coach, I don't want to go out there.
I don't know if any player would say that. But remember, we played a cut from Gannon yesterday in which he talked about the reason why he likes the pads is that there's just, it's one thing if you can play without the pads, but when you put the pads on, right, it kind of reveals who embraces that physicality a little bit more, who plays better when they have the pads on because they're a little more comfortable with that level of violence. They might not ever go to the coach and say, hey, coach, I'm scared to put the pads on. But if you're playing scared or if you're playing without the requisite level of physicality, the tape don't lie, man. The eye in the sky will show that other dude is better with their pads on than you are with your pads on. And you will see that.
There's also examples of great guys in the secondary like Deion Sanders who were never very physical but were just so freaking talented that it didn't matter.
Sure. But I think we all would agree. Well, if a guy's super elite, okay, you don't need to be that physical. In a perfect world, you've got physical corners who don't mind mixing it up a little bit. Yeah. If a guy's going to be like Deion Sanders, then fine. They don't need it. How Will Johnson has adapted to everything?
How has Will Johnson kind of adapted to the mental side and all the stuff that you guys ask of your cornerbacks in that regard?
Really, really good.
There you go.
Hey, I love Gaddon's short answer. How's Will? I got this great question on Will. Really, really good. Next question. Can you expand on that a little bit, Coach? When you're talking to Jonathan Gaddon, you better be ready for your next question.
Yeah, but there's
really,
some
really good.
There are some too where hey, that's a good question, Gambo, and then he'll give you the 90-second answer. You know, you just got to be prepared for either one. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo on this Wednesday, first of all, let me remind you about this because this is coming up in about a week and a half. It's your last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text the word fantasy to 620-620. Battle your favorite host for bragging rights and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. There's going to be a Wolf and Luke League, a Bickley Murata League, a Burns and Gambo League. Text the word fantasy right now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. It's presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Sustained success in year 2 under Kenny Dillingham. That's what we're chasing, right? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford there on 51st Avenue in Glendale and Sanderson Lincoln just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. You know, when you buy a car, a lot of times you're not really thinking about customer service, but it really comes into play. Sanderson Ford is the most awarded dealership in all of America for customer service. Nobody does it better. Sanderson Lincoln as well. Matter of fact, when I was away in Sicily with my family, my wife was home, had a problem with the tires. We were very close to getting new tires, and she was having a problem. The PSI dropped to like 15, put some air in it, dropped back down. Sanderson Lincoln came out to the house, put the spare on for her, took the car back. We put 4 new tires on it. They washed it, cleaned it, left her a loaner for the whole weekend to drive around in, brought the vehicle back ready to go. Great service. Customer service matters. Really does matter when you own a vehicle. And that's why Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln are so good at what they do. You'll realize the difference. You'll experience the difference when you purchase a vehicle from Sanderson Ford or Sanderson Lincoln. Go online at sandersonford.com or sandersonlincoln.net.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here. We got our social media poll question of the day. We haven't had one of these the last couple days because we had short shows. Oh, we're done at 3, right? No?
I am. I don't do this.
Gambo's going to get a pie. He's heading on over to Jets, and he's done for the day.
The kids are everybody's gone, right? Q got invited to the underclassmen All-America games at Tony Gwynn Stadium in San Diego.
Oh, congratulations.
Big
That's
honor.
fantastic.
Big honor.
Yeah,
So
exciting.
he's the number 1 player there right now. He's ranked number 1 of all the players there right now.
Wow.
For perfect game. So he's there with my wife. They went to the Padres-Mets game last night. I'm by myself. Me and Mr. Fred. Does Mr. Fred like Detroit-style pizza? I don't know. I might literally just go get this pizza tonight that you guys keep talking about.
I love Detroit-style pizza.
I didn't even know there was a Detroit-style pizza.
It's fancy.
I mean, to me, that's almost like, born and raised in South Detroit. There is no South Detroit.
Well,
how there is no Detroit pizza.
There
Come on,
is
there's not a
Detroit-style
Detroit
pizza. Yeah, Google Detroit-style pizza, and it's very much a real thing.
Okay.
And there are places that specifically make it. Yeah, it's good. I love Detroit-style pizza. But you know what? Honestly, I never met a pizza I didn't want to eat.
I was going to say, do you discriminate against pizzas?
Like even bad pizza, fine.
Are you going to Italy next year?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay, do not ask for pineapple on your pizza
I,
or chicken on your pizza.
I don't ask for. I don't eat pineapple on my pizza or chicken on my. I don't.
They
do
will
that.
throw you out.
Okay, of the country?
Of the store.
Oh, of the store. Okay, country would be pretty harsh. Lauren, what do we have? What's the poll question? What are we asking the folks today?
Well, we are coming on the tails of a D-backs loss.
Again, 8 of 9.
I know.
It's really bad.
It's really bad.
It's really bad.
And now that things have gotten so bad, who will be the next Diamondback to be traded? Is it Good Vibes Gino? Is it Zach Gallen? Is it Merrill Kelly? Or someone else?
I'm intrigued by what Gambo, and we're going to talk about this
Tigers,
at 3. I'm intrigued by what Gambo said about them trading both starters, just because that leaves them so thin for the rest of the season with their rotation. Like, they're going to be calling guys up. They're going to be the Reno Aces for the last 2 months of the season if they trade both of them.
DeSclafani and Jarvis would replace Gallen and Kelly. I can tell you that right now. DeSclafani and Bryce Jarvis would replace Gallen and Kelly if they make the trade.
That would be if they trade both of them.
What are we talking? 9 starts for each guy between now and the end of the season?
It's still just I mean, I know there's nothing to be competitive for. I get that. I really do. And I know you're trying to maximize your return. Man, it's a lot of season to be rolling out the Reno Aces out there every week. To answer your question, though, I did see a photo about 15 minutes ago of Gino Suarez leaving Tiger Stadium, with the Diamondbacks. So he's with them still. I think it's going to be one of the starters. I'm going to guess it's going to be Merrill. I think he'll be the next player to go.
I think so, too. I think it's going to be rapid fire. I think they're all going to go. But, I mean, I do. I think Gallen will go, Kelly will go, and I think Suarez will go, and I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else goes. A Jake McCarthy, a Lourdes Gurriel. We should have done this beforehand. What is the over-under on how many trades the Diamondbacks are going to make? They've already made 2. I was going to put it at like 4.5 or 5.5.
Oh, I see. Now, before the trade deadline, I think I would have set it at 3.5, but I think they're going to hit the over on that based off the way they played.
Oh, yeah, I think so, too.
But I would have set that like 2 weeks ago. So, what are the results? What are we saying here?
Quickly, we did put that out as a poll question on July 25th. And the results of that one were that the D-backs would make 3 to 4 more trades.
We did put that out?
That was on July 25th.
July 25th.
Were you...
You were ill.
On July 25th?
Did I work that day?
Yes.
Okay. But I wasn't with it. I mean...
I was out of it.
I was working, but I really wasn't with it. Yeah.
So the winner of that poll was 3 to 4 more trades.
That
was after the Naylor trade?
Yes.
Okay. So far there's been 1 since then. Okay.
Yes. But the results of today's poll question, 53% of our audience is going with Gino, 22% going with Zach Gallen, 20% going with Merrill Kelly, and 5% going with someone else.
Okay. Like you say, could be Jake McCarthy, could be Lourdes Gurriel, could be there's a whole bunch of players that potentially...
Shelby Miller, Beeks, Thompson.
Yeah.
I think... But Shelby hasn't pitched yet, so I think that hurts too.
And Beeks is hurt too.
And Beeks
Brian
is
Thompson
hurt.
is hurt too, so that kind of hurts both of them. ASU football started fall camp today.
Let's go, Kenny D!
Kenny D on what a successful 2025 looks like.
Yeah, I think a successful season is playing our best football. Just playing our best football. A successful season is just continuing the brand of football we want to play, which is people know that we're going to be a physical football team. And we're going to play passionate, and we're going to play physical. Like that brand continuing on, that you can feel the passion when you watch us on TV. I say all the time, like when somebody describes us, what do you want it to be? How do you want somebody to describe us? Cute? Is that how you want it? Like that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of teams win, in a cute manner. Or do you want to be described as a dude who strap it up? And to me, I want our football team to be described as that.
Look, the national expectation of this team, by and large, is everybody thinks they're poised to not only repeat what they did last year, but build on it and start this kind of sustained run of success. David Pollack on his podcast said, oh, yeah, ASU is for real. It's legit. It's not going anywhere. They're not going backwards. They are one of 5 teams, Gambo, only 5 in the country right now that are favored to win every single game they're scheduled to play this year, according to Vegas. There's a story on ESPN.com. Who's going to step up? Who's going to take a step back? ASU, the first team mentioned of a team that's going to step up this year and continue the success they had a year ago. There are massive expectations on this program to take what they did last year and not go backwards from it and continue to grow from it. Massive pressure on
ESPN story talked about how it might be difficult to match last year's win total, especially with Cam Scatterboot. But then they talked about the talent with Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson, Malik McClain, and Jalen Moss, the Fresno State kid that came in, some of the high youngsters they have. And they talked about, like, this might be sustainable for ASU. Like, they're talented. The only thing that I've ever talked about in almost 30 years of doing this show, is can you build sustained success? Because for ASU, as long as I've been here, and you've been here longer, so you go back another 10 years before me, right, with the Rose Bowl in 86, and then 10-year break, Rose Bowl in 96, 10-year break, Todd Graham takes him to the Pac-10, was it Pac-10 or Pac-12 then?
It was Pac-12 then, I think.
Pac-12 championship game, they get blown up by... It was one great year every 10. Now, the other 9 years were a mixed bag. Some were okay, some were terrible, some were just battling for the last place bowl game. Sustained success was impossible for ASU to achieve. Impossible. But now, thanks to Graham Rossini, who's done a great job as the AD, and Kenny Dillingham, all of their resources are getting put into football. All of their resources are getting put into football. And that's what you have to do. And there's more of a chance for sustained success. If they could go win 10 games next year, Todd Graham did win 10 games 2 years in a row. But it's been hard to have a program over a 5-year period that was really good for those 5 years. ASU is really trying to build that.
They are. And I think part of it, too, helps when there's a commitment from, I don't know what other word to use other than management. There's a commitment from management to kind of fund it, right? And to nurture it. And to, instead of saying, hey, we're all about Olympic sports here and we're about, everybody's going to, we're not really committed to being the very best football program we can be. I think when you cite the work of Graham Rossini, that's where it stands out the most. It's really changed the last couple of years where there is a real commitment from the president. I'll use the word again, management, to kind of feeding this and fueling it. And I don't think that really existed before. And that made sense. We got a lot more about ASU that we're going to talk about in a little bit. But when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, we are officially 24 hours away from the Major League Baseball trade deadline. How close are we to the next one? And is the team they just played a destination for one of their 3 top players? We'll talk about it coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Join us for Give-a-thon Week, August 18th through the 22nd. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The month of July is coming to a quick conclusion, but the 4th of July savings, and I know it was nearly a month ago, but the 4th of July savings event has been going on all month long at Liberty GMC, and it hasn't ended yet. Deals on SUVs, amazing truck deals going on right now. The inventory is still cooking right now. It is great. There's a lot to get moved, and it's definitely the time to buy now before the month of July ends. Amazing truck deals include $12,500 in savings on a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. You can lease a new GMC Terrain for just $299 a month for 36 months, or purchase a Terrain with over $4,000 in savings. It's all going on right now. Act now before the month ends at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
It's Gatos. And America Roofing isn't just about fixing or replacing your roof. They're here in the community and they're ready to help. America Roofing will be donating a portion of all repairs or all replacements to the kids and the families at Phoenix Children's Hospital this year. When you call America Roofing and they repair or replace your roof, a portion of that is going to the kids at Phoenix Children's. And we're so grateful that America Roofing is part of the big give-a-thon this year. Thank you, America Roofing, for helping the kids at Phoenix Children's.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song.
I love these nachos.
I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The last of the Diamondbacks games before the trade deadline is in the books, and it is a potentially bitter end for several members of Arizona's ball club. The final from Detroit today, 7-2. That's a sweep at the hands of the Tigers, and now a 5-game losing streak after their win in Pittsburgh Friday night. Next up is the trade deadline, which hits tomorrow at 3 local time. And then the Snakes will return to on-field action on Friday, first time in Sacramento, taking on the Athletics. Per ESPN's Shams Charania, he reports today that the Warriors restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga is declining a recent offer from the Warriors, and that the Phoenix Suns have made the most lucrative push for the forward in a potential sign and trade. You can read the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. And the Phoenix Mercury are in Indiana to face the Fever. Hopefully they don't get sick. Fever star Caitlin Clark will not play in this one. She's recovering from a groin injury. Tip-off is an hour from now. This report is brought to you by your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. Get deals so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Hyundai dealers today.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
That's 3:03 in the afternoon. We're just under 24 hours now before the trade deadline. Gambo asked me. No, it's not. No, it's not. The last few days we were off at 3. Not today. We're until 6 today. Full show.
Okay.
You remember how to do this? You remember how to do the full show thing?
I like the 1 hour.
Not today, baby. And not tomorrow either. Full 4 hours tomorrow as well. Yeah, we're sorry to make you work. I mean, but it's important. It's an important time, Gambo. It's trade deadline time.
Trade deadline, okay.
3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow is the MLB trade deadline. And the Diamondbacks, in the estimation of many, are at the literal epicenter of all of it. I think that was the exact word that Buster Olney used in his story this morning on ESPN.com. The Diamondbacks are at the epicenter of all this. They have the stuff that people want. And so now their game against the Tigers is over. Mitch mentioned it in what's trending now just a moment ago. They lost to Detroit today, swept by Detroit. The offense has been miserable. They're a team that they're playing like they just want to get the deadline over with and see what happens. Well,
once the Naylor trade happened, it just took the life out of them. It took the life out of them.
Seemed to, didn't it?
And they just haven't been able to play. It was like, here it is. We're signifying, we're waving the white flag. We're not going to compete the next 2 months of the season. We're going to trade guys. We're not going to be able to compete. It's the right thing to do.
It is.
They're doing the right thing.
It is.
They made the right decision. You know, they had that one sweep of St. Louis, and then they followed that up by getting swept by the Astros. And after they won that series against St. Louis, there was this little glimmer of hope, like, okay. But then, you know, the Astros put the nail in the coffin. They won 3 games against the Diamondbacks. But ever since the Naylor trade,
which was in the middle of that series, right? Or towards the end of that series, if I remember right? Yeah.
It was.
Or was it at the end of it?
I think it was at the end of the Astros series.
Okay.
I think it was after the Astros series was over.
Okay.
Because Grichuk got traded during the Pirates series.
Correct.
On the weekend. I think Naylor was right after the Astros series. It was like, okay, we're not going to win. Let's move on.
But you're right. And they've played white flag baseball ever since. And it's just obvious that that's on their mind. So now we're trying to figure out where this goes and what happens next. The rumors out there flying. The Diamondbacks are in the middle of all of it. There was one. It was and this maybe is a little inside baseball here, but one of the things I read today that I thought was the most interesting, and I think it was from either Olney or Passan, who had said that today is kind of the last day teams are going to try to get the controllable players, the players who aren't free agents at the end of the season, and if the prices don't come down there, then they'll start looking at the rentals. And the Diamondbacks lead the way when it comes to the rental market because they've got all these guys on these expiring contracts. So perhaps sometime very soon, maybe even by the end of our show, there's going to be movement on rentals like Eugenio Suarez and Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. There are rumors galore. There are rumors about the Yankees and Merrill Kelly, the Yankees and Zach Gallen, the Red Sox on both of those guys. Gino Suarez rumors. You throw a rock in the air, you'll hit a team that's rumored to have interest in him, including the Mariners, the Phillies, the Cubs, the Reds, even though they made a trade for a third baseman today, the Brewers.
I was just told earlier today, the Brewers do have interest in Gino.
Tigers were mentioned as well. There was a proposed trade today that caught both of our attention. It was on MLB.com. Trades that make too much sense not to happen. And they had Lauren's Chicago Cubs getting Eugenio Suarez and Merrill Kelly.
Look at the haul they would get back.
In exchange for the Cubs' 4th best prospect, 5th best prospect, and 10th best prospect.
And that, what's that big ball in the middle of Chicago everybody takes a picture in front of? What is that?
Did you just call it a ball?
What is it?
It's a bean.
The bean.
The bean.
What's the actual name?
The reflective bean.
No. There's an actual the Gateway Cloud Gate. That's what it's called.
They're going to throw that in too. It's incredible. It's incredible. You would get the bean. So you get the 3 prospects, and they would transfer the bean to Phoenix, all for Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah,
never seen anything like it.
The prospects, both of whom, and this is key, realistically could be options in Major League Baseball over the last few months of the season. They're guys who are close,
That's
right?
a no-brainer trade. That's a no-brainer trade. The number, Kevin Alcantara, Cubs number 4 prospect. Jackson Wiggins, their number 5 prospect. By the way, both of these guys are top 100 prospects in all of baseball. And then a second baseman outfielder named James Triantos, he's their number 10 prospect. Like, again, everybody's top 10 ranking is different. Like, so you can't just, it's a three top 10 prospects. how good is the Cubs minor league system? That stuff matters. There was a time the Diamondbacks had a terrible minor league system, but they still had guys that were in the top 10. But this seems like, it even says in the story, it's a steep prospect return for the Cubs, but Suarez has no shortage of suitors. This will benefit the D-backs who will land 2 top 100 guys, both of whom could realistically be options in the next few months, like you mentioned. That would be a really good trade. Really good trade.
Now, again, they're not reporting it as, hey, they've heard it. They're just kind of speculating on what a trade might look like. And it's for 2 of the, the Diamondbacks have 3 top options here, and it's combining 2 of them to get a big, big return. But I like the fact that 2 of the prospects are kind of right now guys, because it kind of keeps you in that window of contention. It kind of keeps you with the idea that, okay, the rest of this year is not going to be any good, but next year they're going to reload with some of the Cubs' best prospects who are like major league ready to go, and try to keep this thing going with a little bit of reinvention the way they would. Whether it works or not, I don't know, but I like the concept of trading for players that are close to the majors, that are right there. If they can pull it off, we'll see. I don't know. Look, you said it earlier. The Suarez rumors right now are probably the ones that are the hottest, just because he's maybe the top position player on the market, and he's a guaranteed power bat. But by this time tomorrow at 3:00, you think there's a strong chance that all 3 are gone. That all 3 are not on this roster anymore.
If you said, and I think it would be okay, out of these players, are the Diamondbacks going to trade 1, 2, 3, or none? I would lean more towards they're going to trade all 3. Why not? Why would it? Tell me what. The only reason you don't is if the offer is not as good as your qualifying offer. Now, people may say, a qualifying offer is, I'm going to make Zach Gallen a qualifying offer. That means if he can accept it and the Diamondbacks would have him for 1 year at what the qualifying offer is. More likely, but what it really does is it locks in your compensation and somebody else signs him. That's what it does.
The only reason to not do it, to do all of them, is because from a business side, you might not want to field the Reno Aces for the last 2 months of the season and then ask your fans.
What are we doing now?
Well, no, hold on. And then ask your fans to renew their season tickets at the end of the season. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like 2 months of, and I understand, I saw the lineup today just like you did. And the bottom half of it was the Reno Aces. It was Del Castillo and Blaze Alexander and Tristan English and guys like that. It's kind of what they're doing now. But if you trade all of them, and I'm talking about both starting pitchers now, then you're going with a rotation that's got DeSclafani and Bryce Jarvis, and you know what I mean. And then you're going to go to your fans at the end of the season and ask them to renew their season tickets. You might find, from a business standpoint, that some decide they don't want to do that. So that's literally the only reason why you don't.
They're cognizant of that, and Mike Hazen doesn't want to get his brains beaten over the next 2 months. But they're getting their brains beat in right now. With Gallen, with Kelly, with Suarez, they're getting their brains beat in. So if you can get prospects back. Now, there was an Athletic story that had the Diamondbacks trading Suarez to the Reds for a haul of third baseman Cam Collier, right-handed pitcher Chase Petty, left-handed pitcher Adam Suwanowski. And it's talked about how that's a good return. It really helps that, Petty throws 100 miles an hour, 15 AAA starts this season. The kid, Suwanowski, struck out 86 in 70 innings. So in both of these, you're getting back the Cubs and the Reds trade would be bringing back pitchers who could be close to Major League ready. You have to like that.
Now, and I just want to say this as an aside. I'm only bringing up the business element as kind of a devil's advocate. You asked the question why you wouldn't want to trade all of them. That's the only reason I can think of. I'm not saying I'm subscribed to that. I'm just saying that would be the reason why you wouldn't. For what it's worth, the Reds did make a trade today for a third baseman. They got Ke'Bryan Hayes in a deal with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Can't hit.
I know he can't hit. He can field. But does that take them out of the third base running for Eugenio Suarez? There's still plenty of teams out there, but does that? And I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
I just traded for a guy who's got 2 home runs, or I could trade for a guy who's going to hit 50. I
think on the surface you could wonder that maybe they balked at the Diamondbacks price that they were asking for Suarez and decided we're going to go with this option instead. I don't know, but I don't know that for a fact. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, James Conner has been the Cardinals' workhorse since arriving here. Is this the year that changes? We'll talk about it coming up on Arizona Sports.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Just my personal opinion, I think everybody should have a financial advisor out there. And if you're going to have one, you might as well have a fiduciary, somebody who by law required to always have your best interest at hand. I recommend a local guy named Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Been working with him for many, many years on my retirement plan, on my financial plan, and tax plan. Because if your financial advisor doesn't have a tax plan for you, he's not doing right by you, because everybody's going to have a tax situation come up because most of us are putting money away tax deferred. Now, Stuart has 5 locations in the Valley. He offers a free portfolio review. And you might be saying, well, I don't really have a portfolio. I just got a 401k and I got a Roth IRA and I got some investments here. And that's a portfolio. You can bring it in, go over your investments with him. If anything, you're going to walk out of there with a great bunch of knowledge. That's the least amount. You're going to come away with great knowledge for you. And maybe end up working together like me and him do. And that could be great too. Give him a call at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the August 9th D-Back Star Wars night game against Colorado. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp now.
As we joked in the last segment, we've had a couple of short shows in the last couple of days. So we haven't had as much of a chance to talk about Cardinals training camp as we normally would, just because we haven't been on the air very much. So it's nice to get, be on till 6, stretch our legs a little bit, and talk about this football team that's been working out now in Glendale for about the last week or so. You're going to be out there. Tim Ring's going to be filling in for you on Friday. You're going to be out there Friday. Then you and I are both going to be out there on Wednesday. Looking forward to that. There are 100 questions about this football team and 100 different things to keep your eye on positionally, unit-wise, things like that, how they compete. So, like, picking one to talk about, you could pick almost any of them.
Sure.
But one that is, we talk about second-year players making the leap, and we wonder if Trey Benson is ready to take a leap this year and what the running back position might look like if Trey Benson is ready to jump into more of a role for this team.
And a lot of people are talking about it. Theo Mackey had a good column the other day on AZ Central about just, is this the year? Is Trey Benson ready? Now, mentions during his 15 healthy starts last year, Connor took 70% of the Cardinals running back carries. Benson, in 14 games, took 20% of the running back carries. So 1 out of every 5, there was a game he didn't even see a single snap. Now, again, second year, much different than the first year. You get your second training camp. You feel a little bit better. Everybody's talking about how he's hitting the holes lately. There was even a part where Connor, praised him for how quick he hit the hole. And so I think that, listen, they didn't draft a running back, and that was a thought. Would the Cardinals draft a running back? There were some good running backs in this last draft. They didn't. And the reason why was because of Trey Benson. We had talked about it before the draft that we did not expect the Cardinals to draft a running back based on what I was hearing because of the belief that they had in Trey Benson.
I mean, look, let's cut right down to the brass tacks here on this one. That was a Cam Scadaboo conversation, right? Like every time there was a conversation.
They love him in New York, by the way.
There was a conversation in the spring. Every time we would talk about the Cardinals getting a running back, we weren't talking about the Cardinals getting a running back. We were talking about the Cardinals getting Cam Scadaboo. Let's not waste time here, right? That's what this was about.
Just cut right to the chase.
But it wasn't about a Florida State running back or this running back. It was, hey, should they go get Cam Scadaboo or not? But the organization believes that there are players that are ready to take that leap from year 1 to year 2. Hell, it's their whole success this year is counting on that plan, right? Max Melton makes the leap. Marvin Harrison Jr. makes the leap. Isaiah Adams makes the leap. And part of it is going to be Trey Benson and whether he's ready to take that leap from year 1 to year 2.
The best teams in the NFL, how did the freaking Rams go from Aaron Donald to Jared Verse? Really?
Yeah.
Come on.
They drafted very well.
Come on.
Yeah.
You had the best player in the NFL for a decade. Now you're going to have the next best. Come on.
But it wasn't just
that's not fair.
And it's not just Jared Verse. That whole defense is loaded with player after player.
I know.
Jared Verse is at the front of the line, but that defense is loaded with just gems that they found. Puka Nacua is a gem that they found on the offensive side of the football. That's how.
Fisk,
yeah.
How good is Fisk? But you look at the best teams in the NFL. Recognize that a player's only got a year or 2 left of playing at a high level. You start to phase him out, and you have somebody there to phase in. You don't get caught. And the Cardinals, many times the Cardinals got caught hey, we don't have a guy. Let's go sign Zach Ertz. Let's go sign Max Williams. Let's go sign Dwight Freeney. Let's go sign John Abraham. John Abraham. Let's sign not Dominic Rowe. Who's the other cornerback that was actually really good he had all the kids?
Antonio Cromartie.
The Cardinals got stuck a lot just having to use free agency to fill holes. You don't want to have to do that. That's expensive. Yeah. Your preference is to have a guy in the system that can replace that guy when you start to phase the other guy out.
The question is whether it becomes at the expense of James Conner or not. Drew Petzing, offensive coordinator, was asked about Trey Benson and whether he's going to have a bigger role this season.
Yes and no. I think a lot of that's going to be predicated on what we're doing in a given game, what we're trying to accomplish, and again, what we're seeing on defense.
Okay, kind of a non-answer. Here's what Jonathan Gannon had to say about that.
Yeah, we'll put whoever out there we think, to get it done. You know what I mean? But Trey's another one that, we acquired him for a reason. I feel really good about him. That whole room is doing a good job. There's major competition in that room, because we got some good backs, and they all have different skill sets, but they're all smart. They can, run the rock. They play fourth down, most of them, and they're all competing to define their role. You know what I mean? But I think Trey's going to take a step. I do.
You mentioned Seo Mackey. He had in his camp notes today on AZ Central that Trey Benson has seen significant run with the first unit during team sessions so far in practice at a camp. But in the receiving drills for the running backs, it's a little bit different. It's Amari DiMercado who's getting a lot more of the run in terms of the receiving drills that the running backs are doing out there.
Out of the backfield to him.
Absolutely.
He's small and he's quick, and yeah.
The core question is James Conner going to allow this to happen? James Conner is good enough and special enough to be able to say, yeah, no, you can't have it. My job.
I'm not Calais' age. I don't want 35% of the carries.
I'm not giving it. They'll be smart with him at his age, and he's not that old. He's 30. But you know what I mean? Like, there's at some point, and I don't know when, because James Conner has managed to hold it off this long. At some point, age is going to catch up with James Conner, and they're going to need to find that succession plan. But James Conner, and we've talked about him 1,000 times on this show.
Yeah.
He has been a fantastic Arizona Cardinal for the last half decade.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
And I don't know if he's in any rush to cede any kind of snap counts to Trey Benson or give any of that up. He's been too good for them.
Yeah, and the thing about James Conner is you could sit there and say, oh, God, he had a lot of carries last year. Well, how did he feel at the end of the season? He was killing it. He had 117 yards rushing against Carolina, 110 against New England in back-to-back games. He averaged in 3 of his last 4 games. Let's take out the Rams game because he didn't play very much. That was the last game of the season. 5 yards a carry, 6.9 yards a carry, 7.8 yards per carry. Like, he finished strong, real strong. So this isn't a guy that wears down. He's big and he's strong. He doesn't wear down as the season goes on. It is a great question. How does Jonathan Gannon and Drew Petzing figure out a way to limit some of the carries on Conner and give them to Trey Benson? Can you afford to do that?
Yeah.
That's going to be interesting to see.
Or is Trey Benson good enough that he takes him? That he just takes him? Because Trey Benson was running pretty well towards the end of the year, too.
Yeah.
And you could see him starting to kind of figure it out a little bit. If Trey Benson is ready to take a leap, he might be able to take some of that from James Conner, which is obviously a very good problem to have.
Do you run the ball a little bit more now than you did last year, and that way you don't really take carries away from anybody?
And you were already one of the top rushing offenses anyway in the NFL last year. Do you lean into that identity anymore because you've got these 2 guys? Yeah, these are all great questions and good problems to have if Trey Benson is ready to take that jump. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, can Sam Levitt do what Cam Scadaboo did last year, but even better? That is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ry-Refi.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed. which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Phoenix, Saturday Night Soccer is calling. Join Phoenix Rising on August 2nd at 7:30 p.m. as they take on Birmingham Legion in a can't-miss summer showdown. Enjoy the popular 4-3-3 menu with a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials available all game long. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Great food, great match, all for a great price.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, 4th of July is here, and there's great savings all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. 4th of July is here. You can lease a new train right now for just $299 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily, so it's a great time to get a truck or SUV.
For the best 4th of July deals, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
I'm Mitch Farrell, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last of the Diamondbacks games before the trade deadline is in the books, and it is a potentially bitter end for several members of Arizona's ball club. The final from Detroit today, 7-2. That's a sweep at the hands of the Tigers and a now 5-game losing streak after that win against Pittsburgh on Friday night. Next up, the trade deadline, which hits tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time. And then the Snakes will return to on-field action Friday. They'll be in Sacramento to take on the Athletics. Per ESPN's Sean Sharania, he reported today that Warriors restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga is declining a recent offer from the Warriors, and that the Phoenix Suns have made the most lucrative push for the forward in a potential sign and trade. You can read the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com. It's presented by Wi-Refi. And the Phoenix Mercury are in Indiana to face the Fever. It will be without Fever star Caitlin Clark. She will not play as she is recovering from a groin injury. Tip-off for that one is just a half hour from now. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. What can we expect from the Arizona Diamondbacks after the fire sale occurs? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I'll just bring this up here. Doesn't have anything to do with the Diamondbacks yet, other than we're less than 24 hours now to the trade deadline, and we have had a move, but not from the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Phillies are reportedly closing in on a trade for Twins closer Yohan Duran. Former Diamondback farmhand back in the day in the Eduardo Escobar trade, if I remember
throws
right.
160 miles an hour.
That's a record. Yeah. His arm is shredded, but he throws 160 miles per hour, and he has no shoulder. He's the bionic
He's
man.
a Tibetan monk.
I don't know what the return has been, but he was considered one of the top, at least, relievers on the market, and the Phillies have struck on that. So maybe this opens the floodgates now that we're less than 24 hours away from the deadline for deals to move. And, of course, Lauren continues to have her finger poised on the breaking news button. If something happens with the Diamondbacks, we'll let you know.
Yeah, and I'll say it earlier. The Tigers, there's been a lot of talk about the Tigers' interest in Gino Suarez. I think it's a little overblown. The Tigers are interested in Merrill Kelly. The Tigers do have interest in Diamondback starting pitcher Merrill Kelly. So let's keep our eye on that.
Okay, so anything that comes down, any big deals like this one, we'll let you know about. Trade deadline is 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. Brock Osweiler, pretty good quarterback himself with the ASU Sun Devils back in the day. This morning on the Bickley and Murata show, thinks that Sam Leavitt has a chance to be the best ASU quarterback ever.
I think he's outstanding. I really do. This might be going out on a limb, but I think he has proven this on the field, so it's really not going out on a limb. I think he has a chance to go down as the best Sun Devil to ever play quarterback. Wow. I really do believe that.
One more from Brock on what he thinks that makes Sam Leavitt so good.
He gets better every single week. So what that says to me is obviously he's willing to be coached, and he takes coaching really well, and he has a couple great coaches around him. Between Kenny, Marcus Arroyo, the offensive coordinator, I think he's an outstanding football mind. And then don't forget, you have a guy in Hines Ward coaching the receivers that's one of the best to ever play the wide receiver position in the NFL. So he's surrounded by a great group of coaches. His talent obviously jumps off the charts. I think he's faster than what most defenses give him credit for. And you see that because of the plays he makes on third down, extending plays outside the pocket, getting first downs. When defenses think they have an angle on him, he'll beat them to that first down marker. So listen, I think sky's the limit for Sam. He's a ton of fun to watch. He's a great kid, and I'm happy he's a Sun Devil.
I think so many times we get excited about an ASU quarterback prematurely, which is they recruit a kid that's out of California, he's 4-star, 5-star, and you see him in camp, but he hasn't had a full season to really evaluate. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, this kid's going to be great. I think Leavitt's a little bit different than like Jaden Rashada or any of the other quarterbacks we've kind of looked at in the past and said, okay, this kid's going to be great. We got a full year under our belt of watching this kid play. Mm-hmm. He was a quarterback before he came to ASU. It's a transfer. So when you look at Sam Leavitt and you see the body of work from last year, I don't think Brock Osweiler is wrong by any stretch of the imagination. ASU's put a lot of good quarterbacks into the NFL. ASU's had a great run of quarterbacks that have played for them. This kid absolutely has a chance to go down as the best.
It has been. It has been a great group over the years. I mean, not certainly, the elite NFL quarterbacks. Okay, maybe not, but good NFL quarterbacks. Jake Plummer certainly had a very lengthy career. There are many others to mention who certainly played in the NFL. But we're talking about, potential. And I know it's a little bit of a stretch to say number one pick overall, but certainly a first-round pick, certainly a Heisman contender. And it's kind of on him. It's on Sam Leavitt to, if this train is going to really keep rolling in that direction, it's on Sam Leavitt to frankly play the Cam Scatteraboo role, right? The Sun Devils went where they went last year because they were a good team and they were a good unit, but they also had a singular player doing singular great things every single week.
Yeah.
Now it's up to Sam to be that singular player every single week. And I know that's kind of disrespectful to everybody else on the roster. They all matter too. But if the conversation is how are they going to replace Cam Scatteraboo, I know everybody wants to talk about the Army running back and the depth and everything. That the answer to that question is Sam Leavitt, right? Like, how are they going to replace Sam Leavitt? Is how they're going to replace it.
Yeah.
Because if he plays the way he did the last 6 games of the season last year, they are no doubt going to continue the high bar that they've set a year ago.
When they lost that absolute heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, double overtime loss to Texas that just we were all depressed for it seemed like weeks, after that. I mean, it was such an incredible moment, and it was an incredible game for Scadaboo. For sure. But Levitt did some really good things too. I mean, Levitt did some real good things. It was the Cam Scadaboo game. I don't want to take anything away from him. But I think, we saw in that game when Sam Levitt had to step up and make big plays, we saw that he was able to do it. I mean, Arizona State had 510 yards of offense in that game. 510 yards. Sam Levitt's a terrific quarterback. I think, the experience he has under his belt right now. And here's the other thing. Man, he could have got more money from somebody else.
Of course.
And they paid him. They paid him.
But he could have gotten paid.
Yeah, he wanted to be here.
But I also think that, and I know it's easy to say, well, that just points to Kenny. That points to Kenny. A lot of this points to Kenny. But I think Sam, in particular, him developing like this, and I've got a couple sound bites here of Kenny Dillingham yesterday. He was asked about comparing Sam Levitt to Bo Nix. But I think that's where Kenny stands to really gain if Sam Levitt has that kind of year, because basically he can go to any quarterback in the country and say, "Look at what I did to Bo Nix. Look at what I did to Sam Levitt.
Yeah.
Look at what I did to these quarterbacks, and look where they are now. Look what they're doing now. Look where they've been drafted.
Why wouldn't you want to come play for me?
Why wouldn't you want to come and let me be the coach that mentors you?
You want
as
to go
the
where?
quarterback?
I can help you get
exactly.
there.
And it's just all it does is add to the Kenny Dillingham resume, as if there wasn't already enough on there. He talked about unleashing Sam Levitt in 2025.
Yeah, well, last year, the leash 100% came off. In my opinion, we actually hindered him last year more than helped him in a lot of ways. We said, hey, go fix it on 3rd and long. Go fix it on 2nd and long, which is very tough for a quarterback. So I think what you saw from Sam last year is somebody who had to fix a lot of problems in bad situations. And he did an unbelievable job of us giving him a bad scenario and fixing it. This year, I hope, and we will, put him in more positions to be successful on early downs, which will actually allow him to stay in rhythm, allow him to be a better quarterback on those long yardage situations as well.
Speaking of Kenny today, he unleashed his newest vision, an indoor facility, permanent indoor facility for the team that would also double as an indoor tailgate facility for the fans on game day. Dual use.
I don't know if you know this, but we're in the process of trying to build an indoor facility. That's our big project. We want to get it fundraised here in the next 5 months to get a shovel in the ground here in the next 6 months. So it's here in 2 years from today, which is the goal. We want to move it over by the football field. We want to use that indoor facility for tailgating in the future. So we have an indoor tailgating location for fans to come and make it an awesome tailgate experience, like the 16th hole of the Waste Management Open. We want to create the 16th hole of the Waste Management Open, or as close as we can to it, in our indoor facility by our stadium here. And we just got to fundraise enough money to do it. So it's good for us. It'll be good for our football team. It'll be good for the fans if we can get it done.
Trying to raise $15 million over the next 5 months to do it. If you're curious as to what it might look like, our program director, Aaron Maloney, is an alum of Oregon. They have a very similar facility right next door to Autzen Stadium in Eugene. How much did that cost? About $15 million.
About $15 million.
That seems to be the going rate for such a thing. It'd be a permanent indoor facility for them to practice at, and then a nice, cool place for fans to come and tailgate before the games start, which is much needed over there.
I go to quite a few ASU games every year, the football games. I've gone to some of the tailgates when you walk from the garage and there's that little. It's freaking hot. It's not like, hey, I'm going to enjoy let me get inside. It's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of think they need it.
By the way, the Phillies, I'm just reading this right now.
Oh, what'd they give up?
They gave up their 4th best prospect and their 6th best prospect. 56 and 92 in the top 100 in baseball. So they gave up a lot for Durant.
I think he's under. I think they have his rights for.
They have control of him. And maybe that's why. But if it makes you wonder, I know the Phillies are in go-for-it mode. They're trying to win a World Series.
Oh, yeah.
But how many more prospects are they willing to give up to go for it? And did they just eliminate themselves from some of the big fish the Diamondbacks might be selling? I don't know.
They have control of him next year and the year after.
Yep. So that's
why. They get him for the rest of this season plus 2 more seasons.
Yeah.
That's why you give up a haul.
Yeah, I do want to remind everybody that you can take the Burns and Gambo show with you wherever you go. If you do not catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, wherever you get your podcasts. It's the Burns and Gambo Show podcast, and it's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. The Arizona Cardinals and young talent. Do they have enough of it? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If Marvin Harrison Jr. had the season he just had, the rookie season, but this was not the age of social media and a ton of hype coming out of the drafts, if you were on his team in 1987 or whatever, and he had that season as a rookie, would you be upset with that season as a rookie?
No.
Now, he's got to take another step, obviously.
Yes.
But because it is 2025, and they did use a top 5 pick on him, and he's supposed to be generational, but I believe Monty when he says that he's happy with where Marv is right now.
I think the proof is in front of us. Who they sign, who they go get.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Nobody.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm back here to tell you about the Berg Simpson Law Firm and a plea to not do it the way my wife and I did it when we were involved in an accident many years ago. We made such a mistake. We were T-boned by another driver. The accident was completely their fault, not our fault. And we thought because of that, because it was their fault, not our fault, that we were going to be fine, that everything was going to come easy, that nothing was going to be a battle, that nothing was going to be a struggle. And we were so wrong. I hope we're never in that position again. I know if we are, we're calling Berg Simpson. I hope you're not in that position, but if you are, I would recommend that you call Berg Simpson because, as you know, driving around these freeways, man, you see billboard after billboard, bus after bus. There are lots of choices out there. The Berg Simpson Law Firm is just different. You'll do your homework. You'll find out. So don't do it the way we did it. Let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
The UPS store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials. So stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protect it with our Pack and Ship Guarantee. Visit theupsstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Oh, it's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the elite collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations. The Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury made with 5 high-density foam layers. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen,
I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns have reportedly made the most lucrative push for Warriors restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga. D-backs limp into the trade deadline after a disheartening performance against the Tigers, and Cardinals starters need preseason reps for the best chance to come out sharp in Week 1, writes Dan Bickley. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Yeah, trade deadline obviously is going to dominate the discussion for the next 24 hours or so here on Arizona Sports. But that doesn't mean there isn't other really important stuff going on as well. ASU opening up fall camp today. The Arizona Cardinals, day off for them at training camp. They'll be back at it, I believe, tomorrow. Their first preseason game is coming up in a week and a half. Their big red-white practice is coming up this weekend. That's always a very popular event for the team, and one that I know a lot of you out there listening will be attending. This time of year, as we gear up for the season, you'll find out there on the internet a lot of lists. They call it list reporting, list season,
list
right?
Of demands.
A list of demands written on the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
This one, and then some of them you kind of look at and go, okay, whatever. Some of them you look at and say, okay, I think this matters a little bit. I like this list on ESPN.com, ranking every NFL team by the talent they have that's under the age of 25. I think this is important.
It is.
I think this is very important.
Young talent.
To be high on this list, to have, to be well regarded on this list.
I don't disagree.
The Arizona Cardinals were ranked 19th in the NFL in terms
and
of.
that's with losing some key guys off that list as well.
Notable graduated players include Trey McBride. Yeah, graduated.
They graduated.
You turned 26. Congratulations. You graduated. Trey McBride, Michael Wilson, Dante Stills, who from what I'm hearing is having a really good camp so far. Isaiah Adams, who I'm also hearing is having a very good camp right now at right guard.
Yeah, they like him a lot.
They ranked the Cardinals 6th on this list a year ago, but because they lost all these guys, I think it's important because you're talking about the Nolans of the world, the Will Johnsons of the world,
Marvin Harrison Jr.,
the Darius Robinsons of the world,
Paris
right?
Johnson
Jr. It's very important for the Cardinals to be well regarded in this list, I think.
Well, Monty Ossenfort has done a terrific job, with acquiring the young talent and the draft picks. Like that's all part of the plan, right? You get in here, the cupboard's bare, and you want to Band-Aid everything and patchwork it by just signing a bunch of free agents to try to win 8 or 9 games? No, that's stupid. You don't do that. So what did he do? Let's acquire draft picks. Let's keep hitting on draft. Let's trade this pick for 2 picks. Let's trade this pick for 3 picks. Now, this year they didn't do it as much because they felt like the first, the last year and a year before that they did it. So this year they were able to really take the players that they wanted, be more aggressive with it that way, and not be forced to make all these trades just to acquire all these extra picks. But in the last 3 years, if you look at what they've done, they've really gone out and really loaded this organization with young talent. Like that was the goal. The goal was to go get young talent. Now, a lot of this young talent comes from big-time organizations too. Oregon and Michigan and Ohio State and Power 5 conferences, big-time programs that had good coaching and played in big important games.
The stat that we had around the draft, I think only 2 of Monty Ossenfort's draft picks so far have come from non-Power 5 programs.
I think it was only one.
I think it was 2.
Right.
I think it's Keaton Crawford, the Nevada kid, and there was one other who came from a smaller. Everything else was Power 5 for Monty Ossenfort so far, and that's been very deliberate, right? I think that's been very deliberate.
Yeah, because first of all, they play in front of big crowds. They have better coaching when you're in that type of program. You expect that they have better coaching, not always, but you expect that they have better coaching. They've been in big time games that mean something. Like All of that's, and they played against better competition. Like they played against the best competition. So all of that stuff really matters. So I think when I look at this list, I would expect next year you take another jump to go up a little bit, try to move up a little bit more when it comes to, is this the be-all, end-all? No, absolutely not.
No.
But it does matter that you have young talent in the organization.
It's not if you were to look at okay, I'll go to the top of the list right now. And while there are good teams at the top of the list, it's not necessarily like the Houston Texans are number one. They're a good team. I don't think they're a great team, but they're good. Seattle Seahawks are number 2. They're very much in flux right now. The Commanders are number 3. Okay, they're very good. The Giants are number 4 on this list. They're not a very good football team, but like the Cardinals, they're trying to build the foundation for the next great New York Giants team, and that's where you want to hit on a list like this to be able to say you've got it. I mean, the championship teams, the Ravens and the Chiefs and the Bills and things like that, they're, the Lions are high on the list, but it's not the end-all, be-all. What it is a nice kind of pat on the back from those who keep track of such things. You're on the way. You're on the right path. You're building the foundation the right way by finding good players in the draft, identifying good young talent, focusing that young talent. The whole plan this year for the Cardinals, in part, depends on their ability to make these young players great as soon as possible, to take all those year one players a year ago and watch them all become great in year 2. If that happens, the Cardinals will be able to achieve almost whatever they want this year because of those players.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with that, too. I mean, you have to develop the players. I'm just trying to look at last year's, where they were last year, but I continue reading this article. I got to pay $11.99 a month. I don't know why it didn't just log me in, but I'm going to have to check
I think
that
they
out.
were 6th last year.
In a talent under 25?
According to this, their 2024 ranking was number 6. Okay. So they took a step back.
From 6 to 19.
In large part because Trey McBride turned a year older, and Michael Wilson turned a year older, and these guys got a little bit older. But they'll jump right back up again if Trey Benson has a big year. If, Garrett Williams continues to have a big year. If Will Johnson and Max Melton have big years, then they'll jump right back up into the top 10.
Yeah, and I think more than anything, it's like once you get over 30, now your talent starts. There's nothing wrong with having a bunch of guys under 25, but also have guys that are 26 and 27.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you drop from 6 to 19. Doesn't mean no. As long as you're 26 and 27 and 28-year-olds are good talent too, because you always got to replenish the roster with younger players. There's a lot of competition in this game.
All right, you're running out of time. It's your last chance to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Text the word fantasy to 620-620 and battle your favorite hosts in our leagues for bragging right and the Fantasy Football Championship belt. And yeah, we have an actual WWE-style belt. It's very awesome. Spots are almost gone. Text fantasy right now to 620-620. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. It's presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT STEP. 4 o'clock, time to hit the reset button. We'll get you caught up on what's going on in sports next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
For over 20 years, Carl's Jr. has been a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon, raising over $1 million for the hospital. With your support, they continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Be an all-star for the kids at PCH and help support Phoenix Children's Hospital by visiting your local Carl's Jr. during July and August. The children and families at PCH need our help now more than ever.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earn
Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last of the Diamondbacks games before the trade deadline is officially done and through, and it's potentially a bitter end for several members of this year's Diamondbacks. Final from Detroit, 7-2. That's a sweep at the hands of the Tigers, and now a 5-game losing streak after their win in Pittsburgh on Friday night. Next up is the trade deadline, which will hit tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then the Snakes will return to on-field action Friday in Sacramento against the Athletics. Per ESPN's Shams Charania, he reported today that Warriors restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga is declining a recent offer from the Warriors, and that the Phoenix Suns have made the most lucrative push for the forward in a potential sign and trade. You can read the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. And moments from now, the Phoenix Mercury will tip things off against the Fever in Indiana. Clean bill of health for the Merc, but not so much for the Fever. They will be without Caitlin Clark as she is recovering from a groin injury. Again, tip-off from Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis is just moments from now. This report is brought to you by Bud Light. the official beer partner of the Arizona Cardinals. Bring home the tailgate this season with Bud Light.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time here on the Burns and Gambo Show. 4 o'clock, halfway home on this Wednesday afternoon. Here is Lauren to get us caught up on everything going on in sports. Trade deadline 22 hours away. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
And with that clock ticking...
There was something about the way you were gearing up to talk that made me think you had a breaking news sounder. No?
Oh, no.
No, there was just something about the
sorry.
way you were like, you got all tense there for a second. No
like I was
news?
bracing myself?
Kind of, something like that.
No, I'm just bracing myself for a reset, I
okay.
guess.
Okay.
No.
Fair.
All right, well, this didn't help things today.
The 3-2 on the ground is short. McKinstry has it. He will throw to first high. Torkelson stays on the bag, and the ball game is over. And the D-backs lose to Detroit. They are swept by the Tigers. The final this afternoon, 7-2.
In the final game before the trade deadline, the D-backs are swept by the Detroit Tigers.
I know the focus is on the deadline, as it should be, but there does need to be a conversation about how this team has just rolled over and quit over the last week or so. You know what I mean? Like just rolled over and just you said it. Like as soon as the Naylor deal went down,
that was
it's
it.
like that's it. We're done.
That's it.
White flag time.
Psychologically done, and you know it's on Torrey and the coaching staff to figure out a way to get this team to play better and harder and loose. And you know you don't know what to do because from the second they traded Naylor, this has been an absolute disaster. They look terrible.
Disaster.
There was a ground ball to Geraldo Perdomo today. A routine ground ball. Anybody could have made that play. He bobbles it, then he picks it up and he throws it into the, basically away.
Mm-hmm.
Double error. A double error.
Yeah.
Their defense has been atrocious all year. It's not just the injuries. But, there's a lot of season left, and you better figure out how to play some decent baseball because losing beats you down badly. Badly.
Yeah, as far as the deadline, obviously the big three, we're 22 hours away. It's all about Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly and Eugenio Suarez. All sorts of rumors out there flying, right? I just saw a tweet from you a second ago that the Cubs maybe have some interest in Eugenio Suarez. There might be a match there. They're one of the teams that got Lauren very excited on the other side of the glass when you mentioned that to her.
Yeah. I spoke with one team that told me that the Cubs have been frustrated with Matt Shaw.
They have been, but since the All-Star break, he's really turned it around. So there was a little bit of what's going to happen
because that's what some
there.
people say. Well, he's starting to play better now, but he's still hitting 226 this month.
Yeah.
So Suarez's future. We saw the Reds make a deal for a third baseman today. We saw the Phillies give up their 4th and 6th best prospects in a trade today. So trying to figure out where the market is for all these guys, but presumably there is a market for 2 of the top starters and the top position player available out there, you would think.
And anything that happens today, obviously, I've got the finger over the breaking news
Keep it right
sounder,
here.
so
Keep
we
it
will
right
bring
here.
it to you
We will bring it to you.
as soon as we know.
And react immediately when it does. We'll just stop the show and go in that direction.
Stay right here until they make the first trade, the next trade.
Don't leave us.
We can all rip up our show sheets together on camera. It could be a delightful little team effort right there.
The minute it's gone, the minute of the trade deadline, the minute there's a deal.
And since this is the first reset of the week, even
yeah,
though
it
it is Wednesday, I'm going to take you guys back to June 23rd, 1984.
Into left center field and deep. This is a tie ball game. 1-1 pitch. He hits it to deep left center. Look out. Do you believe it? It's gone. We will go to the 11th. Tied at 11. Sandberg, in the Cubs' last at-bat, has twice delivered a game-tying home run, a solo shot of the night, a 2-run blast with 2 out of the 10.
The Sandberg game in 1984, both off of Bruce Sutter, the St. Louis Cardinals closer at the time.
Wow. Do you know Sandberg, Kurt Schilling posted this. Sandberg's last hit was off of Kurt Schilling.
Oh, was it?
Yes, I think his last major league hit was off of Kurt Schilling.
I was never a Cubs fan. I mean, I wasn't a Cubs hater, but I was never a Cubs fan. But I will tell you, as a kid growing up here without daily Major League Baseball, we were raised on WGN
Cubs games.
coverage of the Chicago Cubs in the 80s. And of those 80s teams, the four mainstays were Andre Dawson, Sean Dunston, Mark Grace, and Ryan Sandberg. And among them, Ryan Sandberg was the one who just, nothing against Gracie or any of the other guys, but Sandberg was like, you had to, whatever you were doing during his at-bats, you stopped because you had the potential to see greatness when you were a kid.
This has hit Mark really hard. I talked with Mark Grace, is a good friend of mine, and he's devastated, just devastated. He told me that he saw him in February at the Cubs spring training complex. He was looking good. He was healthy as a horse, and then 5 months later, he's gone. And then I talked to Randy Johnson a little bit because Randy was out there at the Hall of Fame. With Ichiro getting inducted and CC Sabathia, and Randy told me that he didn't know, the word was that he was sick. They heard that he wasn't doing well, but nobody knew how bad it was. So that was the word when he was in Cooperstown. So I talked to a couple of the old D-backs to talk about Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah. Rest in peace to one of the all-time greats.
He was such a good player.
Yes, he was.
Prostate cancer. Take care of it. Take care of yourself, men.
Yeah.
Seriously,
he'd
men.
revealed in January 2024 he'd had it, that then he went into remission, and then that it had come back, and he knew in his final days he called a lot of his teammates.
Derek Hall has dealt with prostate cancer. Men, you got to get that checked out.
Absolutely.
I'm serious. Get that checked out.
Absolutely.
And in a little bit of NFL news, we are heading out to Giants training camp, and we're hearing from Jackson Dart.
What did you make a Giants catch there at the end?
Wasn't that sick? I mean, that's like elite awareness, especially from a running back. I haven't really seen a play like that.
He hasn't seen a play like that from Cam Scatterbo. How many times have we heard that before?
Yeah, was he not watching Cam Scatterbo?
He never watched an ASU football game. He did it every week.
I saw that catch. It was sick that Cam Scatterbo made a couple days ago.
People are talking about how he could be the steal of the draft, the whole draft already.
Yeah. It's like, to quote my good friend John Gambadoro, no dur. We all kind of knew that. No dur. I mean, like, who didn't have that idea in their head? Yeah.
And just a few moments ago, coming down, Jeff Passan is reporting that the New York Mets are finalizing a deal to acquire closer Ryan Helsley.
Wow.
Yeah, so here come the relievers now. Okay, so the first one, Yohan Duran got traded to the Phillies for the 4th and 6th best prospects in the Phillies system. Now Helsley going from the St. Louis Cardinals to the New York Mets.
I'd
Don't know
love
what
to
the
see
return
what
is
they
yet.
got for him when it comes out, because that was a guy we always thought the Diamondbacks would be trading for Helsley right now.
We did. Yeah. So the relievers, and I saw somebody, I can't remember who, I think it was Rosenthal, who had tweeted out, look, if you're not winning a World Series this year and you have even a halfway decent reliever, sell him. It is a seller's market right now. Like there are teams that would love to have relievers right now because everybody's looking for one. Everyone needs one. And if you've got one and you're not going anywhere, you're making a huge mistake by not trading what you've got. Huge.
And in NBA news today, Shams Charania is reporting that the Warriors restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga is declining a recent offer from the Warriors, and that the Phoenix Suns have made the most lucrative push for the forward in a potential sign and trade.
A lot of it's not true. I know we're going to get into it a little bit later on, but the Suns have not offered 4 second-rounders. They don't even have 4 second-rounders. They have not offered Nick Richards. They have not offered Ryan Dunn. They've not even discussed Ryan Dunn. So a lot of the stuff you're hearing is just false. NBA reporting is like this. A lot of people out there just make stuff up. I don't know how or why, but they do.
Not the Shams stuff, right? You're
They're
talking
interested in Kuminga. They have been from the trade deadline.
Yeah, the reports of what the Suns are offering in a sign and trade might be false, but there is interest in Jonathan Kuminga. There has basically since February. The most interesting thing in Shams' reporting is that the Warriors are just about ready to shut down this sign and trade stuff. Like it's just, hey, you tried, we're not interested in any of it, and you're not going anywhere. You're going to play for us, and that's how it's going to be. So this story may be about to come to a close because I just don't know what the Suns would have if they're not going to offer Dunn or Oso. I don't know what they would have that would really interest the Warriors.
Yeah,
They just don't have a lot of picks to trade.
The Warriors would have to take a less than value deal in order for him to become a Sun.
Yep. Just doesn't seem to make any sense.
I think it's going to be very hard to do. But the Suns, they like him. They're just not going to give the Warriors what the Warriors probably want.
Yep.
And the NBA today announced that the Memphis Grizzlies and the Orlando Magic will play regular season games in Berlin on Thursday, January 15th, 2026, in London on Sunday, January 18th, 2026. And the league also announced that it will play regular season games in Manchester and Paris in 2027 and Berlin in Paris.
All right, where would you want to go out of
2028.
all those places?
Manchester, hands down.
Give me Berlin.
I'm not sure. Probably Manchester.
There's too much rich musical history I don't want to miss there.
It's true. Suns are going to play a couple preseason games in China. I saw that. Like 5 a.m. first pitch. Tip
Bickley and
times.
Murata being preempted at 6 a.m.
So Bickley and Murata going to be preempted. It's at 5 a.m. one day. At 6 a.m. for a Suns
Bickley's
preseason
going to be like,
game
give
in
it to
China.
me, man. I'll sleep in late that day.
By the way, I don't know if this is in your 4 o'clock reset or not. Today is the 5-year anniversary of the bubble.
No way.
5 years ago today, they played the first NBA game in the bubble in Orlando. That was the fastest 5 years in recorded history.
Oh, my God.
I can't believe that was 5 years ago today, that we were in your house doing shows in your office
I was getting
while
pictures.
the NBA games were on.
I was getting pictures from players in the bubble of what the food looked like, what the room looked like. I'm like, send me a photo of the food. Send me a photo of the room. Send me a photo. So they would all send me photos of everything so I could kind of like get a feel for what it was.
Think about the 5-year arc of the Phoenix Suns from 5 years ago today to where we are now.
Do I have to?
I don't want to.
I mean, seriously, we might talk about this a little. We might have to talk about this a little bit tomorrow. Think about everything that has happened since 5 years has gone by. It's incredible.
They reached the mountaintop, the NBA Finals,
and slid down
on their ass.
back into the draft lottery.
The Avalanche came and knocked them back down.
Slid down on their butts the whole way. I mean, that's what happened. Yeah.
Oof. And finally, we'll end this 4 o'clock reset with a score update for you guys because the Phoenix Mercury are taking on the Indiana Fever right now. The Indiana Fever are without Caitlin Clark, who's still recovering from that groin injury, and the Phoenix Mercury are up 13-9 right now with just about 5 minutes left in the first.
Cool. And that's your 4 o'clock reset. Thank you very much, Lauren. When we come back, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, where are they going to end up? And are both gone for the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app, YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
You never know when it's going to happen. You don't expect it. You go home and all of a sudden your house is warm and you're like, wait a second. And you press the buttons and try to get the air down and it doesn't get cool. And now all of a sudden, you know, what you wanted to be 76, 77, maybe 75 in your house, it's now 82 and then it's 85 and it keeps going up. What do? You call Christian Brothers. Christian Brothers takes a lot of pride in getting to you quickly and servicing your AC unit with a repair. Their goal is not to sell you a new AC unit. They'll only do that if you absolutely need a new AC unit. Their goal is to fix your AC unit. They've been doing it since 1976. You can check out their ratings with the Better Business Bureau, the Register of Contractors. They do a phenomenal job. They service my AC system, and they do a great job. So if you need a repair on your AC unit, you want to call Christian Brothers. Don't forget that Christian Brothers also offers free second opinions. A lot of companies out there may try to sell you a new AC unit when you really don't need one. Before you say, okay, call Christian Brothers. Say, can you guys come out and give me a second opinion? Maybe you just need a repair. Call them at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com.
On Friday, September 5th, enjoy a post-game concert featuring Flo Rida, presented by Coors Light Bird's Nest. Get your tickets and VIP field passes today at dbacks.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Arizona sports. Burns and Gambo talking MLB trade deadline now.
On Saturday nights, we saw Merrill Kelly leaned up against the dugout railing there in Pittsburgh, looking out over the field. No doubt thinking about whether he had just made his last start with a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Zach Gallen the next day made a start against Pittsburgh. It was like a lot of Zach Gallen starts this year. It was not very good. It was just okay. And no doubt he was probably thinking the same thing. And he had admitted that after his last home start for the Diamondbacks, he kind of took an extra beat to just look at Chase Field and kind of wonder, is this it? Have I made my last start here? With the trade deadline now less than 22 hours away, we're hyper-focused on the 3 names that have yet to get traded by the Diamondbacks. Say Eugenio Suarez, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly. And you would think that whenever the attention of the market turns to starting pitching, boy, do the Arizona Diamondbacks have it. And you would think they'd be one of the most popular people in the party when it comes to teams that want to talk about difference-making starting pitching.
Yeah, and that's where you start with Merrill Kelly. And I've told you I believe the Tigers have interest in Merrill Kelly. Zach Gallen, I think, is a little bit of a different story. He's had up and down year, but his pedigree is really good. And teams still want him, and the belief is that, okay, everybody believes in their staff and what they can do, and hey, tweak here and tweak there, we'll get Gallen back to being what he was. But there was a good story about on SI.com by Tom Verducci, who I used to work with in Newsday back in the day, analyzing which starters on the trade market can swing a World Series. And they mentioned a bunch of different players. They mentioned Cabrera with the Marlins and Alcantara with the Marlins. Then they mentioned Zach Gallen. And they worth it? Yes. The fixes, lose the cutter, tighten the knuckle curveball, especially with runners on. And so it talks about Gallen a little bit. They mentioned Dylan Cease and Mitch Keller. Then they mentioned Merrill Kelly. Worth it? Yes. Just put the veteran in a pennant race and let him respond. And it talked about how Merrill Kelly had a 2.83 ERA in his final 10 starts in 2023. That included the postseason. Now, you know, I've always been the biggest Merrill Kelly fan.
Yeah.
And I think that he's the guy that you would want over Zach Gallen. But when they start to look at pitchers, the pitchers that are out there, they believe that both of these guys, Verducci, a long-time baseball writer, believes that both of these guys are worth it and can help a team and maybe be difference makers in the postseason.
Yeah, well, I think they both can. I just think they're both very different. I think they're, and it's weird to say that because they're just so tied together. I was listening to the radio broadcast with Mike Farron and Josh Colmenter when I was driving in, and they were kind of having a discussion about the two of them and how they're just so tied together, right? They came to the team in 2019. We've hardly ever thought about one without thinking about the other. They've kind of been this 1-2 punch for so long. I think with Merrill, I would agree with you that Merrill in a vacuum probably should be the more attractive commodity because of the postseason track record and because of the success that he's having this year. I mean, there really is, hey, man, you want a guy who just absolutely flourishes in October, this is the guy. He's got the track record to prove it. All we have to do is look back at the numbers, and really not even the numbers, just our memories of how he pitched during that postseason and how he absolutely dominated. Zach Gallen, to me, is a different story. He's had a rough year. We all know it. It's been one of the worst years, maybe the worst year of his career since he kind of turned the corner. I think with Zach, what you'd be betting on is a change of scenery and a different voice and a different environment and a different sort of, sometimes there's no explanation for it, but we all know that sometimes a change of scenery helps. And just pitching for a different team with something else on the line can help reinvigorate a guy a little bit. But I know if I were choosing, I'm choosing Merrill Kelly. Like in terms of the one that I would make more of a priority to acquire. But I also don't think that doesn't mean that Zach Gallen isn't going anywhere. I still think he's a commodity on the market.
Yeah.
Just not to the level Merrill is, I don't think.
Verducci made an interesting point on Gallen that I didn't know, but it's interesting. It says Gallen's problem this year almost entirely due to mistakes with runners on base. There's nothing wrong when the bases are empty. Last year, batting average against Gallen with the bases empty, 239. This year, 232. He's actually better when nobody's on base. Last year, with runners on, when you're pitching out of the stretch, with runners on base, Gallen last year, batters hit 234 against him. This year, 290. It says, look what happens when Gallen pitches out of the stretch. And it talks about the struggles and said, what's going on here? It's not the release point. It's not the velocity. He says he does throw more knuckle curves with runners on than he did last year. And he said the mistakes are killing him. He's throwing too many strike-to-strike curves in key spots. So I'm sure some team's going to look at that and say, we could fix that. I could fix that.
Sure.
Because with the bases empty, he's better this year than last year. With runners on base, he's much worse this year than he was last year.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody would look at him and say, the stuff is still there. We can fix him. I mean, you could go back and look at the last 2 years of Zach Gallen and say that he's been in a mild decline over the last couple of years with how he kind of where he was from like July 2023 on. I've seen the numbers a lot of people have. I just think there's a pedigree there. I also think this too. I think if the Diamondbacks are looking for that big home run kind of no-brainer deal, I do wonder if they're better off combining a Eugenio Suarez with one of these two starters to get that big haul. Now, we saw a suggestion about them trading Suarez and Merrill Kelly to the Cubs, right? And it was for their 4th best prospect, their 6th best prospect, and their 10th best. I do wonder if like a combo deal on the two of them is the best way to unlock. And I don't mean a combo deal with Zach and Merrill. I'm talking about Merrill or Zach with a Eugenio Suarez. If that's the way to unleash the true no-brainer, here comes the big haul for those guys kind of deal.
So if you're Mike, you've got to determine, am I better off trading each guy separately, or can I really hit the jackpot? I guess if a team has a great farm system, you might want to work with them over a team that doesn't have such a great farm system if that team wants two of your players.
Yeah, maybe it is better to break them up. And as you've said many, many times for the last couple of weeks, if at the end of the day, the Diamondbacks feel like the value for all of these guys, that there's more value in just keeping them and getting the comp pick for them, I suspect they're using that as kind of a threat. Hey, if you don't trade for our guy, fine, we'll keep him. There's a path for us keeping him. We'll keep them, and we'll just get the comp pick when they walk as free agents. But I certainly think 2 of the 3 are gone. I'll just be curious to see if all 3 are gone by this time tomorrow.
And again, I think DeScalfani and Bryce Jarvis are your replacements if Gallen and Kelly are out of the rotation tomorrow with the trade deadline.
See me cringe when you say that? I just cringe. I get it, but I'm cringing when I hear you say that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, Paris Johnson Jr. Is he the next left tackle to get the big payday in the NFL? And if you're a Cardinals fan, boy, you better hope he is. That's next on Arizona Sports.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last of the Diamondbacks games before the trade deadline is officially in the books, and it's a potentially bitter end for several members of the Diamondbacks. Final from Detroit today, 7-2. That's a sweep at the hands of the Tigers and a now 5-game losing streak after their win in Pittsburgh on Friday night. Next up, The trade deadline. We've seen some names on the move. Nothing recently from the Diamondbacks yet. Of course, we'll keep you updated right here on 98.7 as deals fly. The deadline is tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Per ESPN's Shams Charania, he reported today that Warriors restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga is declining a recent offer from the Warriors and adds that the Phoenix Suns have made the most lucrative push for the forward in a potential sign and trade. You can read the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. And we are 1 quarter in the books in Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. The Phoenix Mercury up by 10 over the Fever, a 30-point first quarter out of the Merc. They're up 30-20 second quarter on deck. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. That's online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
The Red Reckoning. Red Reckoning. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp. Now.
In a story that came down yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, Colts signed their left tackle, Bernhard Raimann, to a 4-year deal worth $100 million. 2022 third-round pick. He was going into the final year of his rookie contract. The extension keeps him off the market the next spring. It's crazy that we're already thinking about this with Paris Johnson Jr.
Made me think. It was the Slater deal that made me think about it first. Rashawn Slater signed that record-breaking contract. I'm like, oh, okay. Because you're starting to see these guys, Slater was the 2021 draft class. And then the other kid was 2022. And I'm like, okay, we're getting close to Paris Johnson Jr. time right now.
Yeah. And like I said when we were teasing this segment, and I really do believe this, I hope the Arizona Cardinals have found a left tackle that they can give this kind of money to, right? Like if they haven't, something went really, really wrong. For all of the draft day maneuvering and all of the work they put into getting Paris Johnson Jr., right? You remember that draft and how crazy it was. They're here and then they're here and then they're up here and they're picking up all these extra picks. It was all done with the belief that they were drafting a franchise left tackle in Paris Johnson Jr. It's one of the most indispensable assets an NFL franchise can have.
Have to have it.
And if you've got one, you talk about, it's easy for me to say this because it's not my money. That is one of the easiest checks in the world to write if you're the owner of an NFL team. I've got a good left tackle.
Right.
The market says you get this done. Here you go. It's all yours. Take it.
It's like
take
having,
my money.
It's like having life insurance.
Yeah.
Gotta have it. Got to have the insurance policy just in case something happens to you. You got to, that left tackle's your insurance policy, protecting your quarterback. But you look at the numbers, I was looking at Slater's contract, and I think he got $92 million guaranteed, $114 million extension, 4-year deal, $92 million of that guaranteed. That was last week while you're away. Then you see the Colts. They lock up their left tackle. 4 years, $100 million. Now, prices don't go down, they usually go up. But I think that's what you're looking at, Burns. You're looking at a 4-year deal over $100 million for Paris Johnson Jr., maybe more. Raimann was a third-round draft pick. He was a third-round draft pick. He was entering the final year of his rookie deal. This keeps him off the market. You never want a good left tackle to get to the market. You just don't. A year from now, we're going to be talking about Paris. If he has a good year, we're going to be talking about Paris Johnson Jr. getting one of those deals.
And I think that becomes the question now with Paris Johnson Jr. is what arc is he on? Where was he and where is he going to end up? Because I think his rookie year was good and it was solid in that he was kind of dependable and he played a bunch. Last year, he clearly got better, but I don't think he had the kind of year yet that established himself as here is a premier left tackle in the NFL. I think by, we could use 100 different metrics to gauge this, but I think by most metrics, he was kind of middle of the road, league average, which is still good to have. What you want to see this year, and I saw this tweet this morning from Matt Williamson, Darren Urban over at AZ Cardinals retweeted it, And this is what you're looking for to do the thing you're talking about, to pay Paris Johnson Jr. the big money. According to Matt Williamson, Paris Johnson Jr. allowed a quarterback knockdown, either a sack or a quarterback hit, on just 1% of pass blocking snaps last year. That was 5th among all offensive tackles in the NFL. Now, that's just one small piece of the pie. That's just one stat. It doesn't tell the whole story. It just tells part of the story. But that's the kind of arc that you're looking for Paris Johnson. This time a year from now, if all has gone according to plan, we're talking about him as being one of the elite left tackles in the NFL.
Yeah.
And if we're not talking about him being one of the elite tackles, then we have to worry a little bit that the plan kind of got knocked off its axis a little bit, right? Like something didn't quite work the way it was supposed to.
I don't feel like I feel like he is. I feel like he's the guy. He's got a 4-year contract, fully guaranteed, 50-year team option. So he's got a 50-year team option. This is the time when you start discussing an extension to take care of him, because he's a good and he wants to be great. Like, he was on with us last week when Tim did the interview. This kid, like, he's community oriented.
Oh yeah,
he wants to be great. Like, he's a good Cardinal. He's a good person. I remember when he first got drafted. Me and you were doing a show from the Diamondbacks, from a Diamondback game. He came to the game to do the interview with us.
I remember that.
Him and his boy. They came. They sat down. Did the like. He's a good player. He's a good person. Type of guy you would want to invest in.
Yeah, everybody raves about him on the team. Josh Sweat, he's been going up against Paris Johnson Jr. He talked about his early impressions of the Cards left tackle.
First thing I noticed is his technique, his initial setting stuff is, you could tell he's been working. You know what I'm saying? And but yeah, we definitely gonna have some battles. We just here to just make each other better for sure. But strong, smart. I mean, he's gonna be even better for sure.
Kyler Murray, when he met with the media a couple of days ago, was asked about how Paris Johnson Jr. can get that league-wide notoriety that we're talking about.
No, I mean, I love having Paris as my blind side. I think, it's funny you ask, because, like, he doesn't get the notoriety I feel like he will, not necessarily deserve yet, but I think he'll get there. I think he can definitely be the best tackle in the league. Got the traits to be for sure. I think, again, that just comes with growth, confidence, and going out there and doing it. But, yeah, man, I think people will soon realize, what he's capable of.
One more from Monty Austin-Fort from a few days ago.
Yeah, sure. I think it starts with the person that Paris is. He's mature, he's accountable, he's dependable. He's been out there for almost every snap since he got here. The way he conducts himself off the field, it starts with that. And I think we feel strongly that Paris is still an ascending player. I don't think he's reached his ceiling yet. He's played well for us. And I think he's going to play even better. So, Paris is about the right stuff, and he's got a great mindset, and he wants to win. And, those are the type of guys that we want around here for a long time.
I was fumbling around looking for the right way to say it. Monty Austin-Fort said it better than I could. He needs to be an ascending player. I hope he hasn't peaked, and I hope we haven't seen the best of Paris Johnson Jr. If we've seen the best of Paris Johnson Jr., that's not good enough to be paid like one of the elite tackles in the NFL. There has to be more ascension. There has to be more growth, I think, from Paris Johnson Jr. in order for him to really cash in as one of those elite guys.
You go from DJ Humphries, who was that guy. DJ was that guy. You didn't worry about left tackle for all the years that he was here. I mean, and he started with Bruce Arians, and remember, knee deep and all that. DJ Humphries became a terrific left tackle in this league. And then you draft Paris Johnson, and you've got your replacement right there. And obviously, DJ got hurt, and his career, kind of got sideways on that because of the devastating injury. But you draft Paris because it was time. It was time to find that replacement. It was time to find that guy that could be here for 10 years. I would think all indications are right now that they found that guy, that they got that guy, and that it is going to be Paris Johnson Jr. But I agree with your point. You want him to, and I think he will, you want him to continue to get better. You want him to be great, because you look at these numbers, these guys, these top tackles are now getting over $100 million on long-term deals. $92 million guaranteed for Slater. Raymond got $100 million. Like, These numbers are big, and you pay it. When you've got a good left tackle, you pay it.
No doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, we're going from the good stuff about the Arizona Cardinals to the panic-inducing stuff with the Cardinals. First-round pick, Walter Nolan. Is he going to be available in week 1? And if he's not, what's our panic level about that? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
Last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., the physicality of the pro game seemed to have an effect on him. Love the fact that he went out and he looks like a damn Adonis now.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, you can say, oh, he got bigger, but when the Cardinals' social media posted the side-by-sides from year 1 to year 2, it looked like his arms doubled in size.
Yeah.
He's just a house now.
And the fact that he acted so nonchalant about it. Well, I didn't do anything special.
What's the opposite of Ozempic? Grozempic?
Grozempic.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back here for Global Credit Union, $195 million. That's how much money was saved last year by Global Credit Union members because of the low to no fees on the accounts that are offered by Global Credit Union, the higher and better interest rates that they can get at a bank at Global Credit Union. Look, there is a better way to bank out there, and it's not with the bank. It's with Global Credit Union, because Global Credit Union is answering to you and to me and to everybody who is a member of Global Credit Union. And I'm a very happy one, by the way. Banks answer to Wall Street. Banks answer to shareholders and stockholders. Global Credit Union is answering to you. So when it comes to a commitment to low to no fees, Global Credit Union can do it. When it comes to better interest rates, Global Credit Union can do it. $125 million. The proof is right there. 10 branches throughout the valley. Easy to use mobile app puts your finances in the palm of your hands at all time. Global has proudly served Arizona for over a decade. I would encourage you to explore the benefits of becoming a member at Global CU by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the August 9th D-back Star Wars night game against Colorado. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Oh, it's time to ace Mattress 101 during the back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through August 14th, everything is 25% off. There's the best-selling Aurora Luxe with Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid with Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Don't be tardy, Basinonians. It's back-to-school sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks face the San Diego Padres at Chase Field for a 3-game weekday series starting August 4th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren, what do we need to know today?
Well, what you need to know is that the Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Detroit Tigers, and that has influenced our poll question heavily, which is who will be the next Diamondback to be traded?
Who?
Gino Suarez, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, or someone else?
Merrill Kelly is, yeah, okay. I think the other interesting question is that it? Like, is it just those three, or are we veering into Jake McCarthy territory here?
Oh, boy.
Are we veering into Alec Thomas territory here? You know, like there are other...
I'm not trading Alec Thomas.
No?
No.
He's so good defensively.
I'm not trading him.
Although I think he's had a step back year this year defensively. I do. I don't think he's been the same elite level that he's been.
He's made some elite level plays.
Oh, of course he has, but not as consistently he has in years past.
He made a play last week where you were gone, running full speed into the wall. That was incredible.
Oh, I saw one where he slid into the wall a few weeks ago that was incredible. But there have been other plays that he hasn't made that we're used to seeing him make. That doesn't mean I would trade him, but I do wonder if the bat is ever going to come around. You know,
I'll trade the third base coach. Can we trade him?
No.
Diamondbacks have traded Sean Larkin.
I don't believe he's
and
eligible.
I'll tell you what, I'll even add a couple of draft picks for some team to take him.
Really?
Yes.
Just that you want him
a
gone that
third base
bad?
coach? You can have him, and I'll give you a couple of fourth-round picks in future years.
That one has not worked out very well for the D-backs, I think it's safe to say. Merrill Kelly is my answer, and it's Gambo's as well.
And it's 52% of our audience is going with Gino Suarez. A tied 22% going with Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, and 5% going with someone else.
The only reason I didn't answer Gino is because I just wonder if, because he's considered the biggest, best commodity the Diamondbacks have, if they'll play that one right to the end. You know, like just to really get the bidding war cooking among teams, will that be the last one they do to maximize returns? I don't know.
It's a good question. Everybody wants starting pitching. All the relievers are going now.
Yeah.
Because there's always a lot of relievers. Everybody wants starting pitching. But there's not many bats like Gino that are available. 50 home run guys.
And even though a couple of teams have already gone down the road of acquiring third baseman, Ryan McMahon to the Yankees, Brian Hayes to the Reds, none of them are of the ilk of Eugenio Suarez. And I just wonder if he's your biggest, most powerful chip, or are you best to wait until tomorrow with an hour to go to the deadline before pulling the trigger on the best offer? I don't know.
If you've got 4 teams lined up and you're confident you'll be able to move one of them, yeah. But you got to be careful, because maybe somebody else says, okay, I said I'm off.
No doubt. No doubt about it. Something else that happened when I was gone in Maine, I'm sure you guys talked about it when it did happen. The Walter Nolan injury. Wasn't able to start camp with the calf injury. Here's Monty Ossenfort last week on that injury.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad. Walt, he was working hard all summer. It's things happen. And, his mindset's been great. He is doing everything that he can to get himself back in a position so that he can get back out on the practice field. I've seen Walt. I've seen him every day. He's in good spirits. He's focused. He's locked in. He's a constant presence in the meeting rooms, and he's trying to soak in everything that he can without physically being out on the field.
Jonathan Gannon last week gave a timeline on Nolan.
I don't know, Danny, honestly. They're all different. So he's recovering, rehabbing, and he'll get out there when he needs
to get out there, but he's going to miss some time.
But he did say it was different than the calf injury that Darius Robinson had last year that caused him to miss half the season. There was a story today on CBSSports.com. NFL training camp injury panic meter. Some big names were already dinged up through the first wave of training camp. And if you scroll down a little bit and you go past names like Matthew Stafford or Justin Fields, where the panic level is medium or low or whatnot, Justin Jefferson, it's medium. You scroll down enough, you get to Walter Nolan for the Cardinals. They put the panic meter at high for him with 3 little red sirens next to his name. Oh, 3 sirens, Gambo.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. And, on the PUP list, obviously, and I mentioned the comment that Gannon doesn't really know when he's going to get back, but that he's going to miss some time. And that's it, and first year training camp. Obviously, this was it's a calf injury. You don't know how long it's going to take. I don't think he's going to be out for a long period of time. But again, when you talk about rookies and missing training camp, you can fall so far behind the 8 ball. You can fall we've seen it so many times. These rookies come in, they miss a week, they miss 2 weeks. All of a sudden, it's so hard to catch up. First, all of your competition is way ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
They're all way ahead of you physically, mentally, learning what. Now, you could be in the room and you're learning everything, but being out there is a lot different. So it's just human nature, man. Like when these rookies come in and they're expected to take the world by storm, and all of a sudden now you're out 2 weeks, you fall so far behind everybody else that it's hard to catch up.
Yeah, I'll give you, I think, kind of the cop-out answer on this one a little bit too, and I do hear what you're saying. I think part of the cop-out answer when it comes to Walter Nolan and whatever panic you might be, you have to include the guys around him at the position that he plays. And I think because the Cardinals have added so much depth at that position.
Yeah.
Right? And have, Bilal Nichols is still around, and I know he's hurt too, but Justin Jones is still around, and they added Dalvin Tomlinson, and they added Calais Campbell, and here's Darius Robinson.
A lot of competition.
There's so much competition at that position. Like, I do feel like, kind of like the corner room with Sean Murphy-Bunting and Star Thomas, if there's a room where you can afford to give Walter Nolan a little time and a little grace to recover,
it's that room.
It's that room. If this were the wide receiver room, I don't know if I'd feel that way about it. If this were the offensive line room, I don't know if I'd feel that same way about it. But because it's this position where they just went out and signed guy after guy. I mean, Dante Stills has had a really good camp. LJ Collier had a really good year last year for them, and they brought him back.
Player.
There's bodies there. You know what I mean? Like, there's options there for them to go to. I don't know if I'd put my panic on Walter Nolan as high as I would as CBS is suggesting.
Because of how deep that they are?
Yeah, I just think they've got options there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, but the thing is, like, when they drafted Walter Nolan, it was like, okay, this kid's got a real opportunity to be a big-time player for them. Now, it doesn't mean that he can't. It's just like, how much of an impact can you make if you miss a lot of training camp? And for a lot of guys, it's just you fall so far behind that you're never really able to catch up. Is it a lost year? I don't know if I would call it a lost year, but I do think that there comes a point where if you miss too much time, it is hard to make an impact in that front year.
No, it is. I mean, we saw it with Darius Robinson last year. He just was never able to get, and he had a rough year last year between his mom and the injury. It was tough for him in his rookie year. But there does become a point where it's just the law of diminishing returns, and you're not going to be. And hopefully it's not that bad, but because they're being kind of vague about it, not putting any kind of timeline, which is typical, they're not going to put a specific number on it. You do wonder how bad it is and when he's going to be able to make a contribution. But as for now, they're still kind of stocked at the position, so maybe they can survive it.
Yeah, and it's a calf injury. So, like, when is he come? Like, if he could get back, like, hasn't lost a lot yet.
No.
But, 3, 4, 5 days. But you start to miss weeks after, if you start to miss a couple of weeks, it becomes very hard.
When we come back, we're seeing names swapping teams in a flurry today, especially among the relievers, the elite relievers in Major League Baseball. We're 21 hours away. Are the Diamondbacks set to enter the conversation? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone? But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports,
the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last of the Diamondbacks games before the trade deadline is officially in the books. and it's potentially a bitter end for several members of the Snakes. Final from Detroit, 7-2. That's a sweep at the hands of the Tigers and a now 5-game losing streak after their win in Pittsburgh on Friday night. Next up, the trade deadline, which will hit at 3 in the afternoon tomorrow, so still several hours to go before that trade deadline. And then the Snakes will return to on-field action on Friday. They'll be in Sacramento to take on the Sacramento Las Vegas, no longer in Oakland Athletics. Per ESPN's Shams Charania, he reported today that Warriors restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga is declining a recent offer from the Warriors, and Shams adds that the Phoenix Suns have made the most lucrative push for the forward in a potential sign and trade. You can read the full report right now on Arizonasports.com, which is presented by YRefi. Well, a great start to the game has not led to a great second quarter for the Merc, unfortunately. They led 30-20 after one, but the Fever came out with a fury. A 35-point quarter in the second compared to the Mercury's 17. Now has the Merc trailing Indiana 55-47. That one is just now winding down on the first half of play. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submit2save.com. That's submit the number 2 save.com.
Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We are talking MLB trade deadline because we are now 21 hours away from the deadline. Diamondbacks, all's quiet on the Western Front. There have been 2 major deals that have gone down so far, both involving relievers. St. Louis Cardinals closer Ryan Helsley was traded from St. Louis to the New York Mets. The New York Mets gave up their 8th best prospect, their 14th best prospect in order to get that done. The big one is Yohan Duran going from the Twins to the Phillies in exchange for Mick Abel, who is a right-handed pitcher, Eduardo Tate, who is a catcher. They are the 4th and 6th best prospects in the Phillies system and 2 of the top 100 prospects in all of baseball. The cost was obviously very high there to get the elite closer from the Twins over to the Philadelphia Phillies, who also has a year left of control beyond this deal as well.
There's a part of the party that just feels this sadness when you start talking about like really good closers getting traded, because you were hopeful. We were all very hopeful that the Diamondbacks would be able to address their biggest weekness. Now, hang around, stay in the race.
Brother, you are preaching to the choir on this one.
And it didn't happen. But there's no question, I think for a long time, before we finally realized that this wasn't going to be their year, we were very hopeful that they would just be able to hang on, get by with good starting pitching, a good offense, and a bad bullpen to get to this point to where then Mike Hazen could then go get Helsley, go get Duran, go get one of these guys that could solidify your bullpen for the next 2 months.
No doubt. And there is a lot of FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. There's a lot of watching the elite teams of the National League or the competitive teams of the National League doing the thing that you thought you were going to be able to do with your team. And instead, you're on the complete other end of the spectrum, which is not even close to what anybody thought the Diamondbacks would be. And yet here we are. So we're waiting. Now, the Diamondbacks have left Detroit. They're already on their way to Sacramento. I saw a picture of Eugenio Suarez, tugging his suitcase along with him in the clubhouse in the hallway, getting ready to get on the plane. So he's still with the team. They're still with the team. But with the Diamondbacks not playing a game between now and Friday, it's safe to say that the roster could, and if we're being honest about it, should look very different by the time. I mean, we're to that point now.
I'm hopeful that it does.
I think we all should be hopeful that it does.
Okay, call me crazy. I want them to trade Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, Eugenio Suarez, if you can, Gurriel. I want them to.
I do too.
Why? Because I'm a fan of the Diamondbacks. Mm-hmm. What does that mean? All of these guys are free agents. I would rather see the Diamondbacks try to load up on, if they could get 12 prospects overall from all these trades and 2 or 3 of them hit, that's great. If you can hit at a 20% rate, that would be great. I would like to see them get an infusion of young talent into their farm system, guys that may come up in a year or 2 years or whatever it is, and just try. You got to try. So I'm for the trades. I want to see them make these trades.
Yeah, I think, and that's why I agree. That's why they should. They should make these moves. They should make these trades. Now, of course, the old caveats still apply. If they don't find a deal that they like and they're truly convinced that holding on to Eugenio Suarez and the comp pick that comes because they do, if there's more value in that than what they're being offered, okay, fine, keep them. Or same with Merrill Kelly, same with Zach Gallen. If you're better off keeping them because the offers aren't coming in, I understand that. But I think when the offers do start coming in, and I believe eventually they will start coming in, but I also think Mike he's a very savvy, smart general manager. He's going to drive a very hard bargain with these chips. He's going to be very demanding of what he wants. Now, maybe some teams have already said price is too high. We're speculating here, but the Yankees went out. They traded for a third baseman a few days ago. The Reds, in the last 24 hours, they went out and they traded for a third baseman. And so maybe, and I don't know this for sure, but maybe both of those teams looked at what the Diamondbacks were asking for and said, yeah, too rich, man. Too rich for my blood. We're not going to give you all of that for a guy that we're going to have for 2 months who's one of the streakiest hitters in Major League Baseball. But I think if he sticks to his guns, eventually there's a market large enough for Suarez that he should be able to get a big Boffo deal in return, you would think.
Yeah, and like anything, if the offer, for some reason, if the offer is not good enough, you keep him, you extend a qualifying offer, and if he signs somewhere else, I think it's $50 million, and he gets more than that, then you get a pick at the end of the first round. So that stuff matters too. The offers have to be better for these guys than what the qualifying offer would be. Do the Diamondbacks value Eugenio Suarez? Of course they do. They love the guy. Everybody in the organization loves the guy. Do you want to pay him $20 million a year for the next 3 years? I mean, I probably don't. I like him too. Do I want to commit $20 million a year, Christian Walker type money for a guy at 35, 36, 37? My answer is no. Look, they correctly predicted the decline for Christian Walker. Mm-hmm. Okay? And it was smart. And sometimes you got to know when to walk away.
Yes.
Me and you have been in this long enough to know that there's a lot of times teams make a decision.
An emotional decision.
An emotional decision.
A decision of the heart, not of the head. Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
Can't do that if you're Mike Hazen. Can't do that. So, if you want to bring Merrill Kelly back, fine. Give him a 2-year deal he's still good. But you've got to expect a decline for guys when they start to get mid-30s. You have to.
Yeah, you do, and you have to act accordingly on that one. Now, if they do make all these deals, and again, we say all these deals, we're talking about the big three, as I referenced a segment ago. I mean, we could be limiting the conversation here. We could be talking about Jake McCarthy. We could be talking about Alek Thomas. We could be talking about Lourdes Gurriel Jr. potentially. Now, those are different kind of deals. But it might not just be limited to these three. I mean, it's too bad in a way. It's too bad Shelby Miller's not healthy. It's too bad Ryan Tom, right? Because then, especially in this relievers market, man, if Shelby Miller were healthy and doing the things that he'd been doing early in the season, there would absolutely be a market for him. It would have been nice if he could have got.
It would have been nice if he could have got back and pitched in a couple of these games just to show that he's healthy. So if you're trading for Shelby Miller or Jalen Beeks, you're just basing it on medicals, and you always exchange medicals before any. Guys don't go through the medical, but you exchange medicals for teams to look at it. So everything's always pending a medical. But that doesn't mean a guy's going in for an exam. It just means here's the medicals we have on him. Take a look. Okay.
This is less about Suarez than it is about Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. If we really are entering the final hours of them being a member of the Diamondbacks organization, and I don't mean any disrespect to Suarez, he's been a good Diamondback. But we will spend a moment or two when it does happen talking about how great it was to have Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen anchoring your rotation for the better part of a half decade, because it's been a lot of fun knowing that was your one and your two for a long time, and the things that they were able to achieve with those guys being their one and their two for a long time. I know there were some rough years too, and 2020 was rough and 2021 was rough, but the way they came out of it and the way those two were the center of the pitching rotation universe for the Diamondbacks, I'm going to miss that, right? I'm going to miss both of those guys if that's the case, because it was such a fun time in Diamondbacks history to watch those two be the middle of it.
Yeah, and the biggest what if is, man, I mean, part of it's because Gallen didn't pitch well this year, but the excitement that we had that you got Gallen and Kelly, and now you just got Corbin Burns.
Sure.
You got the best rotation.
Sure.
One of the best rotations in baseball.
Yeah. There's still part of me that can't believe it's failed. I mean, I'm still having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that it failed.
So a guy that never gets injured comes here and gets injured.
Yeah.
Monty Ossenford dealt with that with the Cardinals last year. He signed a bunch of guys that are always healthy. And they got injured.
And they all got hurt.
They all got hurt.
And then both of your premier closers both got hurt. That they all need Tommy John surgery. That they're all not only out for this year, they're all out for probably most of next year too. Like, I mean, it's just I can't believe how, because I can remember, probably like a lot of Diamondback fans, exactly where I was when I found out they had signed Corbin Burns, when it was discovered and you thought to yourself, oh my God, they've got the best rotation in baseball. They're going to be who's going to stop that team? And here we are. And they stopped themselves. Injuries, poor play, poor defense. I mean, like, we know all the reasons. I'm certainly not looking forward to 2 months of baseball and a pitching rotation of, no offense, Fott fine, Ryan Nelson fine.
DeSclafani?
Anthony DeSclafani.
That's not.
Bryce Jarvis, nothing personal, but that's going to make for, if we're just being honest, a real tough watch for the last 2 months of the season, if that's what it's going to come down to.
My understanding is the leading candidates to replace Gallen and Kelly if they get traded would be DeSclafani and Bryce Jarvis right now.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, and of course, Lauren still has her finger poised on the breaking news button if something happens, but we're down to, 48 minutes to go on today's show, so we'll see.
Good night, everybody.
No. Kyler Murray, can he reverse the trend that has existed seemingly forever for the Arizona Cardinals? That's coming up on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. What is best for the long-term good and health of the organization? Sometimes it gets lost when fans are living in the moment and become very attached to a certain athlete. As a Diamondbacks fan, you got to divorce yourself from the fact that it's great watching Gino. He's a great guy. He's got a great vibe. Like I say, he's got great hair. He's got that great gesture, the binoculars gesture. Everybody loves him. But this is a great opportunity for the Diamondbacks, and that's the way you've got to look at it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, where they're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. Let the Lund Mortgage Team help you refinance, new home loan, pre-approved for mortgage. They simply do it all. Many people getting pre-approved for a mortgage right now with the Lund Mortgage Team, because why? A lot of houses in the market. A lot of houses in the market. We've seen house prices come down. This is a great time for you to get in touch with the Lund Mortgage Team. All you have to do is call them at 623-889-0130 and let them work for you. A refinance, new home equity line of credit, very popular right now. To be able to take some money out without affecting your interest rate, take the money out to remodel your house and do some of the things that you want to do. Home equity lines of credit, very popular too. Call the Lund Mortgage Team at 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell half gallons, $5.99 each at Albertsons and Safeway now through August 5th.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Burns and Gambo talk Cardinals training camp now.
Yeah, big expectations. Listen, he's paid like one of the top guys in the league, and he is. Listen, he's one of the most talented guys. He's been one of the most talented guys since he's ever stepped on a football field, even in high school, right? I mean, he never lost a game in high school. The first time I watched him step out on the field, you look at him, the first thing you notice is obviously his size. It's like, oh, man, like, he's not that big. But then you watch him throw and you watch him run, and you're like, okay, that's a top 3 most talented player in the National Football League. And so from that standpoint, you just hope that he continues to grow.
That's A.Q. Shipley, the voice of the new Cardinals radio analyst, who is replacing our colleague Ron Wolfley after Ron retired after 20 years on the job as a color analyst. A.Q. Shipley talking, of course, about Kyler Murray. And no matter how many times we talk about the defensive line or Walter Nolan or Paris Johnson Jr. or the battle at running back, not even the battle at running back, but how they're going to divvy up the snaps, like all these conversations we've had just today about the Arizona Cardinals, we all know at the end of the day, so much of the 2025 season is going to be a referendum on Kyler Murray and his ability to rise above and take this team to that next level, this thing that has eluded him and them in the 6 seasons that he's been here, 7 seasons that he's been there. I hate to, just like the ASU conversation we had earlier, I hate to make it so simple as it's all on the quarterback, because it's not all on the quarterback. But Gambo, so much of this is about the quarterback, right? I mean, it's a make or break element to all of it.
Okay, this isn't fair. But if I said to you, what's one reason the Cardinals don't make the playoffs this year, your first answer is going to be Kyler Murray regressed or Kyler didn't get better, and that doesn't mean that's the answer. That just means your first thing, not barring like major injuries. Hey, the Cardinals, relatively healthy, didn't make the playoffs this year. What happened? Your first thought is going to be like Kyler didn't have a good year. It's not going to be James Conner didn't have a good year. It's not going to be Josh Sweat didn't pan out. It's going to be Kyler didn't have a good year. I do a lot of radio shows. I'm sure you do a lot of radio shows. And every time Kyler Murray comes up, I answer it the same way I talk about it here. He's not a bad quarterback. No, but he's not a great quarterback. Nope. He's good.
He's good.
I was on with Brock in Seattle, Brock Hewitt in Seattle just last week, and of course Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray's a good quarterback. What does that mean? I don't know. It means I don't know.
it means we're still trying to figure it out.
It means listen. I'm very consistent with what I say. The top 10 quarterbacks in the league, you know exactly what you have. The bottom 10 quarterbacks in the league, you know exactly what you have. It's the middle 10 that are really difficult to middle 10, 11, 12 that are very difficult to figure out what you have.
I do think, though.
You're counting on your fingers.
Oh, I was just counting the number of years that Kyler was in the league. That's all.
This is his 8th, right?
This is his 7th.
This is his 7th.
This is his 7th year in the league. Yeah, that's what I was counting, because I wasn't sure, and I just had to be sure. What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Oh, okay. There's a path. Unlike years past, I think, and I think this is what makes this year a little unique for the Cardinals. There is a path where you could convince me Kyler Murray doesn't have to be elite for the Cardinals to get where they want to go. And that path is based off of the fact, two things. Number one, they drastically improved their defense in the offseason, drastically, to the point where they might have even changed the identity of the franchise by how much they've poured into the defense and the resources they have there, where they're going to be a defense-minded, oriented team first before the offense. That's number one. Number two, their offense is so predicated on rushing the football. I mean, it's in a regard, it's almost like a throwback kind of offense with how much they want to run. And, 12 personnel, 13 personnel, all the numbers we've heard a gazillion times about this offense, that you could at least kind of convince me that Kyler doesn't have to put up MVP-type numbers for them to get where they want to go. You could convince me of that. But if they don't get where they want to go, it's almost unfair to say, well, then he's going to get the blame, but you're going to look at him and go, well, why weren't you able to lift them up? Why weren't you able, after 7 years on the job, shouldn't you be in a position to be able, a good quarterback can rise a whole organization up.
He's got to elevate everybody else's play
you
around
do.
him.
And if your defense isn't good enough to carry you, or your running game isn't good enough to carry, a quarterback on his own can be good enough to carry a team like that and elevate. And if he's not able to do it after year 7, then you start to wonder if he ever can. This whole conversation is predicated. It's funny, I haven't even talked about what inspired this.
What inspired it?
Well, there was a story on CBSSports.com, and you had to know the Cardinals were going to rank dreadfully low on this, and they did. Ranking all 32 NFL teams by their quarterback history. The only team that was worse than the Cardinals were the Houston Texans. And the Cardinals, of course, have had some good ones. Kurt Warner, Carson Palmer. But then the next one you'd go to is like Jim Hart, back in the 70s, right? There's not a great, rich, deep history at the position for the Cardinals. And so, of course, they're not, it's teams like the Texans, the Cardinals, the Jags, the Panthers. Sorry, Lauren, the Bears, the Jets, the Browns. Of course the Bears are going to be on the list.
The Bears and the Jets.
The Lions are going to be on the list. The Vikings are, so it's, yes.
Kenny O'Brien, the last good Jets quarterback.
Of course the Cardinals are going to be low on this list. And I don't even need Kyler. I don't even need Kyler to move the Cardinals up on this list. I don't care about that. I need Kyler to get the Cardinals in the playoffs this year. That's what I need.
I think what this list shows is that the great quarterbacks the Cardinals had were very short-lived guys that were at the end of their careers, came here and had success. Kurt Warner and Carson Palmer. They weren't guys that we hear. Neither one of those guys. Kyler Murray's already played more years than Kurt Warner did in Arizona. He's already played more years than Carson Palmer did in Arizona.
Right.
I mean, pretty soon. I mean, how many years was Carson Palmer here?
5?
Was he here 5?
6?
I'm saying pretty soon,
I'm
Carson.
just guessing. I'm not sure.
I'm going to look it up, but pretty soon, Kyler Murray's going to have more years than both of those guys combined.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carson's 5, and what was Kurt? Was Kurt 4?
Kurt was 4, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about another year or so. He's going to have more. He's going to have more years than both of those guys combined in another year or two. So, what I'd like to see is that Kyler elevates everybody around him and becomes that guy. Becomes the guy that could stay with a franchise for a long time. And all of the great quarterbacks, almost all of the great quarterbacks, stay with their organizations for a really long time. Because when you get a guy like that, you don't want to let him. Josh Allen's not leaving the Buffalo Bills in the next 2 or 3 years. Patrick Mahomes is not leaving the Kansas City Chiefs. It just that stuff doesn't happen. So, but you do see a lot of teams that hold on to a guy way too long. And I don't want that to be Kyler, but I'm not convinced. No. So, to me, this is another one of the big year for Kyler. Of course it is. But I feel like I've been saying that for the last 3 years.
Well, we have been saying it, and something else that we've been saying for at least the last 2 years. Okay, there were the years he got hurt with the knee injury and then recovering from that. Those almost don't count. But I think even, and I know that I don't even think this. I know this. Even if Kyler gets off to a great start, even if Kyler gets off to an MVP type start after the first,
it's the finish.
It's the finish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's now if he gets off to a poor start, then the finish might not matter that much. But if he gets off to a start and everyone's going to say, see, he's the real deal. See, all of his critics were wrong. Everybody was wrong. It's going to be, let's just wait and see.
Yeah.
Let's wait and see until we get to November. Let's wait until we see to get to December. and then we'll know. And you know, if we're going to really micromanage this with Kyler, it's going to come down to those last 2 months and how he plays then, even if he gets off to a great
incredible
start.
how bad they play in from like Thanksgiving on,
I know.
or even November.
Like,
It's really remarkable year after year after year.
It's like a set your watch to it kind of thing, right? When something like that happens. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, actually, let me remind you this first. It is the last chance for you to join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. We are running out of spots. Text fantasy to 620-620. Battle your favorite host for bragging rights in the Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots are almost gone. There's a league for each show. Text the word fantasy now and you can get in. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget, book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. Jonathan Kuminga, future Phoenix Sun, that's coming up on Arizona Sports.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. When it comes to the best trucks, when it comes to the best SUVs, nothing's better than a GMC. And nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. Whether you're talking about Terrains or Acadias or Yukons or the trucks, the Canyons, the Sierras, the Sierra Heavy Duties. It's the best at Liberty GMC. They got the best inventory, the best deals, and they've got the best service department in the Valley. They stay open overnight. So you drop your car off by 8 p.m., you're back on the road by the next morning. You'll never know your car is gone. I hate waiting around for my car to get serviced. There's so many other things I'd rather do. This is an unbelievable way to get it done and never really know that your car is gone. It's all Liberty GMC, as well as anytime you buy 3 tires, you get the 4th for just $1. Best deal in town. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
I'm Mitch Varelvis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The last of the Diamondbacks games before the trade deadline is in the books, and it's potentially a bitter end for several members of this year's Diamondbacks team. The final from Detroit today, 7-2, a sweep at the hands of the Tigers, and a now 5-game losing streak after their win in Pittsburgh on Friday night. Next up, the trade deadline, which hits tomorrow at 3 o'clock local time, and then the Snakes will be back in action on the field on Friday. First time in Sacramento this season to take on the Sacramento, Las Vegas, no longer in Oakland Athletics. Per ESPN's Shams Charania, he reported today that Warriors restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga is declining a recent offer from the Warriors, and that the Phoenix Suns have made the most lucrative push for the forward in a potential sign and trade. You can read the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. And checking in on things in Indianapolis, the Fever are holding on to that lead over the Phoenix Mercury. 68-62 is what it currently stands as about halfway through the third quarter. This was a game where the Merc led early in the first quarter, surrendered 35 points in the second quarter to the Fever, and are now hanging on, still down by 6. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. It's located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Cardinals and ASU football live up to expectations this season? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I'm told the Phoenix Suns and the Sacramento Kings are two teams that have made concrete offers with the Warriors over the last week or so. They're two of the more aggressive teams with Kuminga, and they're also offering him an opportunity for significant minutes, a starting caliber role in their lineup, and those are two things that he wants more than anything. So where this is at, Vanessa, is the Warriors do not want anything, though, that is available to them, is being offered to them in sign and trades. And on the other hand, with Jonathan Kuminga, he is not ready to move forward with taking any of the Warriors' current offers. He's not in a hurry to do a deal there yet. And so 24 days into the offseason, it's a staring contest between these two sides that could continue much longer than just this month. And so we're nearing August and still no Warriors move so far this offseason.
That's Shams Charania on ESPN, and I don't think anything he said or anything he's reported so far about this situation is in dispute. We've known the Suns were interested in Jonathan Kuminga basically since last February. You'd reported a couple of weeks ago that there's still very much interest in, you didn't say no, you didn't shoot it down and say, yeah, there's no interest in him at all. I think what's in dispute is what the Suns might have offered the Golden State Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga, right? Because there have been reports that it's Ryan Dunn or Oso Ighodaro. There have been reports that it's 4 second-round picks. The Suns don't even have 4 second-round picks, Trey. Like that's where it gets a little squirrely here in trying to figure out what exactly is the offer the Suns have made to the Warriors that they're not interested in trading Jonathan Kuminga to the Suns for. That's where the dispute is.
So if we go back to February 5th, I think it was, the trade deadline, the biggest option that the Suns were working on was trading Kevin Durant for a package. They would get Jimmy Butler. They were going to get Kuminga. They were going to get Valanciunas, who they were going to flip for some other pieces. They were going to get 2 unprotected first-round picks from Golden State. It was a 25 pick and a 30 pick. They were going to get some pick swaps with Golden State as well, and they were going to get 2 second-round picks from Golden State, and that was the deal that they were working on. Kuminga was a big part of it, as well as Butler. The Suns are interested in Kuminga. They are. They always have been, but I've said it's very difficult to do. The first report was about the holdup being Ryan Dunn. They've never discussed Dunn. The Suns aren't trading Ryan Dunn. So there's no holdup over Ryan Dunn because it's never been discussed.
Yeah, and Shams isn't reporting Ryan Dunn, by the way.
No.
That's been somebody. I don't want to throw
Yeah.
Shams under the bus here because that's not been his reporting.
The other report is that the deal is Nick Richards and Royce O'Neal and 4 second-round picks. Okay. They don't even have 4 second-round picks.
Not that are available to trade, no.
They don't have 4 second-round picks that they could trade. So, do I think that the Suns are willing to make a deal for Kuminga? Yes, but it's nowhere near what you guys are hearing. Nick Richards, no, not in the deal. Ryan Dunn, no, not in the deal. I don't think Golden State's going to get a good enough offer. I think the Suns are somewhat handcuffed because they don't have all of these picks coming in. They like Kuminga. They've continued to, like Kuminga. But again, I think it's very difficult to do a deal with him just based on, look, they're not giving up Ryan Dunn. And I'm glad they're not giving up Ryan Dunn. I don't want them to give up Ryan, but they've never even discussed Ryan Dunn with them.
I think that the biggest thing that makes me uncomfortable about this, frankly, are the dollars. That there have been some reports that 4 years and up to $90 million are some of the offers that Kuminga might be getting from the Suns or the Kings if they were to do a sign and trade. And I don't know, maybe I'm just a little gun shy about the money because they work so hard to get under all these limits. But I don't think that Jonathan Kuminga has earned those kind of dollars in this league yet.
Yeah.
And I am not comfortable in my basketball team risking those kind of dollars on a player who I just don't think has earned it yet. I think that's a massive overpay for Jonathan Kuminga.
2 major scorers on your roster already. Kuminga wants to score. He wants the ball. You got 2 guys that are going to demand the ball a lot, between Green and Book. So is it a great fit? I mean, he's a good player. I'm not going to say he's not a good player. But I agree with you. I think there's you want to get him for $18 million a year? Okay. You start to get up into that big money that we're talking about, I might shy away from that.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
You're talking about almost $25 million a year. If we're, because according to Shams, the Suns have made the most lucrative push via a sign and trade. But I think the other key thing here in Shams' reporting is that from the Warriors' perspective, quote, they have begun signaling a plan to cut off sign and trade conversations entirely. Look, we gave you and your agent a month. Come up with your best offer. Let's see if anything intrigues us. Yeah, we're really not interested. And we've got this 2-year deal on the table for you. If you don't want that, we've got a qualifying offer for you for 1 year. You can sign that. Either way, we own your rights. You're not going anywhere. I know you want to be a star on this team, but the way we're built right now, there might be some nights where we're just not going to use you a whole lot, and you want to go somewhere where you've got more on the table for you. We get that, but we control your rights. We're not interested in anything that's been out there so far in signing, so we're going to keep you. We're going to keep you, and there's really nothing you can do about it. So that's how it's going to be, right? And
always address it later on to the deadline or something. Yeah, we don't have to do anything.
And in some ways, I'm kind of glad because I just don't think the Suns are. It's kind of like sometimes when you're in a long relationship with somebody and you break up and I'm going to take a little break from dating for a while. I'm not really ready to get into a serious relationship right now. If I'm the Suns, I'm not ready to get into a 4-year, $90 million relationship with Jonathan Kuminga. I just broke up with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. I need some time. I need some space. I'm just not ready for a relationship like that. And I know the money that you're giving Kuminga is nowhere near the money you're giving Beal or Kevin Durant. But man, we just got done with the megas.
I need some me time.
Yeah, I need a little me time. I'm just not. I want to date a little bit. I want to meet some new people, but I'm really not interested.
I want to watch when I want to watch it.
Yeah, I'm just not really interested in a long-term relationship right now. I'm just not ready to commit like that. That's kind of how I feel right now about my Phoenix Suns. Anytime I see Jonathan Kuminga, 4 years, $90 million, I'm like, really, we're gonna jump right back into that already for Jonathan Kuminga. He's a good player, but
nothing wrong with a little me time.
Nothing.
Everybody needs a little bit of me time.
Nothing at all. Now, the other thing I would say about this, without knowing, half as much, a quarter of much as you do about this because of all the reporting you do, I also know that any thought that this thing might be dead because the Warriors say, that's it, we gave you a chance, it's done. Man, we saw DeAndre Ayton get traded about a week before the season started. There's no reason to think this thing is done, because we've seen deals come together right before training camp starts. So I don't know if I'll ever believe it's completely done because of that.
Things change, right? I mean, what
Yes.
happens in June is a lot different than what happens in September when you talk about 3 months difference. But like right now, what the Suns might be willing to give up could be different 2 months from now. But as of right now, again, I'm pretty confident saying that Ryan Dunn is not going to be in any trade for Jonathan Kuminga. The plan is to hold on to Ryan Dunn.
The UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event, it's sold out. You can still get 2 tickets, VIP meet and greet with Jim McMahon, and a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. Head to the contest page, at arizonasports.com for your chance to enter. Still waiting for the next big Diamondbacks trade, but there have been some big trades in baseball today. Do any of them impact what the Diamondbacks are trying to do? We'll dive into that next if you stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor to Seattle.
Where do you begin on this with Josh Naylor?
Honestly, where I begin is who's your first baseman next year?
Okay.
I mean, maybe that's not what everybody's thinking right now. You're probably thinking, like, okay, what did they get in return? What did they give up for Josh Naylor in the first place? And, like, how is that all panning out? I know people do that with trades. But my biggest question now is who's your first baseman in 2026 and really for the rest of this season?
I was going to say, I don't know if you have to look at next year to ask that question. Who's going to be your first baseman?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30.
3025.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware holds.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Diamondbacks have already played. Diamondbacks have already lost. The Mercury are on right now. And with about 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, the Indiana Fever, minus Caitlin Clark, are beating the Mercury by a point, 78-77 right now. So with about 9 minutes to go in the game.
Let's go, Merc.
So that's on right now. There's Major League Baseball on tonight, of course, but no Diamondbacks.
I've been watching some with everybody away. They're in San Diego for my kids' baseball.
Yeah.
I watched a movie last night about a Russian sniper during World War II. True story. 309 kills. It was on Amazon Prime. So I just watched some war movies. I like movies. My wife does, but it was about
What was the name of it? I might have seen it. Was it a new movie or an old movie?
I don't think it was that old. Russian sniper movie.
Was it with
It's a true story.
Was it with Joseph Fiennes and Ed Harris? Was Ed Harris in it?
Lyudmila Pavlichenko.
No, that wasn't it.
No.
No, that wasn't it. There was a movie, it came out like 15 years ago.
About a Russian sniper?
It had Ed Harris and Joseph Fiennes in it. It was about a Russian sniper during World War II. Yeah.
It was 2015. Battle for Sevastopol.
No.
About a female sniper, a real true story, 309 kills. Yeah.
I've not heard of that one. No.
Sometimes you just pick a random movie and just watch it.
Okay, here's
the
the
day
thing.
before I had watched something about like this attorney that got a whole lot of people out of World War II in World War II.
But see, there's nothing random about what you watch. They're almost all about World War II.
Yeah, I like.
I mean, there's nothing random about that at all. Pretty much everything you're watching is about World War II.
Not true. I actually put something out the other day. One of the best TV shows I watched.
Okay.
I put it out there. It was really good, and I don't usually do. If you go to my Twitter timeline, you're not going to find all of these shows. It was one of the best shows I've seen in years. It was called Department Q.
Oh, that show.
On Netflix.
I've heard really good things about that show.
Phenomenal.
I've heard, okay, nothing to do with World War II.
Phenomenal
like a
show.
Scottish kind of murder mystery, right? Sort of thing.
Fantastic
really
TV show. Yeah. Me and Chelsea were both like edge of your seat, trying to figure out who did it.
Don't spoil it.
I like crime thrillers. I really like crime. Really, really good show. Department Q.
I
Netflix.
heard that was good. I'm kind of between shows right now, but I did watch a great movie on the plane on the way to Maine. It was called Sinners. It was so fantastic. It was really, really good. I missed it in the theaters, but it was excellent. All right, so that's what's on tonight. Yeah. Watch whatever you want. Maybe you'll watch the Major League Baseball trade deadline. Not that there's much to watch, but it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, so it's going to happen right, during our show. We've got a little roundtable scheduled for tomorrow starting at 3:15. We've got our D-backs writer Alex Weiner is going to join us. Steve Zinsmeister from the Diamondbacks is going to join us. Of course, you and I are both going to be here. That gives you a little flexibility and freedom if you need to duck out and take a phone call or whatever. The deadline's at 3. We're certainly going to be on guard all day tomorrow. I mean, we've had some trade deadlines where we're not expecting a lot of action. This is the opposite of that. We are expecting a lot of action between now and tomorrow. We don't know when it's going to happen. We'll see. But we certainly think – because, look, either way, we either have something to talk about because they did it
or
something to talk about because they didn't, right? There's really Like them not doing something is maybe not as noteworthy, but it's still noteworthy if they didn't trade Zach Gallen, if they didn't trade Merrill Kelly. So either way, it's like breaking news is guaranteed to happen during our show tomorrow.
A few years ago, they traded Zach Gallen with 10 minutes left in the deadline.
Zach Gallen or Zach Greinke?
Zach Greinke. Zach Greinke.
Yeah.
Zach Greinke, 10 minutes left in the deadline is when they decided to work, to kind of like finally. They had talked about it, but they weren't going to do it. Neither side was going to do it. Finally, it was like, okay, let's give this one more shot before this. We got 10 minutes left. Is there anything we can do to make this work? Well, yes, there is something you can do to make this work. You got to do that. Okay, and then boom, it got done. 10 minutes to go. Now, we'll be really good at telling you if the Diamondbacks are done. We're very good at doing that all the time. Okay, there aren't going to be any more trades.
You're good at finding that out, like that this is it.
Really good in the last couple of minutes and saying, okay, the team is done. I just hope nothing happens when I'm driving. That's always the worst for me. Really, the worst for me is when things happen when I'm driving. I hate that.
Maybe you should Uber to work tomorrow. Have somebody drive you to and from work so you can just be in the back seat working the deals.
Yeah,
so you're not in the car.
Not a bad idea.
You should Uber to work tomorrow.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah. I mean, I can give you a ride home if you want.
My wife used our Uber account for you because we had a certain amount with American Express, like on Uber. She used it yesterday for Petco Park because they went to Petco Park.
Oh, that's the best way to go to Petco Park.
Yeah, Uber.
Oh, you don't want to drive down there. It's crazy.
No,
so
it's
yeah,
crazy.
maybe you should Uber.
No, but like, and even like, listen, trade comes out. There's always a lot of things to the trade. So even if you hear about a trade, we're pretty good at being able to find out a lot of the details that maybe haven't come out. Hey, Suarez was traded here, and then we can find out, what they liked about the players, where players are going to be signed to affiliate, stuff like that. So we'll have a lot of information.
You bringing up the Zach Greinke trade made me think about how bad the Zach Greinke trade was. They did not get good return.
Well, you don't think that home run that Seth Beer hit on National Beer Day was worth it?
That was literally the only payoff to that deal. There was
Josh Rojas.
Okay, Josh Rojas. Okay,
was it Corbin Martin?
Corbin Martin
and one
Seth
other starting
Beer,
pitcher. One other starting pitcher.
Who was the other guy in that deal?
J.B. Bukauskas.
Bukauskas.
You know why I remember it?
Why?
I was just talking with Lauren about it. I really wanted them to get Forrest Whitley. Forrest Whitley is still in the minor leagues for the Astros. That trade was in 2019, man.
I mean, Rojas was fine, a local guy coming back, and of course he was instrumental later in the Paul Sewald trade. So he ended up being like a chip that you use somewhere down the road, but for the most part, the returns on that trade were no good. The two big trades that have come down today, and they've all happened since we've been on the air. Yohan Duran went from the Twins to the Phillies, one of the best closers in baseball. He's got a year left of control beyond this year. The Phillies gave up two of their top 6 prospects, number 4 and number 6, and 2 of the top 100 prospects in all of baseball to make it happen. So they paid a pretty price to get him there, but obviously the Phillies are in perpetual go-for-it mode, especially since they haven't won one the last few years. That was the big one, and then the other one, the Mets and the St. Louis Cardinals made a deal. The Mets got Cardinals closer Ryan Helsley for infielder Jesus Baez, a right-handed pitcher, another right-handed pitcher. Baez was their 8th best prospect, and one of the pitchers was their 14th best prospect. So far, closers are the currency in this year's trade deadline so far.
And again, sad that we're not buying on those closers because we thought we would be.
Yeah.
We thought the Diamondbacks would be going out to get Helsley or get Duran or get somebody like that.
But there's no question that when the Diamondbacks traded Josh Naylor last week, they announced their intentions to baseball. We're selling. And by doing that, and in that moment, Could
they have told the team that we still have games to play? Hey, we're selling, but hey, to the rest of you guys,
keep playing.
We still got to play. Like, there's still games to be played.
Brutal. It's been brutal. They're averaging about 1.5 runs per game over their last 9 plays.
Literally one of the worst stretches I've seen.
It's just so tough to watch. Like Brandon Pfaadt got rocked last night. It almost didn't matter. Doesn't matter when you're only going to score 2 runs. You get a terrible 5th inning. Ryan Nelson, his defense was terrible behind him. He gave up 4 runs, but only 1 was earned today. Doesn't matter. When your offense is only giving you 1 run or 2 runs every night or no runs, it doesn't matter.
I mean, they went in today like 2 for 20-something with runners in scoring position. 2 for Bedman, 2 for 30.
Yeah.
With runners in scoring
And you thought
position. I
last
don't know what
night
they
was
did
going to be
today.
different when Corbin Carroll got the leadoff triple.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, okay, here we go. We're back. We're back.
Nope.
Not back at
Didn't
all.
happen.
Off day for the Diamondbacks tomorrow. Then they're taking on the A's on Friday. Arizona Sports Tonight with Kellen and Mitch is next. We're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. Trade deadline day starting at straight up 2 o'clock here on Burns and Gambo.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Get ready. Giveathon Week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Draft season is here, and there's no better place to kick it off than DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Join Burns and Gambo and your favorite Arizona sports host for the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Draft Party, Friday, August 8th from 2 till 6. And don't forget, you can book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings Sportsbook. Enjoy a reserved space, a custom DraftKings draft board, and personalized food and drink packages for your whole league. DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, the place to be this football season. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title,
license at $5.99.b. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity for you to win tickets to the sold-out UMB Bank Fiesta Sports Foundation football kickoff event presented by the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess. This prize includes a VIP meet and greet with former Bears quarterback Jim McMahon, a 2-night stay at the Fairmont Scottsdale Princess, and a chance to hear me MC this awesome event on August 15th. Enter to win at arizonasports.com/contests.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We're here with you up until 8 o'clock. Mitch, we're overtaking the Trade Watch shift that all three of our shows were on. Didn't have anything happen just yet, but we got 2 hours to see if something does, buddy. What's up? It's been a full month. Hello.
Literally. Kellen, I was looking back. You know how long it's been?
July 3rd.
Was it really July 3rd? I was thinking it was closer to June 16th, around there, since you and I have done a show together. I might have my numbers wrong.
Yeah, I would believe it, buddy. It's been quite a wait, but we've got a really great week to jump in. We're going to be here tonight.
Fantastic.
Through to 8 o'clock, and then we are going to review the Diamondbacks trade deadline activity tomorrow. We might get some today during our show. Make sure to stay tuned throughout the entirety of it. Mitch takes over Lauren's shift in the sitting like this on the red button situation for the breaking news sounder. And if we get a trade that happens, of course, we will react to it right away and talk about it throughout the rest of the program. If nothing happens on our show, or if something happens on our show and we have more to talk about tomorrow, we're going to review the Diamondbacks trade deadline tomorrow after Big Red Rage at 7 o'clock. And then we will be taking you up to the Diamondbacks return in action on Friday. They play at 7 o'clock, so we'll be with you for a half an hour. At 6 o'clock, we start, of course, with Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 on the ground is short. McKinstry has it. He will throw to first high. Torkelson stays on the bag, and the ball game is over. And the D-backs lose to Detroit. They are swept by the Tigers. The final this afternoon, 7-2.
6 runs in 6 games for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Mitch, you can say like it looks like they're like they've lost steam, whatever you want to describe it as, the trade deadline getting into their head a little bit. They are playing their worst baseball of the season right now as we are 21 hours away from the deadline.
What a terrible time to be playing your worst baseball, right? Is right before this very massive event that takes place in the middle towards the 2/3 ending mark of the season. I'm not saying that we should have expected a little bit more from this team that very clearly was going to be one of the keystone teams of this entire trade deadline, but I would have expected a lot better than what we've had to witness the last 9 games, quite frankly. The 3 games against the Astros, the 3 against the Pirates, and the 3 against the Tigers was maybe the worst stretch of baseball we've seen from the Diamondbacks this season, and there have been some bad stretches of Diamondbacks baseball, but these 9 games really shook the confidence that I would have had in this core, this foundation, even after the trade deadline was done. I'm losing that kind of optimism that I would have had for a post-trade deadline team that sells off a lot of pieces. They looked awful. They looked dismal. They just had reason after another to give you no reason to watch them the rest of this year.
And they're in a situation right now where they've lost 7 of 8, and I think the 6 runs in 6 games sort of speaks for itself. They have had worse losing runs recently. I believe it was 9 of 10 in late May. You might remember that hiccup in the schedule, to call it a hiccup is rather kind, where they had that blown lead against the Dodgers where they stormed back, and then they had that absolutely bizarre double-digit run loss to the Colorado Rockies just a couple of days later. It was that 14-11 loss on May 9th, and then the 14-12 loss to the Rockies on May 17th. And then May 20th, they lost in extras in 10 against the Dodgers, which started that streak of losing 9 of their last 10. But they're certainly playing their worst baseball of the year right now. Some of that has to do with the guys that are out there. You look at the bottom half of the order right now when Geraldo Perdomo isn't down there, and those guys are just, they're Reno Aces guys up here right now because of the injury situations, and then also it hasn't been the best month at the plate for Ketel Marte. Gino has really been the only guy slugging the ball to the level we've expected from the offense this month, and he's about to go out the door. It looks like. Here's Torey Lovello post-game.
It's where we are. We put ourselves in this position. We've got to own it. We got to be front-facing, own it. It's a space that I'm living in right now. And we did make a mistake that hurt. And, you know, Jerry's a great defender. He's an unbelievable defender. But, at that point, we got to rally around one another and make good things happen because, it's part of the game. This team is tough. This team can figure this out, and it will figure it out. At some point, hopefully sooner than later, we're going to get the job done.
I think what bothers me is, and he referenced it there, that moment that really the game kind of spiraled downhill for the Diamondbacks today was when there was a ground ball hit to Geraldo Perdomo. He bobbles it on the ground, picks it up, throws it wide of Tristan English. Jake Rogers is able to get a second base that he probably shouldn't have had anyway if it was a cleanly fielded ball at short in the first place. And that just led to the Tigers' barrage of runs like it has this entire series for them. But it's always seemingly there's an inciting incident that takes place with a player that doesn't normally make those types of mistakes. And when it's the leaders, quote unquote, of the ball club that are making those kinds of mistakes, then it starts to trickle down to the rest of the team. And to your point, with the fact that half of their lineup is the Reno Aces right now, how else are they supposed to stay motivated when it's player that is considered one of the top guys on the team can't make the routine play, grounder, or even the throw to first, and then everything just falls apart from there?
To correct myself earlier, 8 of their last 9 that they have lost now. Remember, they had the sweep over the Cardinals coming out of the break, and we're like, okay, hold on a second.
Back to 500.
Are they going to put together a run to at least make Hazen, have a decision to make on whether he was going to buy or sell? I wouldn't say that if they went off a run and they went 8-4, 9-3 over these 12 games, that they were going to be in that situation. They went 4-8 instead. So that is certainly going to have them in the seller's mindset. Honestly, the most relevant part of the game today was the return of Eugenio Suarez. There was some debate chatter within the last day of why wouldn't you just sit him to avoid injury? There are teams out there that want to see him move around the field, see him in the box, make sure that he's healthy, and make sure that there's no funny business going on with this injury that he appeared to avoid. He didn't really do anything in the game today, but he was out there, and that was really the important part. And now all of our attention turns fully to the deadline right now. There haven't been really any marquee names going. If you box out relievers, it's just been a really reliever-heavy market. And I think once we see a marquee starting pitcher or a marquee position player go, that's when we'll know that things are fully underway, I think, Mitch.
We're still waiting for that top of the Athletic has a trade big board for all the MLB guys. I'm sure ESPN also has their ranking for the top players that they expect to be moved. We haven't really seen anybody in that top 15 outside of Yohan Duran went to the Phillies today. Ryan Helsley went to the Mets. Those are probably the significant two to your point, but we haven't seen a massive bat leave since Josh Naylor got traded to the Mariners. He was probably the first significant one. We haven't seen, to your point, a top of the line starting pitcher or just somebody who's going to fill in that third or fourth spot in a contender's rotation. I'm fascinated to see how the rest of the market develops because, for example, third base in particular, we're watching Suarez to see what's going to happen with him. The Cincinnati Reds, who are another pursuer of Suarez, they made up their mind. They're going in a different direction at third base. The Yankees went in a different direction at third base a couple of days ago. I wonder what it means in terms of, because one of my followers had tweeted after the Brian Hayes deal happened with the Reds, and she thinks that this will actually increase the size of the offers for Eugenio Suarez because there's fewer teams competing for less guys at this point. And I wonder if she's right about that.
Yeah, I think she is, just based on the fact that those two teams, the Reds and the Yankees, by doing what they did, essentially declared themselves out of the Suarez sweepstakes right now, and they were involved in talks to some extent, but their offer that they would have made at the absolute best was just so far away from what the Diamondbacks were asking for that even if the Diamondbacks price comes down a little bit here over the next 20 hours and change, they're not going to be in a situation where they're going to want to pay that premium anyway, because that's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to pay a premium for Eugenio Suarez, who is playing the best baseball of anyone that is going to be available at the deadline right now. There could be an absolutely shocking name out of nowhere that gets traded over the next 20 hours that would supplant him as the best player that is going to get traded, at least the guy who is playing the best baseball right now, because he's been one of the best offensive players in baseball. He's been the best offensive third baseman. You could argue the best overall third baseman in the league right now, which is insane because we did this, I think, last month. We went through the talent at third base, and there's a lot of elite third basemen, a lot of future Hall of Fame third basemen playing right now. No one's playing better than Gino right now. In terms of what's going on right this minute, I will say 18 of the 30 teams right now are out of action, but there's still some baseball being played. I don't think that that'll affect whether the Diamondbacks get a deal done yet, because I don't think they're going to trade for anyone who is playing at the moment right now. You're probably looking for guys who are in AAA and are about to play, or they're pitchers who are out of action right now. The Rays are one team that is expected to be a seller. They just ended the 7th inning in New York against the Yankees right now. And then the Marlins, the Cardinals, who just made a seller move already, are in the end of the 5th inning. And then tomorrow, before the deadline is over, the Rays and the Yankees play again, but that's it. Everyone else is going to be out of action. So maybe in a couple of hours is when we'll start to see a more flurry of deals going in.
The American League has fascinated me because considering who has been talked about as buyers and who's been talked about as sellers, there has been some traction in terms of the Red Sox being a team that might sell maybe the hottest outfield piece right now in Jarren Duran. There's talk about the Rangers. Are they playing themselves into buy mode based on how they've played out of the All-Star break? There's a lot of talk about the Cleveland Guardians going off and selling Shane Bieber and Stephen Kwan, just to name a couple. But then you go a couple teams down. You already mentioned the Rays are in the seller spot. The Kansas City Royals became buyers, one of which they got Randall Grichuk from the Diamondbacks. And then the LA Angels bought 2 bullpen arms today from the Washington Nationals. Very curious what is going on in the American League, and I wonder if that alone has any impact on how the rest of the National League is going to operate, those wild card teams per se.
Yeah, and just how Hazen wants to play this, I think the Naylor trade was telling for a couple of different reasons, but I think the one was, if you meet our price, we'll get a deal done right now. So if someone right now meets the price of Gallen, Kelly, or Suarez, they are going to get him before these other suitors start to increase their offer. But what it tells you is that all of these reports coming in are accurate just based on how high the price is for everyone. You mentioned some of the relievers that went early. They were not cheap as well. Rogers to the Mets was another one where he's not even going to come in and be their 8th or 9th inning guy, and he went for a premium as well. So you can imagine if the relievers are going for that price, how much the starters are going to go for as well. And the thing about this deal, this deadline is so interesting, and something we're going to talk about the next segment as well. It's these big 4 names. Naylor goes, the other 3 I mentioned already, but there are a lot of other Diamondbacks that could get traded. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. could get traded. Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy. We mentioned bullpen arms already. Shelby Miller, Jalen Beeks. Like, there's a lot of names that we could see go here over the next 20 hours.
Perfect setup by you, Kel, because when we come back, we're going to talk about why the Diamondbacks are still the team that is poised at the top of this deadline market. That's next here on Arizona Sports at Night.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope and help kids like me at Phoenix Children.
The Give-A-Thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 18th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-A-Thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either
they're missing multiple teeth. They are suffering from some form of gum disease. They have periodontal disease. Patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Arizona Sports at night. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
I don't know. And Mike Hazen, their GM, is in an interesting position, obviously. He wanted to compete this year. Injuries robbed them of any chance of doing that. And the way the Diamondbacks see it, they'll trade Suarez, Gallen, and Kelly. Suarez almost certainly. Gallen and Kelly too. But what they have to do in those trades is exceed the value of the draft pick they would get as compensation if one of those players left after rejecting a qualifying offer. So you know how this works. You reject a qualifying offer, you become a free agent, you sign with another team, your club, your original club, gets a draft pick. The pick likely would be less valuable for Kelly, but at the same time, the Diamondbacks have values in mind for each of these guys. I do expect that they're going to move. To me, a rental starting pitcher in this market, which is starved for starting pitching, it's going to have value. And it's not going to have extreme value that maybe the Pirates are asking for from Mitch Keller, or the Marlins for either Alcantara or Cabrera. But for a rental, I would think you could do pretty well. And that's why I expect those three guys to move.
That was Ken Rosenthal running through the Diamondbacks' position that they find themselves in with 20 hours and 42 minutes to go until the MLB trade deadline tomorrow. Josh Naylor dealt a little under a week ago. And then we look forward to now potentially seeing Eugenio Suarez out the door, Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen joining him as well. Something, Mitch, that we talked about a lot over the last couple of weeks, and really like even 2-3 months ago, was that Hazen was going to be in a position to control the deadline if he was going to be a seller. Do you still believe that to be the case now that we're here?
Yes. It doesn't feel like it because there hasn't been any action per se with these three, but I still think he holds the most valuable bat, and he holds two of the most valuable starting pitchers going into the deadline. I think where the holdup seems to be, or why there appears to be some growing doubt, is the market is ever shifting. We're still trying to get an idea of how much Suarez is commanding in any sort of potential trade. We're starting to see third basemen be traded, Ryan McMahon and Ke'Bryan Hayes. That one happened today. But it is still the most valuable bat that is available at the deadline for a team that is continuing to fall flatter and flatter, offensively speaking. There is a team that is out there that when the time comes, and by the time comes, I mean like within the final hour of the deadline, that will pay what needs to be paid. Because the other part of it that Ken Rosenthal talked about there in that bite is that Mike Hazen has the ability to just hold on to everybody, offer them qualifying offers, and if they decline and sign elsewhere, they can get draft picks. So it's basically, can you get more than a singular draft pick for any three of these guys? That's the goal right now.
Or are the two prospects that you get in return for Merrill Kelly going to be better than the guy the Diamondbacks project to be drafted around the slot where that pick would sort of come right? To further illustrate this, ESPN has been updating their top 50 MLB trade deadline candidates for a couple of weeks now. They updated it this morning as well, and it includes a chance of that player getting traded. This will further illustrate the point. Gino is number 1 on that list. He's at 90%. Joe Ryan, the starting pitcher from Minnesota, is on the list, but his chance of trade is at 10%. So is Mackenzie Gore from the Washington Nationals. Dylan Cease is ahead of the Diamondback starting pitchers as well, but his chance is at 15%. Stephen Kwan, the outfielder from the Guardians, he's jumped to 70%. Jarren Duran is at 25%, the outfielder from the Boston Red Sox. He keeps scrolling a little bit further. You'll find Merrill Kelly at number 10. His chance of trade is at 80%. And if you keep scrolling a little bit further, Zach Gallen, chance of trade 70%. So I go through this entire list through the top 15 names, and the 3 highest percentages, according to Jeff Passan and Riley McDaniel of ESPN.com, of getting traded are those 3 guys, along with Stephen Kwan on the Guardians. So they're in a position where there's this 2 ends of the spectrum that I'm really interested in. One is Alex and I, Alex Weiner is going to join us in the next segment. We were talking about like World Series picks over there at the web desk like an hour ago, and we named 4 different teams. Like I don't think we're in a position right now where you can just say Dodgers, Yankees, and then everything is good.
I agree.
It's wide open in both leagues right now. So I think that would motivate a team like the Chicago Cubs or like the Seattle Mariners to go all in and pay up for Joe Ryan, pay up for Mackenzie Gore, pay up for Dylan Cease. The other end of that is teams don't want to meet that asking price, and instead they will come back down to earth for a rental and pay what a rental would go for as well. Instead of these starting pitchers that might be available for the right price, Sandy Alcantara is another name. As Rosenthal mentioned, there's the other pitcher, Cabrera, in Miami as well. So I'm curious where we land on that spectrum. I will say that I don't think that it's good news for the Diamondbacks if someone like Ryan, Gore, or Cease does get traded here in the next couple of hours, because ideally what's happening is the asking price is so insane for those 3 guys that no team would ever in their right mind give up what those teams are asking for all those pitchers. So they're in the most affordable or available pitcher are the 2 that the Diamondbacks are giving up.
Well, it's fascinating that you bring up the whole paying less for somebody who's available for 2 months versus paying for somebody who's going to be there for a while. I'm looking at some of the names that have been traded already, and you've seen the same ones. Yohan Duran has 2 more years of control after this through arbitration. Ryan McMahon got traded to the Yankees. He's under contract through 2028. The one that everybody's going to ignore because the Giants are already declaring themselves as sellers the way that they've played. But Rafael Devers has 8 years of control. That one feels like a isolated incident, if I'm being honest. The Reds get 5 more years of Ke'Bryan Hayes. It's a very good contract. It's just not as exciting of a player based on the way that his bat works. There's been a healthy amount of controllable guys that are some of the top guys that have been traded thus far, and the return for them, it's really been all over the place. What I'm kind of leaning on is what the Mets have done, acquiring a couple of relievers who are on expiring contracts and giving up. They gave up 4 of their top 15 prospects for 2 months of 2 guys. Like they're full on in an all-in push, and they're essentially overpaying to make sure that they're the ones that come out the winners on top. Who's that other team going to be for the Diamondbacks? That's what I want to see.
So I mentioned those 2 factors, Mitch. I think the third one, and something that you and I would have talked about a lot more if we had had shows in the last month, is the payroll, and something we're going to be talking about once the deadline is over, and then in the offseason we're going to be looking at like, okay, where does that number sort of land? Because you'll remember in 2023, they weren't really spending that much. Their payroll was somewhere around $120 million. They make the World Series. Kendrick buys in on their chances to contend and gets their payroll north of $175 million. It was just less than 190 this year as well. Is that number going to fall somewhere in the 150s now, the 160s, or is it even going to drop even further? Because I think Gino, they can want to keep him all they want, and he can want to stay here all they want. But we were just here with Christian Walker last year for a similarly aged player where It's a hot take. It's a really hot take. I can't believe I'm saying this on the air because people are going to get really mad at me.
Got my oven mitts.
I'd be scared of giving Gino a third year or a fourth year. Like, I think that he's getting projected, and like I think Gambo, I believe, said like 3 years, $60 million, something like that. I'm not so sure that I would pay that price for him with how inconsistent he's been over the course of really his entire career. This is the best year of his career. Here's the thing. You can feel great about 3 years, $60 million. What if someone comes in for 3 years, 80?
Yeah.
Gino has to take that at that point. He can want to stay here as much as he wants. He would probably be moving to a team that is going to have a better chance of contending as well. This goes for Gallen. This goes for Kelly. And I think it went for Naylor really over all these guys as well, because with his age, with the position that he played, I get the stance that, like, you can get first baseman everywhere. You go from Walker to Naylor, that's fine. Let's see where they go from Naylor to now, because we see how it's going right now. It's not going great at all.
Yeah, Tristan English has 2 hits in 30-plus at-bats. It's interesting. They're using the strategy that a lot of us wish they employed with Jordan Lawler of just, hey, we don't have anybody for this position. They're all yours. Like, Tristan English has been the starting first baseman for the last 6 games since Josh Naylor was traded, whereas I wish that that's its own separate tangent. But anyway, the opportunities are there. More so for me, I think that they could use the same advantage that they had when they signed Corbin Burns, which is Gino wants to be here. He's been very publicly on the record saying he wants to be here. And maybe even with a slight discount, that's the advantage that pushes the Diamondbacks over the top. Because I think, personally, Corbin Burns could have gotten way more than he got from the Diamondbacks. And I think he was even offered more from other teams. But he chose the Diamondbacks because he wanted to be in Arizona. He had settled down in Arizona. I wonder if that defense can come into play again this next offseason with Gino. I wonder.
Yeah, I think that the openings are there because we talked about it a couple months ago even. Like, we were saying, like, he can just play DH. That's fine. Like, they have an opening at DH. They need a DH. I think everyone ADC got off to a really good start, and we're like, okay, this is your DH next year, and it hasn't been great for him in the last week plus. So you can look at that situation there. And then at first base as well, I don't think it was a coincidence that I think the game unfolded the way that it did, but for him to slot into first base randomly there for a second, it was kind of like, oh, okay, what are we doing here for a second situation where it's not just like, okay, Jordan Lawler's at third base, that means you have to trade Gino. It's not that type of situation at all, but there's so many different factors at hand. And I think the number one is there are so many contenders that are in dire need of a third baseman. Like, the Cubs are one, the Mariners are one, where like it's an OPS jump of 200 to 300 points.
Yeah.
Based on the production they've got at third base and what Gino has done this year. He's too valuable. Someone's going to pay the price, even if Hazen's is sky high right now.
All right, coming up next, we'll talk with one of our own, Alex Weiner, our lead Diamondbacks writer with us at Arizona Sports. We got to get his thoughts on how the trade deadline market is developing. That's next here on Arizona Sports at Night.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster. Motor and violence. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking and the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Arizona Sports. Arizona Sports at night. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
Welcome back to Arizona Sports at Night here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. If you've never heard us, hello, it's Kellen Olsenich, Mitch Vareldis. We're here with you sometimes intermittently, and we're going to be here with you today, tomorrow, and Friday. We are very lucky to be joined today by Alex Weiner of ArizonaSports.com and what is going to be a busy 20 hours and change for him covering what should be a very busy trade deadline for your Arizona Diamondbacks. Alex, hello.
Hello.
Just to let you know, if we do have a trade during this segment, we want you to hang around. Mitch will hit the button.
Yes.
And then we'll react, and we want to hear from you more than I want to hear from myself, or I want to hear from even Mitch, to be honest. While I think very highly of Mitch and lowly of myself, I put Alex above you. I'm ranking my friends in front of them. That's always something smart that you should do. Alex, let's start super broad. What are you expecting?
First of all, that would be fantastic because I don't think I've ever been live on air when the breaking buzzer has been rung. So that would be a pretty exciting moment in my career, personally. What I'm expecting, I don't know if it's tonight. I don't know if it's tomorrow. We've really started to see the market move here, especially when it comes to relief pitchers. Yohan Duran going from Minnesota to Philly. The Mets going after a couple of relievers and Rogers from San Francisco, and they get Helsley from St. Louis. So the expectation is that, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, and Eugenio Suarez will be on different teams at this point tomorrow. As far as the timing, it's starting to heat up, but we're not entirely sure yet if that'll be tonight or tomorrow.
So we all expect that maybe two of, if not all three of this big three that the Diamondbacks have between Gallen, Suarez, and Kelly are moved. But you and I were talking earlier, our website poll question has to do with who of those three would you most want to extend, if any. So I want to flip that around, and I want to ask you, if the Diamondbacks have the opportunity to hold on to at least one of these guys and give them a contract extension, who would you give it to and why?
It's a good question. I would probably lean Merrill Kelly just based on what your pitching staff and your rotation is going to look like next year. Obviously, you're still waiting on Corbin Burns to, he's going to be missing a lot of next season, recovering from Tommy John surgery. And your rotation right now, you got Brandon Pfaadt, you got Ryan Nelson, you have Eduardo Rodriguez. And then after that, it's a little bit of a question mark. So I think if you were to pick any one of those guys, Merrill Kelly, just kind of based on the price, and he's going to be 37 years old, so you could figure you can get him for maybe a shorter term contract. Maybe use the Seth Lugo deal as somewhat of a blueprint. I don't know if he makes quite as much as Seth Lugo did, because Lugo's a few years younger. But I would probably go with Kelly, although I wouldn't be, too opposed to looking at Gino in that kind of regard too.
Alex, I'm glad you went pitching, because there was this stance that was reported a couple weeks ago, maybe even as soon as a week ago, that you don't want to trade both Gallen and Kelly to get through the rest of the season. But it seems like that tone in terms of the possibility of both those guys going has changed in the last 48 to 72 hours. We'll see if that remains the case. But if they do indeed trade Gallen and Kelly, why do you think that stance would change in terms of how much value they were putting on getting through the rest of this season?
Yeah, I think, you could do kind of sell off some pieces, maintain some others, and still find a way to remain competitive. Even if you're not, back up totally into the race, you could still be playing, relatively competitive games into September. The way the Diamondbacks have looked of late, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. I mean, this has been as brutal of a week in terms of their performances as I can remember them playing the last couple of years. So, I think at this point, you're trying to accrue what you can in value for guys who are going to end up being free agents. And if you want to go to the negotiating table with any of these guys at the end of the season, you have the ability to do that. Now there's, some complications there potentially if they get a qualifying offer from a different team, or if they go somewhere else, that team wins, they want to keep it all together. You never really know what can happen at that point once you let a guy go. But, if you did want to bring some of these guys back, there's always an option to do so. For right now, I think the best opportunity you have is taking guys on expiring contracts and turning them into young talent that you can build towards 2026 and beyond. And maybe if you want to move on and go after some guys to help you for next season during the offseason, you could do that too.
Alex Weiner, our lead Diamondbacks writer here at Arizona Sports, joining us here on Arizona Sports at Night. I want to ask you about your stance in terms of how deep down to the studs should they, quote unquote, tear this thing down at this trade deadline, because it feels like the core is still there, but then the baseball that we've watched the last 9 games, I'm having those negative thoughts per se in the back of my head, wondering if this core is still going to be intact by the time this thing is all said and done. So how deep down to the studs do you think they need to go before this deadline hits tomorrow?
Yeah, I would probably, explore trading all those guys who are on expiring contracts. I don't know if you need to go too much deeper than that. You could always, you can look at some other things during the offseason if you need to adjust, but they still do have a good core going into next season. It's not like, next season all of a sudden is completely lost and now you're just looking at 2027 and beyond, because your offense is Corbin Carroll and your offense is Ketel Marte and you have Geraldo Perdomo and you have Gabriel Moreno and, you have a couple of pitchers and Ryan Nelson and Brandon Pfaadt that you're building around. And then you'll see what kind of the farm brings to you and what kind of, prospects you get from this trade deadline who could potentially help you for this year and next. So I would probably, try to maximize what you can at this deadline for the guys who are on expiring contracts. But I don't know if you want to get too crazy with guys who are controllable beyond the season. You would have to get quite a haul for that.
Alex, this is just my opinion, but if Zach Gallen gets traded, I think that means they were never going to seriously consider re-signing him, or at least competing in the type of market that he could hold. I'm guessing they thought their chances were low that they were going to be able to re-sign him. But I have 2 factors in my head that could contribute to that, and I wonder which you weigh on more. Do you think that if he's gone, that means that Corbin Burns and his presence on the salary sheet was more of a factor, or do you think that it was just the way that Gallen has pitched in the last 18 months?
I don't know. There's a few things on that. I think, again, his contract and where the team is at is obviously first and foremost. With Gallen, his free agency is going to be fascinating because this is one of the more accomplished pitchers in Major League Baseball over the past, 3-4 seasons coming into this year. He's been a great Diamondbacks pitcher. But this year it's just been, kind of a search for consistency that has never really come. And so I don't know. I think if he gets moved, it's really just where they are, what the contract looks like, and you kind of move on from there. I don't really know what the behind the scenes in terms of how close they have ever gotten to on a contract extension has been. I'm sure he's somebody that they would have liked to have explored that with. But it's interesting. He's going to be a 30-year-old free agent who's lined up to get a huge payday, but coming off of his worst career season, does that set him up for a potentially kind of a 1-and-1, try to reshape your market value? If he goes somewhere else, do they find something with him? I still think there's a lot of unknowns there with what Zach Gallen's future is going to look like.
Alex Weiner, our lead Diamondbacks writer, joining us here on Arizona Sports at Night. I want to ask you, in terms of how the market has evolved, per se, like we saw you mentioned Tyler Rogers and the price that the Mets paid for him today, but doubly so in them getting Ryan Helsley, what the Phillies paid in order to get Yohan Duran. But then also we're watching the third base market kind of shrink a tad, per se, with the Reds getting Ke'Bryan Hayes today. As far as like the suitors who are left, who do you like in terms of those that are pursuing a Eugenio Suarez?
Yeah, I still think there are plenty. I know you're referring to the fact that the Cincinnati Reds, who were, heavily rumored to be interested in bringing back Suarez because he had so much success there and they need a bat. They opted for a defensive-minded third baseman, Ke'Bryan Hayes, instead. The Yankees a few days ago went for Ryan McMahon, another more defensive-minded third baseman type. So there's still plenty of suitors, though. The Chicago Cubs, John Gambadoro mentioned that on Twitter, fairly recently, that the Cubs are still heavily interested in him. The Seattle Mariners have been tied to him for a while now. The Phillies, the Astros, potentially the Brewers, the Tigers, of course. I mean, all these teams are still in the market for a potential bat. And so I don't think there's going to be any shortage there, and that should drive up competition. I'm not sure if they're going to get everything they could have hoped once he went on that tear a couple of weeks ago, but at the same time, I think the competition will help drive the price up a little bit. I really like the Mariners just in terms of what they have to offer in terms of their farm system, particularly with the arms. The Cubs have a couple of interesting guys who have been mentioned in trade rumors as well. So, I think there are plenty of options out there for him. It should be a still pretty robust market. He's still the best hitter who's going to be moved at this deadline, the only guy with 35 home runs who you can just go to the trade deadline and go pick up. So that makes it a little bit unique.
Last question before we let you go. We covered three big names there. There's a chance that they move a reliever because every seller could potentially move a reliever right now. But do you think the Diamondbacks move an outfielder in the next 20 hours, whether that's Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Alek Thomas, or Jake McCarthy?
It's a good question. Gurriel is an interesting case, right? Because he has a player option for next season, followed by a team option. So, could be on the books for another couple of years, could just be one more year. It really depends. He's not had the kind of season you'd expect from him. It's not all that far off from it. He just hasn't quite gone on that one run that we expect from him every single season where he lights it up for, a month span. He had a good May, but it wasn't quite as dominant as we've seen before. So I could understand maybe looking at that and looking at the $13 or so million that he can opt into next season and maybe trying to find a suitor there. In terms of the two left-handed center fielders, I mean, they've been in trade rumors for like a couple of years now because, one gets the playing time and one kind of reverts to a more of a bench role and then vice versa. Last year it was Jake McCarthy playing, and this year it's Alek Thomas playing. So, just with redundancy, I could see something like that happening, but it's not like either one of their trade, markets are, at their peak level right now either. So you might want to hold on to them. They're still very talented and can give a lot to a contender, but maybe you hold on to them for, this deadline and see if you can get some more value from them later.
Alex, I apologize that we didn't get to play the breaking news sounder while you were on the air, but maybe tomorrow. Who knows? But there might be.
I'm refreshing my phone. I'm keeping it going. It's just not yet. But maybe like 5 minutes after I get off. You never know.
Well, that's how it always seems to work, right? Alex Weiner, he's covering the Diamondbacks at the deadline. Alex, thanks so much for the time, man. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, Alex Weiner joining us here on Arizona Sports at Night. When we come back, we're going to pivot to the hardwood because we got some rumblings about a potential future Phoenix Sun. Maybe. That's next here on Arizona Sports at Night.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The Summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and no bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Arizona Sports at Night.
Hello there. This is Arizona Sports at Night. It's Kellen Olson. It's Mitch Vareldis. If you are tuning in, you are like all of us, I would assume, all of us being Kellen and Mitch, waiting to see if the Arizona Diamondbacks make a deal. We'll be here with you up until 8 o'clock. Went through Bickley and Murata, you went through Wolf and Luke, and you went through Burns and Gambo with no deals today. I'm guessing that'll change tomorrow, even if we see a deal within the next hour. So we're certainly keeping an eye out. I got TweetDeck right next to me. If you're watching us on video on ArizonaSports.com and you wonder why I keep looking to my left every 15 to 30 seconds, I'm just making sure no deal has been done yet. Speaking of deals not getting done, Mitch Vareldis, the Golden State Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga are having an old restricted free agency off right now.
Fun.
The 4th year forward for the Golden State Warriors, who, if you are a true hoop head, a very in-depth NBA fan, you know that him and the Warriors have had some friction over the last 2 years. Specifically, he is still going through restricted free agency right now, and this report from ESPN, Shams Charania and Anthony Slater includes some Suns' interest in Kuminga. He has continued to decline a 2-year, $45 million offer from the Warriors that includes a team option on the second deal. So you want to talk about reluctancy to give a guy a long-term deal. That's certainly what Golden State is showing. What is happening in the meantime and what can happen in restricted free agency is that other teams can start talking to him. So the Suns have been talking to him. The Kings have been talking to him and his agent. They've been talking out these 4-year, $80 million deals, these 4-year, $90 million deals that are much more within the range of what he is looking for. The problem here, Mitch, is that this is restricted free agency, and as we are going to learn, I assume a year from now with Mark Williams and the Suns, the team is in complete control. Look, the player can opt for a qualifying offer, threaten that, or even take it and then be an unrestricted free agent the next year. That's fine. You're still not going anywhere this summer, and that is sort of the card that Kuminga is trying to play, but the Warriors are playing right back to him. The more relevant part here, and the part that we're interested in, is the Suns' interest in him. Why does this make sense for the Suns if they're going for this? You're shaking your head. I think some people are for this. I think some people are against this. I didn't know, so you're against the move?
Let me put it this way.
Potential move, excuse me.
I think Jonathan Kuminga is a good enough basketball player to at least either A, start for the Phoenix Suns based on the way they're currently constructed, or B, be a top 7 guy in the Phoenix Suns rotation the way that this roster is currently constructed. What I disagree with in terms of the Suns and Kuminga is assuming that this is supposed to be the move that's going to help keep them competitive now and in the future. That I don't see. And I'm waving the several amounts of red flags of the fact that he's struggling to stay on the floor for a Steve Kerr coached basketball team, like someone that we kind of associate as one of the better current head coaches in the NBA, one of the better basketball players in terms of just like understands what it takes to be a champion, because he is a 4-time champion or 5-time champion with the Bulls and Spurs. Like, I think Steve Kerr knows what he's doing. It's been a very tenuous relationship between those two. I'm not impressed. I'm not excited. It doesn't move me, if that answers your question for you.
It's one of those situations where with what you just pointed out, I think is the important part, is how much value do you take in the Warriors having their own struggles with him and believe that the Warriors are the problem and Kuminga is not. It's the Warriors who are one of the best organizations in basketball. As you laid out, Steve Kerr is one of the best coaches in the history of the game already with what he has accomplished over the last decade. I don't think it's a situation where you can fully ignore that or even partially ignore it. You have to take it into consideration a lot. I think the other part of this and where the Suns would run themselves into trouble is this would be the third second-team guy. And what I mean by that is Jalen Green didn't fulfill his potential in Houston. He's here now. Mark Williams did not fulfill his potential in Charlotte. He's here now. You would add on Kuminga, and it would be on a long-term deal. I assume Mark Williams would be signed to a long-term extension. However lucrative or not lucrative it is, I wrote a story on ArizonaSports.com where I said the Suns are in a fantastic position to get a pretty affordable deal from him no matter how the next year goes for him. But you're in a situation where the amount of money and who you're paying that money to could leave you in a really perilous position a couple of years from now. But when has that stopped the Phoenix Suns before? We were talking about Kevin Durant trades and trading for 30-year-olds. You can still make these types of mistakes when you're signing or trading for 23-year-olds as well.
Well, I mean, think of it this way. You have already pointed out Mark Williams and Jalen Green. Jalen Green, you're going to have under contract basically with Devin Booker. So it's like now you're building a Phoenix Suns basketball team that is Devin Booker and Jalen Green are kind of the spearheads of this group. And then you've got the guys that you've drafted. They're going to be around as well for that time. Mark Williams, they gave up 2 first-round picks for, and he's in the final year of his deal, if I'm not mistaken. Like, you would anticipate someone you gave up 2 firsts for is somebody that's going to receive a contract extension from this team. And if he doesn't, to further your point, he would be going to his 3rd team since joining the NBA, and he's barely played enough NBA games for to even warrant like any sort of like award consideration, right? Like, you have to get through 60 games in a regular season now. He's barely made it through 60 games in 3 separate seasons. It's a massive risk. I don't understand why they're trying to do the retread route for the sake of they're young, physical, and athletic. Okay, well, they're young, physical, and athletic, and the first team that was with them are already tired of them. What does that say about them?
I think the balance that you're trying to get to and why the interest is there is like 6'8", incredible athlete. you add another wing who can score the basketball individually. Like him and Jalen Green bring the individual scoring that they are going to need next to Devin Booker. The problem is that Green and Kuminga are, if you're a ball mover or a ball stopper, they're ball stoppers. I'm not saying that they're ball hogs by any means.
I would say that.
I wouldn't even say it, but you can say it as well. The fact that we're even talking about the possibility of them being that is another issue where things can come up. I think that getting like the right sort of wing makes sense for them, and it's a weakness that they have for sure. But at the same time, they are in a position right now where I just want to see Ryan Dunn play 30 minutes a game, and that's already going to be an issue. The one factor in this before we go to break I'll mention is if this is the type of trade where Grayson Allen's contract is immovable, I don't know why Royce would be. I don't think he would be. But if Grayson's contract is really hard to move and this is a situation where you can move him, you should do it. That makes sense to me. That's the only way this trade would sort of make sense for me, though.
He feels like the one piece that would be really the movable option for the Phoenix Suns. It's one of those two, but I think they would be less likely to deal Royce only because he's not at a surplus of theirs right now, whereas Grayson Allen most certainly is at a surplus in their position right now. And are they going to force feed him minutes with everybody that they're trying to get in this rotation? I don't know. It just seems like a lot. All right. We're going to come back. We're going to switch back to Diamondbacks, but we had to talk about that little report. Diamondbacks, what's happening on the trade deadline? That's next here on Arizona Sports at Night.
We need you to be a champion of hope for Phoenix Children's.
Save the date. Giveathon Week is happening August 18th through the 22nd.
Giveathon. Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Giveathon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
All right, grab some buds and listen up. Grilling season's here. Now we find out what we're made of. Are we gonna fold under pressure and overcook the burgers? Or are we gonna nail the carne asada and the brisket and pack the coolers with ice-cold Budweiser and Bud Light? Because that's the difference between winning and losing, between flipping burgers and grilling like a pro.
This summer, grill like a pro with Bud and Bud Light. Stock up today. Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, and Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
It's Jake Byrne from America Roofing here. We're more than just a roofing company. We care about our community. As a family-owned business, we're proud to support the Phoenix Children's Give-a-thon by donating a portion of the repair and replacement proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. We serve thousands of satisfied customers across Arizona since 1999, making us the state's largest roofing company. Trust America Roofing. We've got you covered. Schedule your free checkup at americaroofingco.com today.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
Arizona Sports. Arizona Sports at night. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
All right, so we don't have an Arizona Diamondbacks trade to tell you about, but we do have a trade to tell you about that could have implications on what the Diamondbacks do over the next 20 hours. I believe it was Ken Rosenthal first to report that Nationals starter Michael Soroka is headed to the Chicago Cubs. The Cubs are perhaps the most logical fit, in my opinion, for either Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen. And what I mean by that is they are clearly in the pennant hunt, and they clearly need one more high-end pitcher. That is not Michael Soroka, and I think the clarification you and I are looking for in the next 55 minutes that we're on the air is that the Cubs are done shopping for starting pitching, or if Soroka comes in. If you don't know the numbers, he's 3-8 this year with a 4.87 ERA. Jesse Rogers of ESPN was reporting that the Cubs are looking at the expected numbers here, and they believe he's gotten some bad luck and that he could be an option in their rotation. Rogers did mention that he could be a guy in their bullpen as well. So the thing to know about the Cubs is they had Justin Steele and Shota Imanaga coming into the year, one of the best 1-2s in all of baseball, perhaps the best. Justin Steele had Tommy John after making only 4 outings. Matthew Boyd came out of nowhere and has been one of the best pitchers in baseball. So they've got a clear 1-2. But the drop-off from their 1-2 to their 3rd, 4th, and 5th guys is pretty extreme. Jameson Taillon is that 3rd guy technically. He's hurt right now. So they're going back to Colin Ray and Ben Brown, who they used last year, some younger arms. Cade Horton, the rookie, has been very good for them, but I don't know if they want to go into a pivotal playoff series for them and have Taillon pitching in Game 3 or Cade Horton pitching in Game 4. So could Soroka be one of those guys that goes in that 4th, 5th, or 6th slot? I guess, but we'll wait for clarification here. But what we can undeniably read from this, Mitch, is that is a team that saw the asking price for all of these starting pitchers and said, for now, we're going to grab this guy that's very affordable, and we'll see where we're at the rest of the way.
Two things. I would be shocked if there was any sort of report that indicated that the Cubs were done, only because we've got, 20 some hours before the actual deadline hits. And I think it would be foolish of a team that is still in a dogfight in the Central right now with the Brewers, has the 2nd best record in the National League. I think it would be foolish of them to just, put it out there per se that, yeah, we're done. We're good. Especially if Mike Soroka is going to be their only big move. I mean, this is a team, just from a Diamondbacks perspective, this is a team that has been linked to Arizona for Eugenio Suarez. It's been linked for Zach Gallen, and it's been linked for Merrill Kelly. And in general, I think that there's more that the Cubs could ask for just from the Diamondbacks alone. Not all at once per se, but I don't think it should be out of the realm of possibility that the Cubs and the Diamondbacks try and put together some sort of a package, not necessarily with Suarez and Kelly or Gallen, but like Suarez and maybe it's Shelby Miller, Suarez and maybe it's Jalen Beeks, or maybe you take out Suarez and it's Merrill Kelly and it's one of the bullpen arms. It doesn't make sense for the Cubs to be done in the position that they're at, which is why I'm curious why they're going for Mike Soroka now. I wonder if they're trying to talk down the price for a Gallen or a Kelly to try and push it to the very last possible minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they've also got like the type of prospects that the Diamondbacks would be interested in. Not the pitchers necessarily, but again, something that we're going to be talking about a lot today and tomorrow is analyzing what the rest of this roster looks like sort of going forward at some key positions. Moises Ballesteros is the guy who has been not up and down, but has only had 18 plate appearances for them. He had a 3 RBI double for them today, but he's a bat, and the Diamondbacks need more bats, especially if they're trading Eugenio Suarez. Then Owen Cassidy has been the outfielder who's just been lighting AAA on fire to the point where Cubs fans like our own Lauren Koval are nervous that they're going to deal someone of that caliber. But that is the type of thing that you can offer this team where if you're going to trade that guy, you get Merrill Kelly, who has been absolute nails in the postseason when he has been there. Having that guy as your 3 would be an incredible luxury for them. And then you get Eugenio Suarez, who, with the stat that I've been bouncing around the last couple of days, has been the Cubs' OPS from their third baseman going into Tuesday's action was 574. Eugenio Suarez's OPS that day was at 888. That is a 300-point bump for arguably the best offensive team in baseball. So I think they have been the one team, them and the Mariners, obviously, with their need on the corners, have been the 2 teams that I've been keeping an eye on the most for the Diamondbacks. This is kind of interesting. I wonder what it does for them.
Something I meant to ask Alex about, and I totally spaced, but we've seen 2 trades made by the Diamondbacks so far, and they brought back 3 pitchers, which should have been the expectation. A lot of the reporting out there was that Mike Hazen was looking for controllable arms in return for some of these guys. But I don't think that should rule out the possibility of bringing back some type of bat. There was some outlandish in a good way for both sides, given what the offer was. I think it was an ESPN article had put together like a mock trade of something they would love to see. And it was the Cubs getting Suarez and Kelly, I believe it was. And it was headlined by their 4, their 5, and then another top prospect for them. Kevin Alcantara was at the top of that list. I think he's awesome. He's had a bit of a downturn since going from the Yankees farm system to the Cubs farm system. But with all this conversation about where their outfielders might be in trades, like Jake McCarthy is rumored with the Astros. What the likelihood of that is, we don't know. Alec Thomas has been a name that's floated out there a lot. And then very recently, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who has a little bit of control. Maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for the Diamondbacks to try and get back some sort of young prospect bat, because a lot of the young prospect bats we've been hoping that have hit for the Diamondbacks, quite frankly, they've not landed yet. There's still time, but they haven't landed just yet.
I think what we're relying on, too, from a Diamondbacks perspective, that we've seen actually hit right now today has been the desperation from other teams to get a deal done, not so much just to fill a need, but looking at the entire picture of the entire league and seeing how wide open it is. Like, if the Mariners add Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez to their lineup with Cal Raleigh, give him some protection for once, they're in a position to outpitch any team in baseball with the rotation that they have. I remember we had a show after the Seattle game where it's like Brian Wu has just like been one of the best pitchers in baseball since he got to the majors, and like no one talks about him because of all the guys that Seattle has on top of that with Castillo, Gilbert, Kirby, and so on. So can you find that team that is going to meet you at that price? Because Hazen, again, with that in mind and where some of these teams are at specifically, I mentioned Seattle. You look at where they've been in terms of just like not mid-purgatory per se, but they've been in this like first-round exit, not really like a real certified contender position. Cal Raleigh putting together the best season we've ever seen from a catcher. Now is the time for them to go. And then Chicago is another team where they're young and they have pieces for the future. Pico Armstrong might be the MVP of the National League, and you don't have Steele, but they're in a position right now. They've got their most competitive team in a decade since they won a World Series as well. And again, we talk about what they've got at third base, what they've got at like that 3rd and 4th spot of the rotation. The jump would be massive for them. So yeah, someone like Owen Casey is a big ask for them, but the Diamondbacks are in a position to ask for those guys because of the position these other teams find themselves in. But are we still having this conversation at noon tomorrow, at 1 tomorrow? And when does someone finally get desperate enough, or is that desperation even out there? Because the Cubs, as Bob Nightingale phrased it, he called it a flyer on Soroka. So if he's seeing it as a flyer, I would assume that still means the Cubs are sniffing around for other starting pitching. But we'll see if someone reaches that level of desperation that, for example, the Phillies did today to get Duran.
That was what I was going to ask you about next. It's like, who's going to be that next team that's going to make that desperate push of, like, from the Phillies example, they last won the World Series in 2008. They were last in the World Series in 2022 when they had their miraculous run. But there's a lot of high expectations for that team in particular. They're one of the top spenders in baseball. They've got a now aging core with Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto, and Trey Turner, kind of the core group of that guys. And they're running out of time with guys like Zach Wheeler, running out of time with guys like Nicholas Castellanos. Aaron Nola has been hurt for most of the year. They need to be one of those teams, at least from my view, that makes that aggressive push towards the end. Is Milwaukee one of those teams as well who've been every single year Milwaukee does this where they trade away a guy. I'm like, wow, why would they do that? He's so helpful to their team. And then they turn around and they have another 90-win season. But the playoff success has not been there, let alone the past 2 seasons where they lose at home in the wild card round to the Mets and the Diamondbacks the year before that. They feel like a team that could desperately go after a guy like Suarez. They have been anxious to add a bat of that caliber to their lineup. They're hitting much better lately, don't get me wrong, but could you imagine, to your point, or Alex's point, adding 35 home runs and 86 or whatever RBIs he's at to your lineup with 2 months to go? It's just a tremendous add. I'm curious with you who those desperate teams are going to be when the clock strikes midnight, per se.
Yeah, and a lineup with Trey Turner looking like Trey Turner again. Bryce Harper having a down year to his standards is still a pretty darn good year. And then Kyle Schwarber, who's been one of the best hitters in the game right now. And then their rotation, again, you talk about Seattle being able to look at this like, man, if we can just add Geno, we've got a rotation to go against anyone. You look at the Phillies right now, Aaron Nola's been out most of the year, and yet Wheeler's at a 2.56 ERA, Sanchez is at a 2.55 ERA, Suarez is at a 2.59 ERA, and they've still got Jesus Luzardo as well. Like, they've got the rotation to go with anyone. They just added to the bullpen as well. I am wondering if the Mets do more. They're in a position right now where third base going into the year, Mark Vientos was their future. He has had a down year for sure, and they're in a situation where if the right deal came across, they would find it. They have always sort of made those big sort of splashy moves in the past. Could this be another one by adding Geno? We'll see. Milwaukee is a team where it just seems like they're a lesser version of Chicago where no one expects them to really do anything. Like, the Cubs are not talked about by the Passons and Rosenthals of the world as the team to watch and the team that could make a really huge move because they're scared. They're little scaredy cats. And Milwaukee is just not going to do anything like that as well. They're frightened if the Cubs are scaredy cats. So the Dodgers and Padres, we're waiting to see what they do in terms of big explosive moves. We're not really expecting anything from the Dodgers per se. The Padres always have the possibility of doing that. The one team that I'm curious about, to answer your question after rolling through pretty much everyone, I don't think Detroit's going to do anything. What about Houston? Because I think Houston has quietly been maybe just the best team now in the American League after a slow start to the year. Wouldn't you know it, Christian Walker's been awesome in July. It turns out that, like, he's a pretty good baseball player still, and he just had a really rough start to the year. They've got a couple of guys having awesome years, and their pitching specifically is in a really good spot. So I don't know if they're fits per se for what the Diamondbacks are offering because they've got Hunter Brown and Valdez at the top of their rotation. They've got Pena having an incredible year. Yordan Alvarez is an absolute threat whenever he's out there. But could they be looking to add someone and take that jump over the top and look for another championship?
Maybe they're one of those teams that makes that off-the-radar addition of a Diamondbacks outfielder, right? Like, they're rotating around with their center fielders right now between Chas McCormick. Jake Myers has been hurt for most of the year. They've been playing Mauricio Dubon out there. Like, the Astros have been struck by lightning with their injuries that they've had to deal with this year, and they're still playing like the Astros. But to your point, feels like their starting pitching is in a very strong place. Any ad like that would be more of a surplus ad, which leads me to believe that they wouldn't offer nearly as much. Plus, they've been buyers for like the last decade in total, and I wonder how much of their prospect system is actually left that could entice a team like the Diamondbacks to go after a move like that. Coming up next, switching to the gridiron, the Arizona Cardinals in the midst of training camp. They're already down 2 cornerbacks for the entire season. So now what? Next on Arizona Sports at Night.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com. Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
At Target, back-to-school-a-days are here. What is back-to-school-a-days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love, at prices you'll love even more. Because back-to-school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes, with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back-to-school-a-days now through August 2nd, only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. Your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. Arizona Sports at Night talks Cardinals training camp now.
Hello. We're Arizona Sports at Night, as the voice man said. It's Kellen Olson, it's Mitch Feraldis. If you've never heard the program before, yes, this is live local programming that you're hearing right now up until 8 o'clock. If the Arizona Diamondbacks make a trade, we will hit the breaking news center. We will react to it for the remainder of the program. For now, nothing has happened yet. We are checking our timelines quite anxiously. And
furiously refreshing, Kel.
When the Diamondbacks make a move, if they do. If you've never heard the program before, we've been away for a month. You did a couple of shows with a fill-in last week, I want to say, but we are here intermittently, and that's a fancy little word, but what that essentially means is when there isn't Diamondbacks baseball, when there isn't Arizona Cardinals football for some reason, not on a weekday, when there's Phoenix Suns basketball playing on our play-by-play schedule, we're not here. When they're not here or they're playing a day game like the Diamondbacks did today, hello, we're here to get you up until 8 o'clock or that broadcast. So, for example, today, 6 to 8, pretty easy. Right after Burns and Gambo, done. Tomorrow, Big Red Rage is on. They're on 6 to 7. But are they going to get them to 8 o'clock? No, they're lazy over there at Big Red Rage. They don't put in the work. They don't grind like we do.
Hold on.
We get them to 8 o'clock as well from 7 to 8. I say that with all the love in
We
in
say
the
it
world.
endearingly, Paul Calvisi and Ron Wolfley. Go ahead.
I think they both know that I'm joking enough, and if someone listening by now has not heard me on the station enough to know that I'm joking, then I am. It's like the person who. There's a couple of Cardinals fans who think that I'm a Panthers fan now because I wore a Tedero and McMillan jersey a couple of times. They're like, he's a Panthers fan. Who cares what he says? Now, well, you should care what I say in the first place because I'm the guy with the microphone in front of you. But second of all, you should just use deductive reasoning for once in your life and figure out that the U of A guy is wearing a Tedero and McMillan jersey.
Yeah.
We get you till 8 o'clock tomorrow, and then what about a Diamondbacks pregame show that starts at 6:30? No, again, those guys are lazy. They won't go for an hour. We'll get you there. From 6 to 6:30.
Steve Zinsmeister
I'm
is
just
kind of
digging
lazy.
the hole further. If anyone's taking this seriously, I'll just keep digging it. I don't care. We'll get you up until 6:30. We love Steve Zinsmeister with all of our heart. I hate Ron Wolfley, though. Everyone knows that around the office. We've had a blood feud forever. Speaking of blood, speaking of violence, football.
Oh, yeah.
Star Thomas out for the year. We're going to not pull back the curtain, but just pull back a couple of days and give ourselves a chance to have a conversation that we need to have between the two of us because we're going to be sitting here talking a lot of ASU football and a lot of Arizona Cardinals football with you here over the summer through the rest of the calendar year. And this is a tremendous blow to them for losing Star Thomas for the rest of the year and sort of where it puts us like right now in the present. Over the next month, they've made a couple of, not practice squad additions, but like those types of names to camp have
bodies.
been added. There you go. Over the last month. My question to you is Sean Murphy-Bunting out for the year.
Yep.
Star Thomas out for the year.
Yep.
It's not like teams are trading corners right now, to be clear. But you should be sniffing around, right? Am I crazy? I think you should be sniffing around.
Well, I'll answer your question with another question. What should they be sniffing around for? Because if we consider the way that the Cardinals cornerback room is right now, I would say off the top of my head, I would expect the majority of reps. This is me saying this in July and not knowing what the roster is actually going to be on cutdown day a month from now. I would imagine Max Melton, Will Johnson, and Garrett Williams are going to get the highest majority of reps on the outside spot. Yes, there's a nice little wrinkle where Garrett Williams was actually practicing on the outside a couple days ago in camp. Then you've got guys like Keitrell Clark. You have Elijah Jones, who was drafted in the 3rd round last year, missed all of last season due to injury, but they took him with a very high valuable pick. Also tucked within that, the fact that 7th rounder last year, Jaden Davis, also is going to be out for an extended period of time. That's another cornerback loss. So it's a very, very, very thin and young room right now. What I think they should do, to answer your question, is to look for somebody that provides veteran presence, but doesn't necessarily command he's going to be the number one corner on day one, right? Like, I want the number one corners to be Max Melton, Will Johnson, and Garrett Williams. I don't want those 3 to be knocked down a peg. So if they add anybody, I just want it to be somebody else that can help fill out depth in that room and is worthy of making the 53.
Here's what I don't want to see. I don't want to see Garrett Williams on the outside.
Okay.
You know why? Because he's better on the inside. There's the whole, like, it's a Suns thing. I'm the Suns guy saying it, whatever. But, like, Oso Godaro can play the 4.
Yes.
Does that mean he should play the 4? No! He should play his best position. So if Garrett Williams goes from being one of the best, a premier nickelback, which I believe that he is,
yes,
to a serviceable starter on the outside, I want him on the inside, please. I want him there. So someone to keep him on the inside. Now, the good news is your boy Will Johnson, who you were stoked for them to potentially take in the 1st round. They got in the 2nd. How about that?
Yeah.
He is poised to keep him on the inside. Now, the question is, it's not even like Will Johnson can stay healthy. Like, and that's the thing is, like, we're acting like he's this injury-prone guy. It's just more the fact that he fell that far because of injury concern. That's what we're mentioning here. But as a rookie, week 1, is he starting on the outside? The thing is, there aren't really any other options per se. We've seen a lot of Keitrell Clark. We haven't seen Elijah Jones. I think he's one of the wild cards in all of this. It looked like 3 weeks ago or whenever Murphy Bunting got hurt before that, like he could probably get cut. And now it's a position where if he's having a stellar camp, if all the right things are being said about him, he could get some of those reps on the outside as well. But I think they've seen enough of the rest of the guys to have a really good idea of where they're at right now. Denzel Burke was a 5th-round pick this year as well. But to answer your question, I would just want them to get someone who is a lesser version of what we're talking about with Merrill Kelly and Zach Allen, where can I just get a 1-year rental, a certified good corner who is a 1-year rental? Can I get him for a 4th-round pick? And can I just make sure, and this is why I want to pay that price, get that guy to make sure that this identity shift that we believe is happening, that this is now a defense-first football team, does not have a certified legitimate weakness. Because, by the way, like, we don't really know what's happening at inside linebacker without Kaiser White. We know the answer is Akeem Davis-Gaither, but that is a lot of faith to put in him after what Kaiser had meant to this team the last 2 years. So then you add corner on top of that with just a bunch of kids, a bunch of very talented kids, but kids.
Yes.
Now we have 2 question mark positions. I start to get nervous, and I don't want to be nervous week 1, please. I don't want to be nervous. To be clear, it's not the Cardinals' fault. It's terrible luck. It's horrible luck. They were lined up to be just fine at corner, but I think they have to react. I really do think they do.
Okay, so I'm just going to throw at you some names. This is just Spot Track, available cornerbacks sorted by what they made last year by average annual value. And you just give me a quick yes or no, and so I can get a better idea of like what you want specifically. So James Bradbury, 32-year-old season is what he's entering here. Former Eagle.
And these are the guys that are available in free agency
right now.
See, those are the guys that I just don't want because they're available right now for a reason.
So let me give you a different name then. C.J. Henderson, who's entering 27-year season, but it would be his 4th football team since being drafted.
Yeah, something like that more so.
So something like C.J. Henderson, Asante Samuel Jr. is still available. It would be team number 2 since being drafted for him. Emmanuel Mosley is available. He's closer to 30, 29-year-old season, just recently with Detroit. The pickings are slim. Like Caleb Farley, who's been on 2 teams, he's still looking for a suitor, entering age 27 season. Christian Matthew is still available if you want a reunion there. The pickings are slim. It's either you're going to get the older veteran who's probably going to command extra reps, or you're going to take a flyer on somebody who's on team number 2, team number 3, team number 4. And I just don't know if that's worthwhile.
I agree with you, and I think that it's more on the trade market. But again, we're in...
Who's making that trade?
Yeah, August is about to get underway. The preseason is about to get underway. I don't think that there is again, to like continue with the cross-sport analogies, there is no like Blue Jays, Diamondbacks trade where both teams are at a surplus and they can like afford to make this work. I don't think there's a team right now in the NFL that has 4 starting corners, 4 starting caliber corners, and is like, okay, we're fine with giving up 1 here to get an extra 4th-round pick or whatever. So it's just really crappy timing. Like that's what I want to see the Cardinals do, but I can't fault them if they sit here and don't do anything because, again, the timing of this is just awful. And also, just to say this before we go to break, feel awful for Star Thomas. I think it was Teo Mackey who pointed out, like, he was poised to get a payday, like, and get his like first real payday in the NFL. Now, whether that was going to be getting paid like a certified starting level cornerback or someone who very much is like deserves to be getting reps at corner in the NFL. Like, this was going to be a big year for him and has been much better than expected the last year or so. So feel really bad for him.
One of the more successful Monty Ossenfort finds as well, just turning around a guy that got little to no draft consideration whatsoever and him becoming as talented as he's been for this team. It's a massive loss. All right, coming up next. So there's multiple aspects that go into Diamondbacks trade. Part of that is improving their farm system. How much does it actually need to be improved? That's next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If Marvin Harrison Jr. had the season he just had, the rookie season, but this was not the age of social media and a ton of hype coming out of the drafts, if you were on his team in 1987 or whatever and he had that season as a rookie, would you be upset with that season as a rookie?
No.
Now, he's got to take another step, obviously.
Yes.
But because it is 2025 and they did use a top 5 pick on him and he's supposed to be generational, but I believe Monty when he says that he's happy with where Marv is right now.
I think the proof is in front of us. Who they sign, who they go get.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Nobody.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Once active and adventurous, Stephanie was sidelined by joint pain. She was losing touch with what gave her real joy.
I want to stay active, and if I don't do something now to feel better, that will keep me out hiking and running and doing all those activities, my health's going to suffer from it. I had the treatment at QC Kinetics.
Their all-natural regenerative treatments use the restorative biologics from Stephanie's body. As the healing properties went to work, Stephanie realized something one day.
I was like, wow, I don't feel any pain. I have no problem going up and down stairs. I have no problem going down mountains. Snowboarding felt good again.
If you see Stephanie, give her a thumbs up. That is, if you can catch her.
And now I can totally keep up with my friends in their 30s, and I'm 55.
Don't even think about giving up. There's lots of life left to live. Call now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, lose fat, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you've noticed a lack of energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Truth is, men today have 20% lower testosterone than even their dads had. But there's a solution, and you'll find it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-only testosterone, because no supplement can match the boost you get from actual testosterone. It'll give you more energy, greater focus, better sleep, more lean muscle mass, and it'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Book your free video consultation with one of our licensed doctors today and regain your energy, strength, and vitality. And for a limited time, we'll even waive the startup fee. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Arizona Sports. Arizona Sports at night. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
Still no breaking news sounder. We've got 23 minutes left to hit it. If we don't, it will be on the 3 other shows tomorrow to hit it. I have a feeling Wolf and Luke are going to hit it at some point, no matter what. They're in the sweet spot, or it might be you guys tomorrow.
Burns and Gambo have that beautiful hour before the deadline and then the reaction right after the deadline. It is a beautiful spot to be in tomorrow.
So, you know, you can just leave your radio on or the app on like throughout the night and like not hear the local programming part just to be in line already waiting for your spot to listen tomorrow for the breaking news. Or you can just come back 6 a.m., keep the shows on all day to see what happens with the Arizona Diamondbacks. All right, Mitch, stick with me here.
Okay.
The Diamondbacks and Suns are about to enter very similar off seasons.
Yep.
Okay. That doesn't make any sense. Because
on the surface, yeah. But
you look at what the Suns are going to be next year and what the Diamondbacks want to be next year. Nothing really there, right?
No.
But we knew the Kevin Durant trade was coming. It has come. Maybe we didn't feel that way about the Diamondbacks being sellers 3 months ago, a month ago, maybe even a couple of weeks ago. We didn't really feel that way. But what is going to happen and what did happen to the Suns is they make the Durant trade, they make the Williams trade, they get Jalen Green, they get Kaman Malic, they get all these pieces. Now we know what like the next 3 to 4 years is going to look like, basically. When all of these trades get done by the Diamondbacks, we are going to know where the team is at for the next 3 to 4 years. Now, the wild card here, again, is the budget, and if they make some other moves in the offseason, they're certainly open to that. But I'm not necessarily talking about the team and like what it's going to look like on the field next year. I'm talking about their farm system, and that's what we want to talk about in this segment right here, just to kind of not necessarily review where the farm system is at, but have a conversation about how this has flat out just been a weakness of the Arizona Diamondbacks for a pretty long time. Their inability to develop their own talent that they have drafted. I had this segment 2 years ago talking about how you had to go back to Patrick Corbin to find the last starting pitcher that the Diamondbacks drafted themselves and used as a usable arm. And Patrick Corbin was pretty good here. Brandon Pfaadt was going to break that streak, and I think he still will.
There's time.
But there's time. The point being, it's been in like this fluctuating position, and they're going to add to that system. And by adding to that system with all these names that are revered, loved, valuable to the Diamondbacks, it's going to be crucial for Mike Hazen to turn 2 or 3 of these prospects that he's going to acquire here over the next 20 hours into guys that matter for the Diamondbacks 3 years from now and 5 years from now.
And so the headlining ones right now, Brandon Garcia, because he's already on the big league roster. He's been okay. He got knocked around, I believe it was yesterday when he entered in place of the starting pitcher, but it was not necessarily the best opening debut for Brandon, but they expect him to be part of the system for the next several years if he can at least develop some sort of aspect between, I believe it's a sinker and a cutter that he works with primarily. As long as he can balance that out, I think we'll just be patient with that. Andrew Hoffman, who is going to be starting off with Reno, and then Ashton Izzy, who's still several years away. I believe he's with Visalia, or Hillsborough, excuse me. So we're not going to see Ashton for a while. Maybe Andrew Hoffman is a guy that we see towards the end of this year or at the start of next year. But to your point about just how much of a struggle it's been to have pitchers be developed in this system and really hit, I also think about the guys that they did have that did end up hitting elsewhere. And there's a recent example, because we saw him in this series, Tyler Holton, who was drafted by the Diamondbacks with the Diamondbacks in 2022, waived, joins the Tigers, and is actually one of their better relievers based on the way that he's pitched in the last couple of seasons. People love to point out how they used to have Max Scherzer at one point. Max was not hitting it off well when he joined the big league club, and then when he goes to the Detroit Tigers, he becomes the future Hall of Famer that we've seen. You can even make a case for Trevor Bauer, who went on to win a Cy Young Award for Cleveland, landed a big payday with the Dodgers, and has since been removed from Major League Baseball for very obvious reasons.
For being a horrible human being.
There's guys that have hit in this system. The problem is, outside of Patrick Corbin, really, they did not hit here. And the only time that the Diamondbacks have shown success with bringing in arms outside of their organization, Randy Johnson, Curt Schilling, we were getting it with Corbin Burns until he got hurt, in my opinion. Outside of that, it's been kind of a bloodbath as far as the pitching is concerned. And I'm worried where it goes from here.
Yeah, and I also think they're in a position right now where you mentioned some of the names that worked out elsewhere, but I have the list of their top 5 prospects according to MLB Pipeline since 2017 when Hazen got the job. He got it in October of 2016. Like Anthony Banda did not work out. Domingo Leyba, who was an infielder, didn't work out. And by didn't work out, I mean like Banda has bounced around as a reliever. He's had some success. A lot of these guys like John Duplantier basically like never touched the majors.
Oh my gosh.
Really at all. Like Taylor Widener had like 3 outings for the Diamondbacks, or had a lot of outings, for the Diamondbacks. But like Marcus Wilson was 5th rated in 2018. Like he didn't do anything in the majors. Taylor Clark is still around and like being effective in some ways in like that middle to long relief sort of role. But like Christian Robinson just got to AAA, and we've been waiting on this guy for 5 years. Drew Jones is really the big one here. He was the number 2 overall pick in 2022. ESPN's Riley McDaniel released an updated top 10 prospects for each team list. Drew Jones wasn't even on it. for the Diamondbacks. Like, that is the situation that he's in. He's no longer a top 5 prospect for them for MLB Pipeline. He's no longer a top 100 prospect for Fangraphs or for MLB.com as well. So they're in a situation where I go back in the Hazen era and I broke these guys up into 3 categories where you've got stars, like stars that you've developed yourself. There's one. It's Corbin Carroll, obviously.
Yes.
Then I've got like good to great players, but like they're definitive starters in the league. You've got 4. 2 of them are on other baseball teams. Dalton Varsho is one of them, which I think there was a decent chance at the time that he, out of McCarthy and Thomas and himself, was going to be the best of those 3. But you wonder if the Diamondbacks chose wrong there, if the choice was available. He's still not the hitter that you want him to be, but he's maybe the best defensive outfielder.
Moving from catcher to outfield is just absurd to me.
It's crazy, and this year his power numbers have been up a bit, and you'll remember the power that he had before he left as well. Jazz Chisholm, who you'll take that trade 100 times out of 100, and then Ryan Nelson being added to this list is awesome. And I'm very excited to see what comes of his career in the next couple of years. And then I've just got like usable fringe starters where I'm like, were you on the MLB roster for a little bit of time and you were useful in some ways, or you held a spot and really got reps? It's still just 3 guys. Like, that's Pavin Smith, that's Alec Thomas. And then I moved Fought down here because he's been bad this year and he needs to be docked down, in my opinion, for how bad that he has been this year. But that's it. Like, Blake Walston was a guy who was 5th in 2021. He had Tommy John recently. There's just a bunch of names here where you sort of go through, and Perdomo was that 4th name that I had mentioned earlier, but they've just had all of these types of moves where it's just been really unfortunate, their inability to develop talent. And the reason why it's so relevant right now is like Jordan Lawler is like the X factor for the next 3 to 5 years, in my opinion. And if the Diamondbacks are going to contend again with Ketel Marte, with Corbin Carroll, I think it's a lot of it is on him. And if he's the star that he's supposed to be, but Yumin Lin, Tommy Troy, those guys, and then the guys that you're going to get in this trade, how many of those guys are a part of the Diamondbacks team 3 years from now? If they are, then they're in a good spot. If they're not, they're in trouble.
The one that frustrates me the most is probably Drew Jones, who, to your point, drafted 2nd overall in 2022. And I was looking back at the 2022 draft class the other day with Steve Zinsmeister, who is with the Diamondbacks broadcast team. And more so, my frustration lies with how he hasn't seemingly progressed in a 3-year span, whereas Jackson Holliday feels like the extreme example, right? He was taken 1-1. He made it to the big leagues 2 years later. He's okay. He's been better this year, but that Orioles team is floundering so hard this year. It's actually really sad to watch the way that they floundered. But there's not a ton of other flashy names in the 22 draft, particularly in the first round, that really jump at you as to like, oh man, they probably should have just taken him instead. But why I'm frustrated with Drew Jones is talking with Steve, he makes it sound like the way that he's developing is he's going to be closer to like an Alec Thomas than he would be to his own father, Andrew Jones. And that to me is where I'm very frustrated with how the guy that you took number 2 overall is going to end up more of as a defense and speed guy than he is somebody who could be a threatening bat in the middle of your order. That's not who you take at number 2 overall in a draft, at least to me.
And you'll remember, like, it was him and like Jackson Holliday as like the complete standouts of that class as well. The next couple of names on that list really haven't done much in the majors yet. Cade Horton, who we mentioned from the Cubs earlier, he's having a really good rookie year. He's at 7. Like, there's some names here like Jace Jung, Zach Neto, that you'll sort of get upset about, but you can fall into that trap of like my old rule of like, just because every team had a chance to take Nikola Jokic doesn't mean that you can criticize a team for not taking him in the lottery. Like, no one was ever going to take him there in the lottery. One more move before we go to break. Zach Littell, the Rays pitcher, is close to being acquired by the Cincinnati Reds. This is a pitcher.
Interesting.
Who ESPN.com had rated 34th in terms of the names that could be on the move. So they do not see him in even like the first, second, or third tier of the starting pitchers that are potentially available at the deadline. So this is a second trade since our show started where these are teams that are buying very low on the starting pitching market right now. No marquee names have gone yet. Shane Bieber has been another one in Cleveland that we've been keeping an eye on as well. And
looks like Ken Rosenthal says the Pirates are likely to hold on to Mitch Keller, so that takes another big name off the market for the Diamondbacks' sake. That's huge.
So yeah, it's starting to shape up, Mitch. Like when a big pitcher does go, I don't think it's going to be at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I think it's going to be like 2:30 tomorrow if a big pitching name does go, because everyone is balking so far at the insane prices that are being held, described by reporters as insane, for Joe Ryan, for Mackenzie Gore, for Dylan Cease, for Merrill Kelly, for Zach Gallen.
How about the Reds? 4 games above 500, 2-game losing streak, 5 wins in their last 10 games. and they're aggressively buying, like rather aggressively buying, getting Brian Hayes and now Zach Littell. Like this might be the year. Tito Francona's got those boys humming.
Yeah, they've got the pitching. It's just if they have the offense. Ellie in the last 2 months has been phenomenal, and that's what they need from him. But they need more balance across their order, which I wonder if they're going to find in the order. They're not going to find it from Brian Hayes, like arguably the best defensive third baseman in baseball, but he was available, or defensively, excuse me, but he was available for a reason because he cannot hit.
So let's then figure out where we would ideally like to see some of these guys go. What is our favorite fit for Eugenio Suarez, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, and if we have time, others? That's next here on Arizona Sports at Night.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming in August. You'll hear from the patients and families getting life-saving care at one of our country's premier children's hospital networks, now with locations all over the Valley. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Murata and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP, or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Arizona Sports. Arizona Sports at night. Talking MLB trade deadline now.
All right, we're with you for a little under 7 minutes. If a trade happens in the next 7 minutes for the Arizona Diamondbacks, honestly, bad luck for us because Mitch and I would want to spend the next 2 hours talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
But we just spent 2 hours talking about other stuff. So we're officially out of time at that point. But again, if there is a trade here in the next 6 minutes, we'll play the breaking news sounder, react to it for the little time we have left with you, and then talk about it plenty more tomorrow. Again, we're on the air 7 to 8 tomorrow, 6 to 6:30 on Friday. Mitch and I are going to play a little game here, and I'm going to let him take it sort of whatever direction he wants, and we'll go from there. Where do you want to see some of these names go? And what I mean by that is, where do you want to see Eugenio Suarez get traded to? Where do you want to see Zach Gallen get traded to if they are indeed getting traded? You can take this in any direction you want, Mitch. You can take it as a baseball fan. You can take it as a Diamondbacks fan and look at the potential return that you could get. Where do you want to go? Who do you want to start with?
I think we should start with Gino because would you agree that if any of the three get moved tomorrow, guaranteed without hesitation, he's for sure far and away the number one?
Yes.
Okay. I'm with you there. And I think where I would like him the most, just in terms of, that looks fun, I think that would be an exciting finish for either one of these teams, whoever ends up getting him, is either the Cubs or the Brewers. And not that I'm necessarily rooting for one team or the other, but I think it just makes too much sense for what those two teams' needs are. Like the Brewers, could you imagine them upgrading up third base by adding 35 homers and 86 RBIs to a lineup that already includes Jackson Chourio, who's one of the more electric second-year players who doesn't get talked about nearly as much because he's in the similar rookie class as Paul Skeens and Jackson Merrill. What about also with Christian Yelich, who still is the savvy veteran DH? What about revived Andrew Vaughn at first base?
Oh, my goodness.
Imagine putting Eugenio Suarez into that bunch. Or, maybe just as fun, stick him into the offense that has already produced 570 runs this season, with the likes of P. Crow Armstrong, an MVP frontrunner, Kyle Tucker, who is the shiny new toy that the Cubs have gotten to utilize this year. Why they haven't extended him, but they've extended Jed Hoyer for some reason, I don't know. But then also upgrading their third base position by 200 OPS points. I'm with one of those two as far as Gino's concerned. I'm not even considering the prospects you could get back in return.
I'm considering everything, Mitch. I really zoomed out and evaluated the whole landscape. Does that sound like me at all? If you know me at all, my goodness. I've got Seattle for Gino. See, Seattle is my favorite landing spot. If you look at it from a baseball fan sense, Seattle has largely toiled around this 500-ish to awesome level at times, but have never gotten over the hump in terms of deep postseason runs anyway. And they are in a position where, as a baseball fan, it would be awesome to see them go for it, because what we've seen in the frustration, going to Pittsburgh, for example, with Skeens, is whenever you have this caliber of starting pitching, you never know how long it is going to last with these injuries. So you got to go when you have it. And right now they have it. They have Castillo, they have Wu, they have Gilbert, they have Kirby. They have these guys who have been going through injuries at certain points of the season. But with that being said, they've got all of that. And then, of course, the season that Cal Raleigh is having. They have this huge opening at third base. Randy Arozarena was an all-star, or had a very good year for them, this year as an all-star. Julio Rodriguez probably didn't deserve to be an all-star, but he's been starting to put some things together for them as well. But they're just lacking the amount of pop behind those three guys, specifically just building their lineup around Raleigh. They can't really build around it in the first place. You know who helps? Josh Naylor sure helps. And then if you added Gino as well, I don't want to say they would be the favorite to win the American League if they got Gino, but they would suddenly have to be mentioned as one of the 2 or 3 teams that could win the American League if they got Gino.
I'm watching them right now. The Mariners are in action in Sacramento taking on the A's. First, if you want to get an idea of what that ballpark is going to look like when the Diamondbacks are there on Friday and this weekend, but also because we were talking earlier about Brian Wu, and that seems like the team that they just need to add offense. They just need to add offense. And it was a similar situation for them last year where they had basically this exact same rotation that they're throwing out there right now. And the biggest bat that they added at the deadline outside of Randy Arozarena was Justin Turner. And their offense still sputtered. Whereas adding Josh Naylor, who has stolen, I think, 5 bases since joining the Mariners, plus Gino, who already has familiarity with that place, has already made himself as a lovable fan favorite with the Mariners. With the way Julio's hitting, like, if you're the Mariners, strike while the iron's hot, man. You've only had so many chances in the postseason in your entire history. Go for it. Like, this is their best opportunity to.
I think also something that Alex mentioned, and I looked up after he mentioned it because I wasn't informed on this at all, is just how loaded the Mariners system is. They've got 8 prospects in MLB Pipeline's top 100. They've got a number of pitchers in there as well. And as we mentioned, like, you can never have too much pitching, to be clear. But those guys that are like in there, they're not even in their primes right now. Like Luis Castillo he's 32, but Woo's 25. Gilbert's
Zach Gallen on the Mets, not because I think that I just want the Mets to be the team that has him, but look at how well he's pitched in the New York market this year alone. Maybe they can just rehab him and help revitalize his career. Maybe that helps.
No breaking news sounder, buddy. I was waiting for it. I was just
Let me
waiting
just do
for it.
one last refresh. No, it's just replaying what Jason Dominguez did, but yay.
Well, trades are going to happen, and we're going to have a lot to talk about on tomorrow's program. Again, we'll be back here at 7 o'clock. This has been Arizona Sports at Night. Have a good night, everyone.
Cardinals Training Camp 2025. The Red Reckoning. The Red Reckoning. 90 players enter State Farm Stadium at the beginning of camp. Only 53 can earn a spot on the final roster.
Motor and violence.
Training camp coverage presented by Bud Light. The Red Reckoning. On your exclusive home for Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7. The app. YouTube channel. ArizonaSports.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds